still, from time to time, like, oh my God, do I still do these kind of things? Like I'm still not 100% out of the matrix in that kind of sense. It's a question. So if I'm still affected by the indoctrination, imagine a guy who pretty much just woke up to whatever 2 years ago, and they buy
Yeah,
into some
it's
of these
just.
things.
I can have a bit of like lenience for people, of course, that woke up around that time and just kind of fell back in it with that psyop.
Yeah,
That's fair enough,
it's a progression. There's a
But like
lot of
people that know
information.
about like 9/11, Gulf of Tonkin, JFK, all these events, among the hundreds of others, it's like
Yeah.
these are the people that perpetrate them. I mean, it's like they're not going to save you.
Yeah, there should be a healthy level of skepticism at that point. That's 100%.
If you're just like a 9/11 truther still, that's like your litmus test. Like you don't trust any politician that comes on the stage and doesn't immediately say, we need a new investigation into what happened on that day.
Yeah.
That's your litmus test of like a genuine person. If they're not saying that or even hinting towards it, then you should be like, well, this is just another false prophet, I'm not going to fall for the tricks.
Yeah, 9/11 is also one of my openers when I meet people, let's say in a bar, something like that. I don't just jump on the flat earth or something like that. It's a little test to see where they actually are. And if they don't even get 9/11, there is no way I can talk with them
Of
about
course,
many of
like the
the
moon
other things.
landing, So you can't possibly delve into flat Earth if you still think we went to the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
Contradictory, So.
But
Like,
that's
as
why
far
we
as it
all are
goes,
different.
my litmus test for a person actually being open-minded is if they can have the conversation and entertain it. They don't need to believe it. They don't need to say I'm right or whatever. But if a valid point is made and they say you're right, that's a valid point. I'm gonna go off and think about that more. That's my litmus test for someone being decent.
What's the saying or the quote? I know it's falsely given to Aristotle. It's like the mark of an educated mind can entertain an idea without accepting it. I know it's not Aristotle that said this, but the quote is fitting anyway.
Might be Socrates. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just know that people have falsely given it to a guy that it wasn't, but it doesn't matter. It's the quote that is important, not who said it.
Yeah. I forgot what we were talking about though.
Talking a little bit about everything. We were talking about TikTok and
yeah, just how we got onto that tangent there. What was before it? Politicians and stuff.
The deprivation of the youth of the West to quote unquote flatten the curve over the world to make the entire world the same under the same kind of guidance. That kind of aspect.
The really lost people are the ones that still believe Trump's coming back to sort everything out.
Yeah, exactly. Also, the people who jump on the Yi train, like I see the Yi thing just as another chapter in the QAnon Trump agenda or whatever
what
it
train?
is. The Kanye West train.
Ah, right, fine, yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people they are being deceived because he has taken up, for example, Yahweh and the Bible. And I'm not saying anything bad about people who believe in the Bible, but because a guy like him come out and he says what he is doing, like praise Yah and all that kind of stuff, people are like, oh, maybe he's right anyway, and they don't see the full picture that, oh, this most likely is just another chapter in that Trump, because Trump also came out and said, oh, Hillary going to prison, all that kind of stuff, and what happened? Absolutely nothing. And now he is coming out, oh, it's that group of people, I'm reformed, blah blah blah. People just have to be careful. I say, like he might be legit, but they just have to be very very skeptic, I think.
4 a.m.
Oh, definitely. I'm not even bothered about, not even keeping up with what Kanye's spouting.
I saw the interview on Infowars, and that's pretty much it. Then I've heard people talk about it and stuff like that, but I don't give it in my time of day.
He's always been that. He's always, he's been known as that kooky personality for a long time now.
Yeah, like his full body suits.
This is not there. Yeah, just can't imagine this is not. They're just on their agenda somewhere or another.
A distraction.
Because the way I see it is like, again, it's just my opinion, but I feel it's quite self-evident if you kind of just look at how the world operates. That if you're really making a dent, if you're really like posing an existential threat to whatever their agenda is, you just disappear. Something happens to you. Simple as that, Car crashes, plane crashes, whatever. Yeah. Or more direct, suicide by, kill yourself with 2 bullets in the back of the head.
Yeah.
Just, it was a home burglary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Breaking in and entry. They just play it off as that or whatever.
That's a dangerous part of being on our side of the fence, because all these distractions, like look at what I have in my right hand while they are shoving the left hand up your ass. Like we are victim to this all the time. Like, or not victim, but yeah.
Well, that's why I'm highly skeptical of people like Kanye. It's because
exactly.
He's married to the Kardashian, and like that is the running reality show right now that's warping all these young girls, mostly young girls' minds. You know what I mean? It's the successor to the Osbournes,
Yeah, exactly.
And he's married in that, and it's like, so that family, the Kardashians, is like high up on their like social manipulation kind of their tools, for it.
Yeah, they made a name of themselves without any skills.
Yeah, and it's like, but you're telling me, that the husband of one of the most prominent, well-known kind of families in the world for like all these young people is just running around being allowed to talk what he's talking. I mean, I'm not saying, of course, he's not facing any repercussions. We know he is, but it would look more weird if he wasn't, right? That's just part of the game.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a small hint here and there, but if people are too focused on a dead-end branch, they're just going to be stuck and they're not going to progress. This is why they have to take the information and put it in boxes and leave the boxes until something else pops up that aligns with that, and you can take it up again and revisit it, So sure, Ye came out and said all these kind of things, but nothing have happened. So it's in the box, in the back of the closet, and if nothing else pops up, that is where the box is going to stay.
Oh, is he blood? I didn't know, man. That's how much I don't give a shit, But good to know.
There's also people that have speculated that it's a media stunt because they were in the divorce with Kim, and there was something about child support, and he was pretty much devaluing his name just before the court settlement. Yeah, so he left with I think it was $200,000 a month in child support instead of much more, because instead of being $1 billion worth, he was only $400 million worth or something like that. This is what I've heard. I'm just reciting
it. 4D chess theories, man.
Exactly. I mean, that could easily be a possibility that is just what we're looking at. Like acting crazy, devalue his name, pay less in child support. People are crazy out there.
Yeah. It's so cliche though, like some nut job getting up and blaming that certain group. You know what I mean? It's to be expected at this point. for an
Yeah.
automatically write a person off. It's just blame that group for everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is a hint of truth in it, but it's so coded. It's not
There
just
is,
that
but
group
even
of
then,
people.
it does make a difference. It's just a select few cunts essentially that are doing it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's still a ridiculously broad generalization. And it has to be someone, right? At the end of the day, if it wasn't them, it'd be someone else, and it would all just be pointed at the other group if it was them. It's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
the way it is. It doesn't make a difference. We need to actually fix the situation.
Yeah, and it's better to have a guy that they have a leash on to do these kind of things than it's actually a commoner that is moving up the ranks and spitting the facts. I guess. I don't know. I'm just talking right now. Anyway, I have to get going. If I have to do all these kind of things I have to do.
Yeah, won't keep you, man.
Yeah. Good talking
Let
to
you
you.
get on. Same with you, Tim. Have a good day.
Yeah. Take care.
I agree, Adam. People keep looking for saviors, you know. They're never going to find it externally. We're in this mess because we keep looking at, too many people keep looking to other people for what to think and how to act. Yeah, I mean, it's the age-old agenda. It's just dissuading people from looking into any of this stuff because it's obviously the only people that think like this are complete loony bins. I mean, there's a mountain of information under just the blind claims for the onlooker. It's just blind claims coming out of Kanye's mouth or whoever, But there's a mountain of information behind the statements that these people are never going to look into. And even when you look into, it's still up in the air. You're still not quite sure what exactly the story is. It seems to be pointing a certain direction, quite, quite substantiated in that direction, but not necessarily. We never know. All these things are so up in the air at the end of the day. That's the sad part. Even truthers need their celebrities, My only celebrity is the earth itself.
Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat. Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat.
Testing. I'm going flat to Compton. I'm going to flat smack in Compton. Yeah. In the city of Black Swan. In the city of flat old earth. In the city of sea level. We seen that horizon rising to the Observer's Island, yeah. Yeah, I'm singing. I'm singing in the rain, and this playing from a plane. I'm singing in the rain, from the stuff that they're spraying from a plane. We living on a plane, a stationary plane. I thought we was living on a sphere, but I was under the ear of Baphomet when he looked like a deer. It's inevitable, leaving on the bosom incredible. I'll knock you off your pedestal and drop you off. Dude, look at this lady right here. What is she doing? Dude, that lady looks hella scary. Weird, huh? Where? Oh, they're just camping out. They're Fetty zombies. Fetty. Look at all these Fetty zombies. Look at all these. Cigarette? Nowadays, I'm hoping for that. You can't die from smoking weed, overdosing on grass. To understand the future, I'm exposing the past. The last shall be first, and the first shall be last. Not so much intel, my brain's bursting with facts. Feeling worthless, in fact, I'm hurting so bad. I pulled back the curtain to find the circus of facts. Crisis actors fighting back their intuition to laugh. Sons of perdition, a bunch of subliminal rats. Agendas getting laws against criminals passed. You wanna hold me, but only when I'm lonely. In fact, I'm comatose. How long you suppose a coma will last? I'm overdosing off summers from a felonious past. When I awoke, I was told the earth could only be flat. I'm exposing SpaceX and phony spaceships, going on a blind date with the gay chick. Once I set her straight, she never complained. Screamed my name after she came to her apex. So what a big climax, I'm so good at these rhymes there. I stopped the hands of time as I stood in the time lapse. My rhymes became divine when I sing in the rhymes fast. When them half-baked rhymes that I happen to make. Who's the boss of Charles in charge? Give me a break. Full House of Silver Spoons. Yo, Ricky was great. What? It's a small wonder I could never take Vicky on dates. Jiminy Snickers, Lemony Crickets, and Winnie the Snake. It's a miracle how I make lyrics pop off the page with rage. It's 4:30. Make these lyrics pop. This is serious art form. You cannot deny it. You eat the hot tamale, your tostada gets dropped, and ensenada, that's where tamales get chopped. Rigor mortis sets in, and your heart is a rock. Where in the world did globe come from? Maybe China. My girl's got a glow for a lazy eyebrow. It's crazy, baby. Maybe shave your vagina. Maybe you're right. I'm always late because wait, I forgot what I'm saying. I'm higher than a firefly flying high in the night sky. You can't catch me. I'm just a picture in the ride. They call me Jack Flat, Nasty Kerouac, Latrina, eating flapjacks back to Bull Shack and Rena. David Hogg made the blog all down in China. Man, I just had a heart attack. Stop the car. You want me to go in there and get it? All right, well, smoke half a cigarette with me. Okay. Girl, you got a hot blunt like a lit cigarette. Chick. Girl, this is a flat earth after all. Girl, we living on a stationary plane. Girl, this is a flat world after all. With absolutely no rotation. I said there's absolutely no rotation. I feel no rotation on this spherical nation. I got a lyrical impurity like venerical bations. What do you want me to get you? This guy's awfully interested in what's going on right here. Better back out here. Oh wait, I'll just go get a soda. I'm gonna go get you a soda. Yeah, I got you. Cigarette. Nowadays, I'm hoping for that. You can't die if the Earth's a globe overdosing on flat. I'm overdosing on flat Earth. Here, open the door. What kind of thing do you want? Oh shit. Dr. Pepper, bringing out the doctor in you and you. Dr. Pepper, because they're great. Dr. Pepper, bringing out the Dr. Pepper in you, yeah. All right. No more Jack of that cereal before I go in there. Thank you. Appreciate it.
She's gonna try to jump out. She's gonna try to jump out.
I'm gonna get her then.
Jump out.
Where do you think you're going?
6 a.m.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
Have you ever looked away from
If I'm talking about the surface of the Earth and how I describe my observation of the surface of the Earth, unless I explain your observation of the moon to you, I can't talk about my observation of the surface of the Earth.
See, yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't limit. Say the sky's not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my Rocket Man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, here with the long-awaited Joe Rogan vs. Eddie Bravo Flat Earth Showdown, a logical analysis of this epic and much talked about debate. And the ongoing debate, I mean, this is one of the biggest media influences on the flat earth insanity that has spiraled out of control since then. So this took place on the Joe Rogan Experience 948, which was streamed live on April 18th, 2017. So that's almost 3 years now ongoing out of this flat earth insanity. And Mindshock covers the flat earth debate and other debates. And as I've stated many times, what I find interesting is the flat earthers, even if wrong, they're just mopping the floor with all these globe earthers from a logical debating standpoint, not falling for logical fallacies, using logic, reason, critical thinking, deductive reasoning, all of these things. So it's such a hilarious topic to cover. Because even if the flat earthers are completely wrong about everything, the legitimate scientific line of inquiry, as opposed to the globe earther religious faith-based model and faith-based argumentation, while masquerading as being scientific, in actuality only proving the indoctrination into scientism, not science, which of course, very, very big difference. And I will define it right before we get into this logical analysis. But as always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons, of course, do get priority in logical analysis requests, true crime requests, or any paranormal conspiratorial topic requests. All right, so before we jump in here, I will give the difference between science and scientism. So in general, science is a field of study referring to the natural world that is supposed to adhere to the scientific method. Now, the problem with modern science, of course, is that it's politicized pseudo-scientific religious scientism, which basically deals with dogmatic faith-based models presupposed as true, effectively being nothing more than a house of cards. Now, again, that doesn't mean they're wrong. You can make assumptions that are true before all the trolls and cognitive dissonant masses get triggered here and try to pretend that I'm a flat earther or advocating flat earth in any way. Clearly, I am not. I am advocating for the use of scientific method, for the use of logic and reason when discussing any topic. Science is skepticism. Real science is the opposite of taking things on faith, not falling for or justifying one's faith-based religious views like Joe Rogan using nothing but logical fallacies. Now, that doesn't mean that Joe Rogan doesn't happen to believe a priest that happens to have the correct model of the universe. I'm not saying what the correct model of the universe is. That's a topic for another podcast. I am only logically dissecting this debate/conversation on the Joe Rogan Experience 948. Brendan Schwab also guest stars for comedic relief. But the main point is here, and in all Mindshock podcasts, is using logic and reason, not being faith-based, religious, dogmatic. True science is skepticism. True science is not falling for logical fallacies like appeal to authority, because once again, history has shown that whatever was commonly believed or accepted, most things that were accepted actually turned out to not be true. If you just go back through what's available of human history. Now, of course, the victors write the history books and things of that nature, particularly in the field of physics. If you haven't checked out Run Z Cow's dismantling of the theory of relativity, check that out. He presents it in pretty easy to understand terms. I might do a logical analysis on that because I keep bringing it up and many people just refuse to even look at it. But any truth seeker is going to seek more information, more data, because why jump to assumptions, jump to conclusions just to conform to the masses, appeal to popularity fallacies galore? Obviously, science is not consensus. It's actually the opposite. Whatever the truth is, that's what it is. And I'm going to define logic as well right here because, I mean, there's some goofballs out there. They're asking a podcast dedicated to examining conspiratorial, supernatural, true crime topics to not use logic. I mean, there are goofballs out there. They didn't understand what was being presented, so they don't want it being presented in a logical fashion. They want something they can keep up with, and because I guess they're that lazy, that cognitive dissonant, they're that ego-dominated. The Dunning-Kruger is so extreme that they don't want to put in the work to actually learn logic. But here is logic defined. You can search this in any dictionary. It'll give you a similar definition to this. Noun, reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. Okay? So we're talking about strict principles of validity. How valid is something in terms of assessing reality or truth if it is religious or faith-based? If there's no actual evidence. Now, someone saying there's evidence doesn't mean there's evidence. Someone saying that experiments were performed, and not only did the experiments, now these are experiments, of course, designed by fallible humans. These experiments using fallible technology made by fallible humans, they're giving their conclusions. Now, you would have to assume they're not corrupt. You have to assume they're not only competent, they're competent enough to not have made any errors in their interpretation using fallible technology in setting up fallible experiments. Now, obviously, there are experiments that are not fallible, but you're not going to take it on faith. You're not going to be religious about it. So that's the important thing to note here before I dive into this logical analysis, because sometimes I take for granted that a lot of listeners understand what logic is, understand what science is, understand the differences between science, religion, faith-based dogmatic thinking. And a lot of people don't, and then they get all weird and triggered when I start doing these logical analyses. So hopefully these definitions at the beginning are a little bit more helpful from the outset. So any kind of comments, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, you can leave them in the comment section, but make sure you at least understand the points being presented and the definitions first, because otherwise we're just going to be wasting time. So, and anything that would have any kind of discussion or discourse of value, at least have the correct definitions, and the definitions are empirically verifiable. So this is not a difference in opinion of any kind. The definition is what it is. Whether someone acknowledges that definition, whether someone understands the definition or how it relates to the points being presented, that's their issue. That doesn't affect objective reality, which is, again, another good example of the difference between science and religion. When you're talking about faith-based religious views, those are one's personal faith-based religious views. That doesn't necessarily correlate with objective, verifiable reality. That's the field of real science. So let's jump right in here.
Well, if you're talking about carbon dating, there's a lot of science that goes back and forth. Like it ain't shit, or it's real, or it's not legit.
It's pretty much universally acknowledged that carbon dating is effective.
Okay, so he's saying, Joe Rogan, right off the bat with a fallacy. It's universally acknowledged that carbon dating is effective. Now, they're talking about dinosaurs. That's the lead-in. I'll start here, but in general, I don't really want to address the dinosaur aspect of this, because that's just an entirely different rabbit hole and a subject for another podcast. But Joe Rogan's go-to fallacies are appeal to authority and appeal to popularity. So he is so bereft of cognitive ability that he always defaults to these two things, which is beyond silly. So if someone doesn't believe in God, you're not going to default, oh, well, it's universally accepted by priests that God is real, therefore it's real. If you don't believe it, go to a seminary school, get an education in this. And that's the extent of his argument with Eddie Bravo on basically any topic. Joe Rogan just is not a high functioning logical individual at this point. Now, in the past, he made some interesting points about the moon landing conspiracy and things of that nature, where he did exhibit critical thinking, deductive reasoning, not falling for fallacies. He exhibited some decent cognitive ability back in the day. Now, I don't know if he just did so many drugs that he just can't anymore. I don't know what the deal is, but now his go-to is just defaulting to these two particular logical fallacies, but he defaults to other logical fallacies as well. So universally accepted carbon dating, just real quick, obviously it was all fallible human technology was universally accepted as true at one point. Same thing with, let's say, DNA testing technology. I bring up this example all the time. There's a lot of people being exonerated now because previously universally accepted DNA technology as being true or accurate, efficient, effective, whatever you want to call it, it wasn't as purported. So particularly, again, with carbon dating, what humans understand about the nature of the universe, the fallible human minds in a politicized field of science, archaeology, however you want to examine it, status quo is maintained. I mean, these are basics. If you just study a little bit of logic and psychology, how ego works, how institutions function in the world, and how they have always functioned. So when you have this amount of control over institutions, academic, so-called scientific, connected with the government, they have grants, they have all these things, protecting status quo is a given. So carbon, how much do humans truly understand about carbon dating and how accurate is it? Because all these new results are showing that if you do a carbon dating test on something, they were doing tests and the results were coming back drastically different every time. So how accurate is it really? I mean, Joe Rogan's taking on faith. Like, let's say it is accurate. Joe Rogan doesn't know that. He took it on faith. Like, just for the sake of argument, let's say it is accurate. Joe Rogan took it on faith. So he's just preaching his religion that he believes these particular set of priests. Now, again, doesn't mean the priests are wrong. Let's assume they're correct, just to get the point across here, to see how religious Joe Rogan is in his faith-based indoctrinated thinking process. All he can do is appeal to these authorities. He's taking it on blind faith as gospel truth that these so-called scientists, effective priests, they said the correct information. Now, he has no proof adhering to the scientific method. There are priests that might have said they adhere to the scientific method, but big mind shock here, humans, fallible humans, might lie or simply be mistaken. Again, we have all of human history to fall back upon, and yet Rogan just cannot comprehend these basics that a child can comprehend. It's very interesting. It's mind-shocking. I don't know whether it's sad or funny. I mean, it's bizarre. I oscillate between the two because on one hand, Joe Rogan is supposedly a functioning adult, yet on the other hand, he doesn't seem to understand these basic principles of logic that a small child could understand. Or, as some people theorize, he's simply a shill of some kind, and he's pretending here. He knows, but he's pretending to further an agenda. All right, let's continue.
Okay, well, not the stuff that I'm looking into. I don't know. I'm looking on YouTube now. Remember, I'm getting all my shit from YouTube.
Stuff I'm looking
so
at,
don't take my word for it.
I know, but
I don't know. I
think you chase your tail with this shit. But you chase your tail with this shit.
So what does chase your tail mean? So basically, Joe Rogan is attacking the scientific process. He's saying you should just take things on faith. If you haven't heard the previous Joe Rogan podcast, Logical Analysis, when Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo go at it about nuclear weapons and things of that nature, I did a logical analysis on that podcast. It was very interesting. Joe Rogan does a lot of projecting. So his subconscious does recognize the legitimacy of Eddie Bravo's inquiries. Now, we're not saying Eddie Bravo is right about anything at all. No, we're saying a neutral, objective, logical, scientific inquiry into any topic is legitimate. Because why would you take something on blind faith? And if something really is true, what's the harm in verifying it? I mean, it's very, very strange how anti-science Joe Rogan is. He doesn't want legitimate, scientific, neutral inquiry. He doesn't understand that science is skepticism. He doesn't understand that not everybody has been indoctrinated into this cult of authority worship. I mean, everybody kind of has, but some people broke that indoctrination. They're learning how to be truly scientific, which is to be truly skeptical, to only accept evidence that adheres to the scientific method, not to this religion of authority worship. which Joe Rogan is part of and advocates. And I don't know if that's, again, due to mental weakness or due to the fact that he might be a shill. It's just, it's kind of bizarre. But so he's saying Eddie's chasing his tail. I mean, isn't all of science chasing your tail? Because if you're interested in the truth of the world, you're not just going to take something on blind faith and never examine. There's no such thing as settled science. I mean, this is a point that's peddled by propagandists of politicized climate change, these tax lobbyists, all of these corrupt individuals pretending to be scientific. Now, again, I'm not saying they're wrong about a conclusion. I'm saying that they're peddling religious dogma. It could be about something that's true. That's not the point here. The point is to be logical. I know some people are so anti-logic, anti-science, that they only want to talk about conclusions. They don't want to address whether conclusions were reached logically or not. And the danger of just taking things on faith all the time is that your brain basically atrophies. It's like exercise. You don't just stay on the couch forever. Like an obese person that's on the couch forever, you can't ask them to just roll off the couch and run and do a triathlon in record time. Now, is the point to get a certain time in a race? I mean, for some people, sure, but the value of the exercise. So that's the same thing with being logical. Your brain needs logical exercise. When you don't logically exercise your brain, it will atrophy, and you will be basically a brain-dead zombie, a sheep or a lemming. And Joe Rogan is a good example of that, unless he's faking and he's a shill. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. I am only logically analyzing the argument that he's putting forth coming out of his mouth. So he's saying that Eddie Bravo is chasing his tail. All of science is basically chasing your tail. You're constantly doing experiments. You want to verify the experiments. There's always unknown variables. So unless you become no longer concerned with the truth, you will not stop examining and re-examining. That's the very nature of science. And of course, Joe Rogan's very anti-science.
This shit, man.
No, I'm not. I'm having fun. It's entertaining.
Do you really love it?
He loves it.
Figuring out how we're being bullshitted is very.
But that's
I'm obsessed with it. How are they bullshitting us? I love that.
See,
shit.
I like that.
I love that.
I like that Eddie's
I
like
don't
this.
like
I
just
think you
wanna-
need people like this. Like
Yes.
he loves it. Like he loves it.
I think this is how crazy I am. I think we're being lied to about fucking everything.
Your kid's gonna grow up just
I'm
super
crazy.
skeptical of
Fuck
every.
yeah.
Science is skepticism. I mean, it's so weird how the cognitive dissonant masses, the sheep and the lemmings, they took things on faith and they don't want that pointed out. That's why they get emotionally triggered. That's why the subconscious, that's why when you study psychology, these are just basics of psychology. We don't need to get into any super advanced things that require decades of study. Just on the surface, it's like being proficient at the English language. You don't need to know the nuance of all these obscure English words, but you should learn all the letters of the English language. You should know how to make words in basic sentences if you want a basic level of English comprehension. Same thing with the language of logic. You just want a basic understanding, same thing with the language of psychology. You want a basic understanding of how the subconscious works, why people get emotionally triggered, and then you'll be at a certain competent level. Now, people that are not, I think I'm at a relatively average level. I think an average individual can understand everything I'm saying. And some of those cognitive dissonant trolls out there, they think that I'm pretending to be this incredible high-level intellectual. No, this is all average stuff. And if they're that far below average, that's on them. I think everybody can get at a basic level. I think I'm at a basic level. I think everybody can get to this basic level. You just have to put in a little bit of time. It's like you don't have to be a record-holding triathlete, but I think everybody that doesn't have a major disability is capable of doing a little bit of running, a little bit of biking, and a little bit of swimming. That's it. I'm not saying that you should be able to get all these great distances in short amounts of time, but there's a certain base level of fitness everybody can achieve. Same thing mentally. There's a certain base level of logical understanding of psychology that everybody can achieve with just a little bit of time investment.
I'm already telling him
Just-
don't trust anything you see on TV.
No.
We don't let him
Why
watch
let him watch TV?
We let him watch a little cartoons here and there, a little bit.
And you can already tell from Joe Rogan's face, he can kind of see where it's going and he doesn't like it. He's not as great as hiding. Like, again, when you go into micro expressions. So just the basic definition of a micro expression, right from Wikipedia, I mean, there's nothing advanced here. It's the innate result of a voluntary and involuntary emotional response occurring simultaneously and conflicting with one another. This occurs when the amygdala responds appropriately to the stimuli that the individual experiences and the individual wishes to conceal this specific emotion. Now, what's interesting about micro-expression, of course, it doesn't last long, but someone involved in the entertainment industry, like even actors or politicians, they're very good at controlling their emotions. They're very good at lying and pushing forth propaganda and a certain narrative. However, these micro expressions, the involuntary aspects of it, the involuntary emotional response, they can't help that. Now, it only occurs again, it's a micro expression, so it's not a full-on expression that lasts seconds and seconds and seconds. They're very, very brief. But you can catch them if you know what they're looking for. And Joe Rogan, again, perfect example. I went over a lot of his micro expressions. Some of them he concealed better than others. Like he was pretending that Eddie Bravo was he was straw manning a lot in Eddie Bravo's direction, but his micro expressions betrayed his true motivations. And we're looking at that right here now as well. He doesn't like where this conversation is going because he knows it's legitimate to be skeptical. Science is skepticism. He knows Eddie Bravo's line of inquiry itself is legitimate. Regardless about the conclusions, Eddie Bravo might be completely insane, everything he believes might be false, but the line of inquiry itself is legitimate. That's my only point here.
Bob's corrupt as fuck.
But I'm going to raise him not trusting TV, you know. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. You can't say nobody would ever disagree with that. The TV is not good for kids. It's not good for kids.
Why don't you have a show on the Alex Jones channel? What has happened?
I agree.
You
what
went
the
there.
Fuck?
I went a total retard on him. I went full flat Earth on him.
Even he doesn't believe in flat Earth.
No. Most.
I mean, I don't know if Joe Rogan's overselling the laughter or his appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy here, where he just thinks it's so ridiculous, he's going a little over the top, or that's a genuine reaction. He really does think flat Earth is that over the top ridiculous. I can't really tell. Again, Joe Rogan's been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so he has a decent control of emotions and pushing narratives and doing these things.
Most conspiracy theorists do not. They think flat Earth is the most retarded thing ever. When Joe first brought it up, like about a year and a half ago, he said, "Dude, he was trying to basically say how stupid people are." He said, "Do you know people still believe the Earth is flat and the sun is 3,000 miles away?" And I remember sitting there thinking, "Shit, what are they, Amish or something? Like, how dumb do you have to be to think the world is flat?"
Videos later,
how dumb?
No.
And then you brought it up again. And then you brought it up again. You brought it up again, like maybe 6 months later, and I said on your podcast, I said, that is so dumb. That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop. It's got to be some kind of destruction.
Take a weird left turn.
And then I was in class, and we were talking about conspiracy theories, and my buddy Manny, full blown conspiracy theories.
Jiu-jitsu class.
He goes, do you ever my jiu-jitsu class? He goes, we're talking about my YouTube class.
I thought it was a conspiracy class. I was like, God, you go to school?
He teaches.
That was actually a pretty good joke from Brendan.
I teach.
No, I know that. I thought he meant like a straight class.
Open
I teach people how to
Look
kill,
out the
Brendan.
door.
I'm
there
very
you
aware,
go.
brother.
Also, so Manny turns to me and goes, "Dude, you ever look into flat Earth?" This was like 8 months ago or something. And I said, right when he said that,
Manny, you ever look into astronomy?
Yeah.
You ever go to seminary school?
Right when he said that.
Manny, did you miss 4th grade?
Right when he said that.
Manny, anybody drop you on your head?
So the appeal to incredulity logical fallacy takes many forms. So instead of listening to the merit of an argument, they just make jokes about it because either their subconscious has recognized they're too mentally weak to handle an honest examination of a theory. Now, we're all guilty of this. I'm not saying I wasn't guilty. When I first saw the flat Earth, I mean, obviously, that's the initial reaction. You're indoctrinated into having that reaction, similar to how the CIA kind of engineered the term conspiracy theorist to get that knee-jerk reaction, the socially engineered, propagandized reaction to just dismiss conspiracy theory if it's the word conspiracy. Conspiracy theory, conspiracy theorist. To just ad hominem completely dismiss, because, I mean, all conspiracy theory really is being scientific. Thinking critically. Using deductive reasoning, not assuming everything's a coincidence at all time. That's the realm of the coincidence theorists, not very logical.
Manny, what are you smoking?
I can't believe anything that ever comes out of his mouth again.
That's
what I thought.
Correct.
I'm like, Jesus. And I'm like,
that's the correct way. Oh man, see that's why ad hominem logical fallacies are probably the fastest way to seed an argument because you don't like the source. So like, yeah, I mean, if somebody in a clown suit just goes up to you and says, A is the first letter of the English language, and they're, whatever, on a ton of drugs and they're spazzing out, you're going to automatically you're not going to listen to the argument that A is the first letter of the English language. What they're saying could be true, so to just dismiss it based on appeals to incredulity or ad hominem logical fallacies, very, very silly textbook Joe Rogan.
You saw
I'm
the
like,
light,
Manny,
Eddie.
please don't ever bring that shit up again. You keep that shit, dude.
Cut to.
Dude, that's a
We're
CIA
getting dramatic.
psyop.
I sense the turn.
And
So
then
now,
another
now-
guy comes. I'm telling you the story, and then
okay.
and then Ernest comes up to me and he goes, "Hey man, you ever look into flat Earth?" I said,
Jesus.
"Dude, Jesus, goddamn Christ."
Okay,
I go,
so
that's
when
the
did it
dumbest
turn?
shit. And he goes, "Hey man, I got a master's in engineering. Look into it." And I just wanted to go. I just went home and I was just gonna.
How about
give him
looking
a,
at what fucking school that was so we
Yeah.
can tell people?
And again, you see Joe Rogan appealing to authorities. And he roped in the no true Scotsman logical fallacy. So with the no true Scotsman fallacy, he's saying that that school couldn't have been legitimate that gave him that master's in engineering because of Joe Rogan's own biases, mental weakness, religious indoctrination, his faith-based model of thinking. He can't understand how somebody who went to an institution, so that's disrupting his view of authority. So he has to appeal to this logical fallacy, no true Scotsman, which is just an appeal to purity. So he's kind of protecting a universal generalization. So in his brain, obviously, a university giving a degree, for example, in physics, it's legitimate in his brain. What he fails to see is that this itself is a logical fallacy, appeal to authority. So just because someone goes to seminary school and they say that God is real, it doesn't mean you just take on faith and believe. That doesn't mean that's true reality just because they went to an institution and got some kind of a degree. But Joe Rogan doesn't understand that, or he's pretending not to. Again, I really don't know. Can someone be this silly at his age? I mean, I guess so, but I don't know.
Phoenix Online. or some
But
shit.
hey, man,
That's the same shit.
Yeah.
I'm so crazy. I so don't believe anything.
You want something else to do.
Yeah, I tried to debunk it. I was trying to debunk it. I was
Eddie,
Mr. Debunker.
there's a fucking Japanese satellite that takes a photo from 22,000
Those are
miles
the
out
worst
every 10
pictures
minutes.
ever.
All right, so he is, again, appealing to authority. Not only that, but he took on blind faith that the distance they said the satellite was the exact distance. Like, let's say they were off by a couple miles, but Joe Rogan would never know that because he took as gospel truth on blind faith. So even if that is a real satellite taking real photos of the Earth, the way that Rogan presents it, completely illogical and faith-based. That's the point of this logical analysis.
Come on,
Oh,
those
really?
Japanese
It doesn't
pictures.
show
Pull up
that
those
it's
pictures.
flat, though, even if the
Young
pixel's all
Jamie,
fucked
pull
up.
up those pictures. It does
Those
not the worst
Japanese-
pictures.
put up those
Eddie,
Japanese
It's
pictures.
from 22,000 miles away.
And he just keeps repeating ad nauseum. So again, this is a proof by assertion logical fallacy or argument from repetition. So Joe Rogan thinks if he repeats it enough times and puts inflection on the distance, which again, he accepted on blind faith as gospel truth. He's making faith-based claims. He has not provided any evidence that these claims are true. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But he's only arguing from his own religious faith here, appealing to authority and just making an argument from repetition using inflection to try to further the argument. Again, someone in his position who's been in the entertainment industry for a long time, they know how to manipulate people's emotions. He's a comedian. He knows how to try to sell a bit and things of that nature. I don't know how, if he thinks that Eddie Bravo is just that stupid or his listeners are that stupid, they're not going to pick up on these basic logical fallacies. And he just reeks of desperation in trying to get people to accept his own religious faith-based views, pretending to be scientific, masquerading as science. He wants everybody to get on board with that. Anybody pointing that out, unless of course he's a shill and this is all a dishonest plot, but we don't know.
I can't believe you believe those pictures.
Do you remember when you had a flip phone? You remember when you had a flip phone, dude, and you had the front-facing cameras were always dog shit?
Always.
And the back-facing one It's pretty legit.
They're all, yeah, that's how it works, man.
22,000 miles away. It's hard to take a good
Fake
iPhone
pictures.
7.
So
You think they're
have you ever
fake?
seen a picture of it
Hold on,
flat,
hold on.
though?
Eddie,
No,
but
I
hold
didn't
on,
say
Eddie,
that.
but
I didn't
hold
say
on,
that.
Eddie.
But the crazy thing, I'm not saying it's flat. I'm just
You're
saying,
saying it's not
damn, when you
round?
look into it, I'm saying we don't know what the fuck we're on.
But wait a minute, Eddie.
And so this is a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. So the illogic cognitive dissonant masses and the very indoctrinated faith-based sheep like Joe Rogan, they always want to pretend, they always want to straw man and pretend that Eddie Bravo is saying it's flat and then turn the argument around and shift that burden of proof to try to make Eddie wrong or whoever they're arguing with. He's trying to get them to scientifically defend their position, which they can't do. So they have to immediately shift that burden of proof and straw man like crazy. I mean, it's a very limited playbook of the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorist.
Eddie,
That's
this
what I'm saying. We don't
Japanese
know what we're on.
satellite, this Japanese
Look into
satellite.
it.
Hold on, Eddie. This Japanese satellite that all these hundreds of scientists worked on for
So appeal to authority mixed in with appeal to popularity. I mean, that's Joe Rogan's go-to. He's got nothing except that. It's quite silly. You'd think he'd develop a little bit more of a diversified playbook. I mean, he did, these short no true Scotsman fallacies. Sometimes he uses compositional fallacies. But in general, those are his two go-to, and then he just repeats it. Then he just falls for the logical fallacy of argument from repetition. So he's got no actual scientific substance to anything he's saying. He's just asserting his faith-based claims religiously. And obviously the real question is Joe Rogan really this silly and he's being authentic, or he's a shill and he's just peddling propaganda?
like
NASA,
a decade.
they fake moon
they shoot
landings.
it out into the space.
They fake
take
the moon
a
landings.
picture every 10 minutes, and you can download it from the website.
So again, this is a compositional fallacy. If you can download something, that makes it real. So if you download a Hollywood movie or stills from some kind of theater play production, from a theatrical play, that means that they're real. That means it wasn't a stage setup. That means it wasn't CGI. So if you can, I mean, does Joe Rogan realize how silly he sounds? You can download it.
There's a
CGI
picture.
composites.
So constantly making CGI in some sort
Constantly.
of some sort of a computer
Constantly.
bank somewhere.
Yes. Like they
But
do it in
why-
NASA. NASA, that's what they do.
Why do you think if
Does
they
it-
have the technology to make CGI that looks that good, why don't they have the
How come NASA-
technology
where's
to
the pictures
shoot a
from NASA?
camera into space?
Oh man. Oh wow. That was pretty low from Joe Rogan. Not a lot of functioning power there. If you have the technology to make a CGI composite of Jupiter, does that mean you can send something there? If you can make a CGI composite of a galaxy, a theoretical galaxy, just incredible distance away, that means you can put a camera there? I mean, this is as silly as Neil deGrasse Tyson's argument that it would be easier to go than to fake it. That faking a moon landing is harder than going. So they should just shoot all movies about Mars on Mars because it's easier to go than to make a movie about it. I mean, these guys are pretty funny. And he's also saying that the CGI is that good. This particular, he's talking about the Japanese satellite. These CGI images are not particularly good. I mean, there are other ones that are pretty good, but the ones he's talking about here are, they do not look very modern. You could probably make this in the 90s, if not the early 2000s, what he's talking about here. So just complete non-congruent argument. I mean, it's nothing but fallacies. There's no logic at all coming from Joe Rogan. It's bizarre. Usually he does a little bit better job than this, at least. But
Where's the pictures from NASA? How come they don't have any?
They don't have that space kind of that
they
kind
don't
of
have the technology?
No, they just never did it.
they never did it. They never put, so it's not NASA's business to have a satellite in space taking pictures of the Earth. And I mean, even if that's true, like let's say NASA's legitimate, never lied about anything. How can Joe Rogan say that with a straight face? That they just never, it's bizarre. You'd have to, even if NASA's completely legit, I mean, how can any non-cognitive dissonant mind, a functioning logical brain, deny that it's a little strange that there's no satellite taking photos of our home? It's just weird. I mean, you have all these observatories, and it's just bizarre. Again, I'm not falling for false dichotomies here. I'm not jumping to assume one model is true or false versus another model. But that is strange no matter how you look at it. It's just, this is an agency that's in charge of space, and there's nothing taking photos or videos of our home. It's kind of weird how Joe Rogan can say that with a straight face. it's weird. He doesn't even mention the International Space Station footage. I mean, he just thinks they never. I mean, there are legitimate arguments to make here. Joe Rogan doesn't make them. It's just weird. He's that illogical.
These Japanese pictures, I've seen them. Put them up.
They don't
They're
have
terrible.
that kind of
Show me a
space
real
satellite.
picture. Show me a real picture.
Listen, NASA
Find
does
it.
not have one of those satellites.
Fake.
Why do you think that's fake?
That's fake as fuck.
Why does it look fake
It looks
as fuck?
like something you'd see in a movie.
So Joe Rogan's default position is always it's real unless proven fake. I mean, that's the opposite of all logic, reason, and the very nature of science. That's the very opposite. He's just going to take everything on faith unless definitively proven false. It's bizarre. It's just absolutely bizarre how it's just he's never-endingly appealing to authority, appealing to popularity, and also shifting the burden of proof. He's saying it's up to Eddie to prove that it's fake, and he's supposed to just take it on blind faith as gospel truth. So if you can't definitively prove that the Bible's fake, you should believe every word. You should just take it on faith. I mean, that's Rogan's argument here. It's just beyond silly.
That's because when they do it in a movie, they try to make it look like this, which is what looks real.
If that's real to you, man, shit.
You don't think it's real?
They faked 6
Eddie,
moon
Eddie, dude,
landings.
stop saying that because it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant? Wait a second. So Joe Rogan, in this instant, he's not even disputing the fakery in this moment. I mean, there's a logical argument. He can say if they didn't fake it, he's saying it's irrelevant as if either they did or whether they did or didn't, it's irrelevant. So, okay, let's say you're some kind of a art forger and you forged a bunch of paintings. And then now you put in the past. And now you made a new painting and you're saying it's legit. Or let's say you bought a Picasso or a Rembrandt and you're saying it's legit, but you have a history of faking these. And Joe Rogan is saying it's irrelevant and you need to take on blind faith as gospel truth that this new painting is going to be legit and exactly as you reported, even if you or your company in previous times have faked it. Or it's irrelevant, or at least there were suspicions of fakery. So let's say there's other legitimate art dealers that have never had even suspicions of fakery, but the one with the most suspicions, Joe Rogan is saying it's irrelevant whether there was any funny business, regardless of whether they were real or not, but there were suspicions of fakery, and Joe Rogan's saying that's irrelevant. It's like if a serial killer killed a bunch of other people, now they're in court, you should just take their word for it because the other killings are irrelevant. Even if they were suspected, there was some maybe circumstantial evidence, but no definitive evidence, and they were cleared on technicalities or whatever. And then they used the "my dog ate my homework" excuse of losing all the evidence to prove their position. But regardless, in this new case, the serial killer his word should be just taken on blind faith as gospel. It's irrelevant whether he was even accused in multiple cases of killing other people, and there was at least circumstantial evidence of that. Joe Rogan thinks it's irrelevant. You can't make this stuff up.
We're not talking about the same people.
It looks fake to me.
Eddie, that's 1969. We're talking about 2017.
That looks fake
So
as
you
fuck.
think there's some gigantic conspiracy involving the Japanese government where they put up a fake picture of the Earth from 22,000 miles up every 10 minutes?
All right. And then so he's got, of course, this appeal to incredulity again. He's finding it hard to believe. There's a certain basic level of reasoning that he doesn't have. So again, or he's pretending not to have. So he's just this triggered, I don't know. But you have different churches in different countries. They're all going to keep the faith. They're all going to say God is real. They're all going to support each other. So as George Carlin once said, you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So if governments in general, if there is, so this is the part that the illogical heliocentrists don't understand. I'm not talking about the scientific ones. For some reason, they don't talk about this publicly. Hopefully they will soon, because otherwise the flat earthers are just going to continue to grow at an exponential rate with Joe Rogan. If these are the arguments that Joe Rogan puts forth, can he really be surprised when flat earthers are growing in numbers, when on mainstream media, all you see are logically fallacious, faith-based defenses of this model? These appeal to incredulity fallacies, that's all they have. Appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, appeal to incredulity. Everything should be argued logically and scientifically. That's my only point here. Not about jumping to conclusions. I'm not saying Joe Rogan is wrong about any of the conclusions. I'm not saying the heliocentric model is incorrect. I'm saying you can't expect people who are being logical and non-religious to just accept things on faith. The same way you can't discredit a religion by saying different churches would blow the whistle on each other, or they wouldn't be complicit in some kind of religious faith-based ideology. So there's two levels here. One, if the government is, of course, 99.9999% of people working on all these projects, they wouldn't know. So only, the very, very top of the totem pole, if the conspiracy is true. But here's the point. Understand the conspiracy first. Before you agree or disagree or try to argue in any way, first understand the conspiracy so you could argue logically. The conspiracy alleges, the Flat Earth conspiracy alleges that all of these governments would be working together, similarly to either different mafias. So different mafias in different countries. You got the Yakuza, the Triads, the Russian mafia, the Italian mafia, all these different mafias. They wouldn't necessarily blow the whistle on each other if it threatened their existence. The mafias, they need to be able to function. Or we could use an even simpler example. Let's say slave owners. So different slave plantations have different slave owners. They want all the slaves on all the different plantations to believe the same thing. It's in their best interest. Now, different slave owners, they might have rivalries. They might even be real rivalries with each other. But they wouldn't do anything that threatened their very institution. So if their institution rests on this deception with space agencies and governments, of course they wouldn't blow the whistle on each other. I'm not saying this conspiracy is true in any way. I'm just saying these people like Joe Rogan, they're either faking it or they're that silly that they can't even understand the basic conspiracy. They wouldn't blow the whistle on each other. Would the Catholic Church blow the whistle on priests abusing kids? I mean, no, it makes it look bad on the whole institution. Even if you have different factions, different groups in different countries, the institution itself is what's being protected. It's not that hard to understand, Joe Rogan.
High resolution,
Yes.
downloadable
Yes.
photo. You think
Yes.
it's fake? Well,
It's all
why
fake.
wouldn't it be real? What?
So his default position is, why wouldn't it be real? The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. How does Joe Rogan not understand the very basics of science? It's not up to someone to prove something's not real. It's up to you to prove it's real. Why is he expecting everybody to take it on faith, on blind faith, just because he's been indoctrinated into a cult of authority worship and he takes everything on faith without proof of adherence to the scientific method? Why would you believe something is real if you can't prove it? It's very, very bizarre. Like, what if Eddie Bravo just said he was an alien and he's an interdimensional hopping alien? And what is Joe Rogan going to say? Well, why would you think it's not true? I mean, it's beyond silly. You have to prove something true first to believe it. Why would you just believe it? It's just very, very strange.
Why isn't it just as likely that the Japanese actually did launch that thing into space?
Well, just as likely, but how would you? So he's saying it's a 50-50 chance now. Just as likely. He's saying it's a 50-50 chance whether they're in on a conspiracy or there is no conspiracy. Now, that's silly in itself, because how would you be able to ascribe likelihoods or chances if you don't have any of the information? If it turns out it's all a psyop and there's irrefutable proof of the heliocentric model, which there might be already right now, you'll have to tune in to other podcasts. But in the future, whether it turns out the Earth was flat or not flat, at that point, if there's definitive scientific evidence of it being the flat Earth being a psyop and not true, or of it being true, regardless of what it is, that's not the point here. We're doing a logical analysis. The point is not jumping to a conclusion or trying to find a model to cling to desperately cling to on faith. And if it's not this model, you got to pick this other model. Just this kind of silliness. That's not what Mind Shock is about. That's not what these logical analyses are about. He's saying it's just as likely. Again, that kind of silliness, that's like saying it's just as likely to go to the moon as it is to fake footage of it. So all movies about Mars should just be shot on Mars, because it's just as likely you got the technology to shoot it on Mars as it is to fake it. Beyond silly.
Why would it be fake?
Okay, and now he's not only shifting the burden of proof, but he's moving to motive. Now, again, this is another go-to strategy, which is also beyond silly, because I think Eddie Bravo even used this example. He might use it here right now. I'm not sure if this is the first time he used it, but jumping to motive is so silly because, again, true motives are unknown, especially if this conspiracy is true. The reason would have to be very, very good, and it might be classified. How is a civilian supposed to know the real reasons for a deep conspiracy? Like, what kind of I mean, the mental gymnastics the cognitive dissonant sheep have to go through to justify their faith-based belief system is just—it's beyond silly. But let's see how this plays out.
It's propaganda, man.
Okay,
Why
so
would they care that it's not
Is there
flat?
a photo of this flat Earth?
No, I don't. Like I just said again.
So again, he's jumping these black and white fallacies, straw man arguments, and shifting the burden of proof. So Eddie just said that he doesn't even believe that the Earth is flat. He doesn't know what it is. Now he has to repeat it because Joe Rogan, again, too mentally weak to even defend his own claims, to even logically discuss something. He has to immediately jump to motives, jump to black and white fallacies. It's just very, very silly. Not a good showing for Joe Rogan. This might be his worst one ever.
That's all I asked.
There's no photo of the flat Earth from space. There's no photo of the round Earth from
That's
space.
not true. That's not
the
true.
truth. It's all fake.
No, why do you say they're fake, though? What
they
evidence?
look fake. They look CGI.
But you're not an expert in imagery.
Is Joe Rogan an expert in imagery? So again, he's appealing to authority. You have to be an expert in imagery. So the problem with this, which is, of course, it's a very severe problem, because you have that guy, Math Powerland, or whatever his name is. He's an expert in imagery, right? He's supposedly, he's an artist, and he says he was the one faking it. So according to Joe, if he's an expert, we should believe the expert. How silly is that? I mean, you have experts on all sides of every issue. So it just doesn't, this appeal to authority fallacy doesn't make sense. I mean, I guess it's possible Joe Rogan's just not operating with a full deck, and he's really good at hiding it. So in a lot of podcasts, he's just, even though he's so silly and illogical, he's got really good at hiding it. So it he doesn't expose that too much. But here, he's so emotionally triggered that it just completely fried his brain, and he can't make any logical points. I don't know.
Looks fake to me.
Do you remember, convince you though?
When I watch Avatar, I don't need to be an expert to know it's fake. When I watch Avatar, I'm not an expert. It's fake.
Avatar's at the movies. When you watch some ridiculous kung fu video, being a martial arts expert, if you were sitting next to someone who told you that their sensei can't compete in the UFC because they're too deadly, wouldn't you get pissed off? Because you're an actual martial arts expert. That's just like you, with no science background whatsoever, talking about these photos. I know, but why think like that?
Why think scientifically? Why think logically? When you can just be a blind believer like Joe Rogan.
I'm crazy. But why indulge that?
Why encourage science? Why encourage objective, logical, critical thinking? Why encourage science? We could all just be religious.
But why not indulge?
Crazy.
Why not indulge the full realm of possibilities and not cling to the conspiracy every single time?
No.
Oh, that's an interesting point there. Interesting projection, subconscious psychological projection by Joe Rogan. He's the one who's not accepting the full range of possibilities because he's not even honestly, non-dogmatically considering what Eddie Bravo is saying. As you saw in his response, he was just immediately mocking, turning off all logic, while only having logical fallacies to support his own faith-based belief system. And I think he even knows he's projecting. If you look at this micro expression here, he almost looks defeated just by saying that. It's almost like it popped out of his mouth and then he realized that it applied to him.
No, it's NASA can get pictures. They've been doing CGI composites
but please answer
this whole
my question.
time.
Forget about stating what NASA does. Please answer my question. Why do you always go towards the conspiracy? Why do you never consider the possibility
Too many
that maybe
lies.
Eddie Bravo always considers the possibility. I mean, how many times does he have to say he doesn't know what the real truth is? It could be real. He says it could be real like 1,000,000 times. He just doesn't know, and he's not going to take it on faith. So Joe Rogan is just being so intellectually dishonest, unless his English comprehension is just, if he's that daft that he doesn't understand what the words "I don't know" mean. Eddie Bravo is not saying the conspiracy is definitively true. He never says that. So, but he's saying that he's always going to the side of the conspiracy. Well, here's the thing. If you're dealing with a particular mafia and it's just the same players, you got prohibition, if they're running drugs, if they're running human trafficking, if they're running whatever, their fake art, if they're running some counterfeiting program, they're just lying about everything all the time. Would you believe them? Of course. Of course, when you're discussing proven liars, people that are constantly involved in conspiracy and deception, if they're just full-time criminals, of course you're not going to take on blind faith their word. I mean, they might be telling the truth sometimes. They probably are. But you're, of course, going to be skeptical. You're going to be scientific. Science is skepticism. I don't know why this is so difficult for Joe Rogan to understand, unless, of course, he's faking. Is he really this silly?
But
Too
Eddie, they're
many
not
lies.
the same people.
It's all the same.
So everybody's
It's
lying?
a global thing, yes. All the European space agencies lying.
They're all lying.
in on it. It's
That's-
a global thing.
So what do
I
you
think
think's
all
going on up
government.
there?
I think all governments, most of them, the globalists, they're all working together to control their
What's
their
the
people.
advantage, though,
That's-
Eddie, if the
seems so
Earth isn't
crazy.
round?
Yeah, I
What's
told
the
you I'm
advantage?
crazy.
And you could see Brendan Schwab now getting triggered. He's like, what's the advantage if it's not a sphere? So just because he doesn't see the advantage, he's going to write it all off. That's like, again, I think Eddie Bravo is going to bring this up, or he's brought it up in the past. If you walk into like some apartment and you see a dead body and yet there's a security camera, there's fingerprints on the knife, but you don't see a reason for someone to have killed the person, and say, well, I guess they're not dead. There's no reason for it. What's the reason for killing the person? Like, you're going to ignore all the evidence. That's why being scientific is important. You're not going to focus on motive, because that's the least important part of all of it as far as the information that can be known. Like, even if a certain person killed another person, you might not ever really know the true motive, but that doesn't mean they didn't kill the individual. That's why you have to focus on the actual physical evidence. That's why you use logic and reason. You know, there are crazy people out there. You might not ever really know the motives, but to dismiss theories because you don't understand a motive, I mean, is there something sillier than that? I don't know. This is all this is all getting rough.
I know, but what's the advantage that it's not round?
Then if
they control you, bro, with
They
the
just
ice
want to
wall.
fuck with us?
keep you on a there's I don't know, man. I don't know what it is.
Doesn't make sense.
So if something doesn't make sense to Joe Rogan's limited understanding, then it's not true. So I guess calculus is all fake, because if Joe Rogan can't figure out the equations, if it doesn't make sense to him, or any of this advanced chemistry or any of these things, it must all be fake because it doesn't make sense to him. He can't figure it out, therefore it's fake. Oh man, Joe Rogan is funny, but not for the reasons that he thinks.
Look
Why
into
wouldn't
it.
they
Look
control?
into it.
Why-
They could just control
why
people
lie?
just as
find
easily
out
on
and
a
find the
ball.
sense. You could find the sense.
No, the real
it's
problem
really
would
easy. You
be-
put them on a ball because, again, I'm crazy. You put them on a ball. My guess is you're on a ball. You're nowhere. Don't try to go anywhere. Just stay there and work.
Oh, hell no.
Stay
You
there
saw
and
the
work.
Truman
You
Show.
ain't trying to go
You
nowhere.
watched
So they
the
sat
Truman
down.
Show a little too
so they
much.
sat down and said, you know what? We got to release some fake math that shows that you can demonstrate that the Earth is round.
Well, and notice, so this is funny. Fake math. If the math, who said the math is fake? If the math is real and it shows that it's not a globe, then what? Crickets. Because notice how Joe Rogan says there's real math, or says there's math that shows that it's a globe, but he doesn't actually provide it. He doesn't actually provide it. So again, he's just demonstrating his faith-based religious thinking, because if the math shows that it's a globe, why does he not lay it out? And if it's that easy, just do it. What, it's going to take 30 seconds? They've already been talking here for 10 minutes or whatever. Just take the 30 seconds and prove it if you know it. But of course, Joe Rogan doesn't have the proof. He's only advocating his religion here.
We got to
Dude, there's no
release that.
pictures
We got to
of
work.
the Earth from space, man.
What is that? We just looked at one, Eddie. Stop saying that.
It was fake.
You don't know that it's fake.
Okay.
But you're saying, look,
So he's saying Eddie Bravo doesn't know that it's fake, so everybody's supposed to take it on blind faith as gospel truth that it's real? Does Joe Rogan know that it's real? So we're moving into just really deep realms of hypocrisy now. So he's criticizing Eddie Bravo for not knowing that it's fake for sure, and yet he's pretending it's real for sure. Too funny. And he's getting very triggered now, as you can see in his micro expressions.
it's a real problem when you
I'm
say
crazy.
something. But don't say that.
I
Just
am.
stop. Just stop and think. Because you're communicating to millions of people. And
Exactly.
you're saying something that doesn't make any sense.
Again, he's arguing it doesn't make any sense. Something doesn't have to make sense for it to be true. Again, to whom does it make sense? Joe Rogan's just missing all of these just basic logical points that a small child can understand.
It does make sense.
But you don't know anything about imagery. You don't know anything
don't?
about what.
And does Joe Rogan? And yet he's talking about it. Why is he saying it's true if he's not an expert? So, like, the level of hypocrisy that Joe Rogan is going to, I mean, it's almost unprecedented here in his podcast, because he's criticizing Eddie Bravo for saying these things not being an expert, while he himself is not an expert, and yet he's purporting that they're true, that they're legitimate. Does he not see the hypocrisy here? It's just weird.
You don't know anything about that.
It looks fake to me.
You're
have a
saying
That's a
it looks,
fake-ass
but You don't
picture.
have. Come on, Eddie. You're just looking at it with the naked eye. It looks real to everybody else in this room.
Oh, appeal to popularity again. If it looks real to everybody in the room, that must mean it's real. But he just admitted if they're not experts, according to Joe Rogan, you have to appeal to authority. So if you're an expert, that means it's legitimate. But if none of them in the room are experts, why are we going to assume it's legitimate? Joe Rogan doesn't even make sense he's not even consistent with his own faulty logic.
Okay.
You're
So what
coming
does that
at it
make
with a
me?
confirmation bias.
Crazy, right?
And he's not? Oh, did he just project confirmation bias? But again, intellectually dishonestly, because Eddie Bravo is not saying that it's fake. He's saying it looks fake. He doesn't know for sure. Whereas Joe Rogan is trying to religiously preach that it's definitely real. So not only is he being intellectually dishonest, but he's not even being logically consistent with his own faulty logic. And again, you can see through his micro expressions that he's very frustrated now because he got so triggered, and Eddie Bravo is just refusing to take it on blind faith as gospel truth. Eddie Bravo is refusing to drink the Kool-Aid of the religion that is the cult of authority worship that Joe Rogan is part of. Eddie Bravo wants to be objective, neutral, scientific, and skeptical. And Joe Rogan does not like it.
I don't think it makes you crazy.
I'm just having fun with it.
But you have
So
this
don't-
direct
yeah.
inclination to always go towards a conspiracy.
To always be skeptical. The direct inclination towards science instead of religion. Joe Rogan doesn't like that.
It
When I
doesn't.
think
Why
it's-
does it doesn't
it
have
gives
to
your
piss
opinion-
anybody off?
it's a disservice
You should just
towards
be like,
your
hey,
opinion.
that's what you think. Cool. No, it
it's-
doesn't have to. Like you're getting angry about.
No,
it.
I'm not getting angry at all.
And then you could again see how quick he denied that and how his body language betrays the amount that he's triggered. He's very triggered now. So now he's turning on his experience and control. So he tries to adjust his voice to pretend that he wasn't angry or triggered.
We're just being
not even-
stoners here. We're
but
being
not
stoners.
raising
I'm like,
my
I don't
voice.
believe that shit.
I'm not raising my voice. What I'm trying to do is corner your ideas. I'm trying to corner your ideas because you're saying these things you're very influential. You're saying these things to millions of people, but I don't think you're thinking correctly.
So Eddie Bravo is being logical, scientific, skeptical, neutral, objective, is not thinking correctly. And Joe Rogan, who's offered nothing but logical fallacies and faith-based religious defenses of his indoctrinated belief system, is thinking correctly. So how much is Joe Rogan's opinion on who's thinking correctly or incorrectly worth? Now, again, the whole reason this is hilarious is he might have accidentally believed in the correct model, but that has nothing to do with this logical analysis because Joe Rogan's completely illogical.
I know. That's why I've stated many times
That you're crazy. But
I'm
here's the
losing
problem.
my mind.
And I think Eddie Bravo is just saying that because he doesn't want to deal with their silliness. Because he knows that they're so cognitive dissonant and mentally weak, they're not going to even consider, they're not going to be scientific. They're not going to be neutral, objective, logical in any way. He knows that. So to just be slightly more dismissive and to avoid more direct confrontation, I think he's just saying that he's crazy just for that reason. And just to have fun and screw around because it's really, he doesn't want to be that serious because he's not triggered about this, but they're so triggered and so serious that he just wants to kind of diffuse the situation. That's just what I think, why he's just thrown out there just to diffuse the situation. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he really does think he's crazy. I probably does. I don't know. I'm just making my own logical analyses of this conversation.
When do you think you started losing it?
I think I was, as soon as I found out when I was 11 that everybody wasn't Catholic,
that was it.
That's when I started losing my mind.
So I think Joe Rogan, it just really seems he's not that intelligent because I don't think he realized the way he just jumped off that question, when do you think you started losing it, as if, again, not considering all of the possibilities, like what Rogan projected earlier about himself. So he didn't even consider the fact that everything that Eddie Bravo is saying could be true. So he immediately just jumped to his own cognitive bias that Eddie Bravo must be crazy. So now with this presupposition in mind, he just threw it out there. When did you start losing it? Because it's completely impossible that he's not losing it. Right, Joe Rogan? Just too funny.
And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, everybody's not Catholic? I thought everybody was Catholic. There's other religions? Then how do we know we're right? There's a bunch. What's a Jew? Oh, shit, there's more Jews than Catholics? How do we know we have the right religion? I'm like, okay.
You start
then
questioning
right there,
it.
yes. That's when I started going crazy.
That's so funny.
People that question authority are usually looked at as crazy. Conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, but
the CIA
but here's
coined the
problem.
term conspiracy theorist.
You're a smart dude.
And so now Joe Rogan's trying to interrupt him. Stop, because he knows that everything he's saying is true. He wants to suppress that. Very obvious about it.
There's a problem in the way you approach these things.
Because he approaches them logically, neutrally, objectively, scientifically. Joe Rogan doesn't like that, so he has to pretend that that's the problem because his own subconscious recognizes in himself that he's so mentally weak he just took it on faith. And what makes it even worse is that he doesn't used to always be like that. So I think that's what makes it harder for Joe Rogan, if he's being genuine here and not just shilling. But because he knows in the past he did have the mental strength to question, and now he kind of just went along with the establishment. He's sold out, as many of his former fans have said. And that's what makes it even more difficult, because he realizes that Eddie Bravo is genuine and he's not, or at least is not severely indoctrinated and suppressed and towing the propaganda line of the official narratives like Joe Rogan is now doing while pretending not to.
Because you approach them all knowing before you even start that they're a conspiracy.
So nice projection there, because now Joe Rogan is saying what he's already knowing, that the earth is a globe, before even approaching and logically, neutrally, objectively examining the theory. Not thinking that the theory is true, but at least being scientific, neutral, and objective about it.
I'm telling you what I think.
So that's
I'm just
confirmation
telling.
bias.
Confirmation bias, like everything that Joe Rogan just did. Like he just assumed those satellite photos were legitimate. He has no proof. He just took it on faith and assumed. That's his own confirmation bias. So another psychological projection there by Joe Rogan.
Telling you, hey, dude, when you lie so much, you got to prove it to me. You lie so goddamn much, I'm never going to be saying the things that a defense attorney would say. I'm saying the thing that the prosecuting attorney would
that
say.
all the time.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's not a good. It's not a good analogy. Because
wait, it's not a good analogy. So you're supposed to just trust the liar every time. Says Joe Rogan never heard of The Boy Who Cried Wolf? Does he not even know like these basic children's level fairy tales?
Because it's
That's
court.
exactly how
and
I look
court's
at it.
filled with lies.
Yeah,
And you're allowed to manipulate the words.
The government's being accused of lying,
I understand,
and
but
they've
this
been
is-
caught
but that's-
lying.
but
So
you-
they're in court.
But here,
so are
Eddie,
you
it's
saying?
not the
let me
government.
finish, though.
It's not the government.
Oh, whoever, just in general.
It's scientists.
So now Joe Rogan is denying the involvement of scientists with government and how they rely on each other to keep up the establishment. It's the establishment. So these scientists are all part of the establishment. They're all part of the government narratives. So I can't tell if Joe Rogan is really that silly that he really believes what he's saying now, or of course he's shilling. I mean, it's hard to believe that if he's a functioning adult, that a functioning adult could not understand these basic things, but I don't know. Again, I'm not going to pretend to know. I don't know Joe Rogan personally.
It's all government scientists. You think scientists? You think there's these independent scientists coming? It's all government scientists. They're all trying to get their grants. They're all.
Why would you think?
They control. You don't think the globalists haven't controlled science and information since day one?
You know what
you
the
think this is like a new
Brendan?
thing?
Their name, the globalists.
Dude,
if
I'll
they
tell
were
you
the
right now.
flattest, they would be like, yeah, it's flat. But they're like, no, fuck these guys. We're globalists.
No, the
We're gonna
globalists
talk
is
to these
what
bitches.
Alex
I feel
calls
like Eddie could
people
flip me if we just spent like a day together.
I think you're just trying to make fun.
So you know what's weird is Joe Rogan just wants to, again, appeal to incredulity and make a joke out of it all, so nobody seriously considers what Eddie Bravo is saying. Again, people who think Joe Rogan is a shill or some kind of government agent, gatekeeper of sorts, he doesn't want people considering what Eddie Bravo is saying, so he has to immediately throw in jokes or whatever to derail any kind of honest conversation.
Hey, I'm just having fun, man. I like finding
I don't
out.
think Eddie's crazy, though.
I don't trust shit coming from the government.
Well,
does that make me crazy?
But you know,
yes.
the problem
He's got a little too deep, but he's
the
not
problem
crazy.
is this idea of the government. The government consists of a bunch of
They
individuals
control science, they
with
control
100
history.
different agencies. Eddie, do
Yeah,
you know
I
they
gotta
have
piss hard.
infighting? Do you know like the CIA and the
Of
FBI
course
go
they
after
do.
each other?
So just like slave plantation owners had rivalries. They were going after each other, but they would never do anything that threatens the institution as a whole. That's the part that Joe Rogan either honestly has an issue with because he's not at a high functioning mental level. He's just very, very bereft of logic and reason. Or he's shilling and he fully knows and understands and he's just peddling propaganda. Either way, this concept, again, that's why George Carlin said you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So when you have he's talking about these government agencies infighting. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's infighting between families too. That doesn't mean they don't have allegiance to their own family, right? So what does infighting mean?
Like there's infighting, if there's infighting between troops that are fighting against another country, that infighting doesn't mean they're against their own country. And on a larger scale, if there is a conspiracy that includes the smaller groups, their infighting means nothing because they're still going to protect that main goal if the conspiracy is true. And Joe Rogan just, I don't know why it's going over his head, or he's just pretending to be this dumb. I don't know.
Of course they do.
There's no one government.
There's a lot of personal shit going on in between. Of course
But
they
it's
do.
not just personal shit. There's a bunch of different factions that you call the government.
I agree.
And the idea that
I
it's
agree
all
with
like
you.
the government can't be trusted.
I just say that because I'm not going to. I mean, you want me to pick out some agencies? Yeah, NASA. I could pick out some NIST. But just in general, it's history, science, education, energy. Everything has always been controlled by the government since day one. Radio has been used as propaganda since the day it was invented. You think some independent dude just invented radio and then he started broadcasting like his favorite music and shit and his thoughts? No, it was the government from day one in radio. It was the government in all countries from day one in TV, in the movies. It was all radio, TV, and the movies have always been about propaganda. Always in every country. It's nothing new. It's old school gangsters. Our country is the most
What does this have
gangster.
to do with? What does this have to do with the world being
No,
flat?
So that's Joe Rogan missing the point completely. So Eddie Bravo just explained the institutionalized nature of how government has kind of a monopoly on all institution and technology, which facilitates the propaganda. So it wouldn't want to lose that control. That's the main point here that Joe Rogan is missing completely and then dismissing because he didn't understand the point. So this is where Dunning-Kruger comes in if Joe Rogan's being genuine. So Dunning-Kruger, in the simplest terms, it's just the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it's a cognitive bias where people assess their own cognitive ability greater than it really is. So basically, it's the inability of people to recognize their own incompetence or lack of ability. So Joe Rogan, of course, because of his ego, is very triggered, ego-dominated. He's not going to see that he understands far less than he really does. So he's going to assume he's at a certain competency level. So if he's not understanding what Eddie Bravo is saying, he immediately thinks that it's not related because he doesn't understand the relation, or he's faking, whatever it is.
This is how gangster our government is. There was a war on drugs. We started a war on drugs. Turns out we're bringing it in. Then there's a war on terrorism. Turns out we created Al Qaeda. You understand why I'm crazy? I'm crazy because of that shit. I'm like, you could believe that shit. You want to believe that shit?
But the
Good luck,
problem
but I
is
ain't.
that you just apply this to everything.
The problem is, so applying logic, critical thinking, reason, science, that shouldn't be applied to everything. There's certain things that Joe Rogan wants you to take on blind faith as gospel truth. You're not allowed to apply science and skepticism. Science is skepticism. You're not allowed. You have to take it on blind faith as gospel truth. Because this is going against Rogan's indoctrination, cult of authority worship that he's propagating. So that's why he keeps calling it a problem. The problem is, the problem is, the problem is. How many times did he say that in the podcast? Perhaps it's not a problem. So again, Rogan accurately projected his own confirmation biases and all of these things earlier. So now it's being exposed even further by calling being objective, skeptical, logical. He's calling it being a problem. Science is a problem for Joe Rogan. He just wants things taken on blind faith as gospel truth.
Basically, anything
Even
coming from the
dinosaurs.
government. Anything
But
coming from the government.
The dinosaurs don't come from the government.
Ooh, so now Joe Rogan is showing his ignorance there where he doesn't understand the history of finding dinosaur bones, the Smithsonian, all of how it's all government controlled. Now, again, I'm not saying dinosaurs aren't real, but it is a fact that the government is connected with dinosaur bones and with all archaeology in certain ways. Not necessarily across the board, but in certain ways through institutions, through academia. So again, these are very, very basic things that for some reason Joe Rogan just cannot grasp. So plenty more to come. This is just the first part of this analysis from this podcast. We will be continuing with part 2 shortly, but hopefully this was an entertaining dose of Joe Rogan's lack of logic or critical thinking ability, of cognitive reasoning of any kind. And we will continue to examine this in relation with Flat Earth and these other conspiracies that Eddie Bravo is talking about. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the Mindshock Podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. You can check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. If you like the podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock. This is Joe Rogan vs. Eddie Bravo, Flat Earth debate on the Rogan Experience podcast Logical Analysis, Part 2, where we continue to examine the fallaciousness of this so-called conversation regarding Flat Earth and conspiracies, and how Joe Rogan has a very limited playbook when it comes to defending his faith-based beliefs, which, even if ultimately accidentally true, were not arrived at logically scientifically. And that is the whole point of logical analysis on the Mindshock Podcast. I am Bruce McGuire, and if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you could check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for logical analysis requests, topic requests, and true crime case requests. All right, let's dive in right here. So in the previous episode, I kind of dissected the main points of logic itself, the difference between religion and science and scientism and the overlap there, what each entails. What does it mean to be scientific? Science is skeptical. Science is skepticism. It's not taking things on blind faith as gospel truth just because a priest calling himself a scientist of a particular organization or university, which in effect is being treated as a church by people like Joe Rogan, who can't think logically or critically, who can't use deductive reasoning. So let's continue from where we left off last time.
Just there's so much fraud when you look into
Astronomy
it. I'm like, I don't
doesn't
trust
come from the
shit.
government. It comes
Look-
from scientists.
Look into it. Look into it, man.
But Eddie, I have looked into it.
All right, so now, okay, so this is kind of funny because Rogan keeps going with all these circular reasoning fallacies, and obviously his Dunning-Kruger is so extreme. I went over Dunning-Kruger on part 1 of the logical analysis, as well as many other logical analyses. It's basically someone's own lack of competence to see their own incompetence. So, and of course that comes from ego. Joe Rogan's very ego dominated. He can't even consider the possibility that he's wrong here, which is why he always jumps out with, the problem is, where he doesn't even realize that it might not be a problem to be logical, scientific, neutral, and skeptical of all claims, and actually wanting real evidence that adheres to the scientific method before jumping to one particular religious belief system or another. Because if you're using science, then it won't be religious. But Joe Rogan can only put forth faith-based religious claims here. And he's saying it's not coming from government, it's coming from scientists. So again, this, I can't tell if Rogan's just that silly and he's not on even a children's level of logic and reason. I'm not sure that's the case, or he used to be, then his brain got fried by drugs, I don't know. Or he's just shilling and he knows full well exactly what's going on. But it's the same thing, the whole nature of the conspiracy which Eddie Bravo is putting forward. And once again, I keep quoting George Carlin because people like Joe Rogan, for whatever reason, the mental capacity is not there to understand that you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So all these different industries, people talk about the military-industrial complex in terms of conspiracies with government, but it's really the military, big pharma, academia industrial complex, because they all scratch each other's back because that's what holds up the house of cards. It's like different mafias operating under the umbrella of mafia. Like during Prohibition era in the US, you make alcohol illegal, all of these mafia organized crime businesses prop up. So if they're making most of their profit from alcohol, the sale of alcohol, it's their vested interest for alcohol not to become legal, because then all this business is taken away from them. So even though there's infighting, which Joe Rogan brought up in an attempt to strawman this, or just his own incomprehension, yes, of course, there's rival factions. And I bring up the slave owner example, where different slave owners on different plantations, they might have rivalries with each other. They might want to make more money or have the better cotton exports or tobacco, whatever it is, but it's in all of their best interests that the institution of slavery continues. So they'll do what's necessary, even without necessarily being in cahoots. They'll have their own independent line of thinking and reasoning and schemes and conspiracies. They might not even let each other in on those. Sometimes they might, sometimes they might not. So Rogan, for whatever reason, the mental capacity is either not there, or he's just faking, where he keeps pretending that institutions do not have any kind of self-preservation tactics and that ego plays no part. As Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his salary depends on him not understanding. So all of these scientists, they're all under the umbrella of the establishment. So and if they're only being funded in one particular area, you see this with so-called climate change. Again, let's not focus on religiously and dogmatically clinging to one particular conclusion or one side. That's not what this is about. You don't develop logic by just invoking the circular reasoning logical fallacy. For the purpose of logically examining, this is like exercise for your brain. It's not about winning a particular basketball game or football game. It's not about that. It's about the actual skill involved and the exercise and fitness factor of exercising. It's not about winning the game. It's not about which side wins. So, and that's the only way to really develop logic well, is by understanding that and examining these fallacies for what they are and learning how to think critically and how to deduce. And that's something Joe Rogan is violently opposed to, because of course he's so ego-triggered, he's so emotionally triggered if he's not faking. Obviously different theories on all of this, if he is faking, to what level he is faking, and I'm not going to fall for black and white fallacies myself, but obviously, going back to that Upton Sinclair quote, a scientist that is under the establishment umbrella, what is he going to do? Is he mentally strong enough to really be objective and neutral about anything? Of course not. He's getting a paycheck like everybody else. There's a certain status quo that needs to be maintained. You see this with relativity all the time. And if you look at history in any field, archaeology, physics, what's commonly thought and commonly accepted, once again, appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, logical fallacies, that's been wrong a lot of the time throughout history. So to just pretend that whatever cult is in power, whatever ideas they have, whatever religion, whether it's the church of the CDC, the church of NASA, that doesn't mean that what proponents of those churches, what those priests calling themselves scientists, it doesn't mean what they're saying. That's why the truth is not afraid of investigation. You can put their claims to the fire, to logic, so to speak. Logic is the way to truth. And Joe Rogan is deathly afraid of doing it, that he has to pretend it's a problem to do this. And he has to pretend that scientists are somehow so infallible, so morally pristine that they would never lie, or that they would never lie, or that they're so perfect that they would have definitely noticed an error. And again, in denial of all basic human psychology. Joe Rogan's not too bright here.
Look,
dinosaurs are for kids.
Look, this is you could go over these different
That looks
sections
so fake.
of the Earth.
That looks
yeah,
so
well, you can look at the next one that comes 10 minutes later. Maybe you won't think that one's fake.
So Joe Rogan, they're on NASA.gov right now looking at images of the Earth. So Joe Rogan, I guess he's that bereft of logic and reason that he thinks that so a serial killer might have faked some photographs to prove an alibi, and you might think one of those photographs is fake, but maybe if you keep looking at his other photographs, you might not think those are fake. It's like Rogan is operating with this just revolving door of these just few fallacies, shifting the burden of proof, appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, appeal to incredulity. Like, he's so clueless. I'm going to introduce some other more advanced fallacies in a moment. I haven't yet because some of the Mindshock listeners, I don't know if they're trolls or they're genuine, they were complaining that they weren't understanding these basic logical fallacies. So I've intentionally avoided using some more advanced ones, but whatever. I'm going to use whatever applies. I'm going to be objective and neutral. I'm not going to worry about those below the children's basic level of understanding.
Like, oh wow, that one's kind of
It
real.
looks all fake.
It doesn't look fake. To me, it looks like what the fucking Earth probably looks like when you're 22,000 miles away.
But how would he know that? He's saying, to me, it looks like what it probably looks like. That's kind of like saying, well, the Bible seems true to me because that's how it would be if there was a God. He's not even saying if. He says probably, what it probably looks like when you're that far. So he's never been that far away from it. But he's taking on blind faith as gospel truth, completely ignoring human psychology, logic and reason itself, or the scientific method. And that's all really Eddie Bravo is pointing out here, and they're so triggered. Like, Joe Rogan is so heavily triggered. They're on the NASA website. Going. So again, I've pointed this out in the past. People don't get triggered about things that their subconscious has not recognized is legitimate, or at least a legitimate line of inquiry. We're not talking about Eddie Bravo being right about anything before the trolls misconstrue. I'm not saying Eddie Bravo is correct about anything other than his reasoning and line of inquiry. We're not talking about conclusions here. We're just talking about the line of inquiry, whether it's logical and an analysis of this so-called debate where they're going back and forth. But Joe Rogan is so triggered he can't let it go. So, for example, if Eddie Bravo had some conspiracy that didn't make sense, like whatever, automobiles aren't real or fake, or the iPhone is fake, whatever, they might laugh about it for a second, but they wouldn't be going on Apple's website. They wouldn't be bringing up the models of phones. They just wouldn't do it. Joe Rogan wouldn't do it because he wouldn't be triggered about that, because he knows that that's silly. Whereas with this, his subconscious has accurately recognized that it's a legitimate line of inquiry. And he's so triggered here that this is all he can do. He can't help, his subconscious can't help itself from projecting these things and showing how silly he is. And he's projecting this on Eddie. It's very funny.
To you, it does, not to me.
This is NASA's.
It's no big deal. Can we agree to disagree?
Yeah, but why think that it does?
Why be logical? Why be objective and neutral? Why be scientific? Joe Rogan, very anti-science, and he makes it known. And he just goes for this argument by repetition, this ad nauseum logical fallacy. Or it's also known as proof by assertion, as if you assert something or say something a million times, it's going to make it true. Because if Rogan had any legitimate points, if he had any kind of scientific, logical points here, he would have made them. It's just like in the previous logical analysis I did where Joe Rogan and Jamie were going after Eddie for not thinking nuclear, or for thinking nuclear weapons might not be real because he hasn't seen the evidence. And Rogan was just like, oh yeah, he understands it. But yet he had never made a single logical scientific argument for it. All he did was appeal to fallacies. All he did was have logical fallacies. That's all he had as part of his argument, same as here. If he really had a legitimate argument, he would have made it. That's what's really hilarious about this. He just keeps going and going and regurgitating all of these fallacies, including this so-called proof by assertion logical fallacy, where he just repeats ad nauseum. Why? Why question? Why question? Why question? I mean, this is a cult member, and he's just really taking offense to Eddie Bravo not drinking the Kool-Aid.
Because I don't trust shit.
Why think that the government does make these fake pictures of the Earth?
But now he's strawmanning again, and then shifting the burden of proof fallacy. It's just nothing but fallacies. It's so strange. You'd think Joe Rogan might be able to squeeze at least one legitimate argument in there. Maybe one? But he's got nothing. It's just hours and hours of nothing. And because, again, Eddie Bravo repeatedly says he doesn't necessarily think it's fake. He just doesn't know that it's real. Again, the scientific position, the non-religious, non-dogmatic position. And Joe Rogan is refusing to accept that, either, again, his own incomprehension because he's that ego-triggered, or he's chilling and trying to make Eddie wrong somehow. And, again, just as a result, again, of either insecurity or agenda pushing, whatever it is.
Don't you think that would be like a risky
thing? We could speculate.
Thing?
You want to speculate? I mean, I could speculate.
I want to hear you speculate.
And also notice Eddie Bravo saying, it's speculation. He's not saying any of his theories are true. That's a very important point there. Eddie Bravo is being more logical and scientific, regardless of conclusion. I have to keep repeating this because there's so many trolls out there that think I'm advocating flat Earth. Their English comprehension is at such a low level. They think me discussing whether something is a logical line of inquiry, that means I am alleging a certain conclusion. Again, that in and of itself is a compositional logical fallacy. But anyway, so Eddie Bravo is explicitly stating over and over and over again, he doesn't know what's true or not. So he's speculating here. Whereas if Joe Rogan was logical or scientific, he would speculate that it might be real, but he's saying there's no reason to believe it's not real. He's a very religious, fundamental mindset where none of the tenets of the religion can be questioned. The church cannot be questioned because it's the church of NASA or it's the church of the CDC, whatever he's talking about.
Easier to control people when they're on a ball?
I've been trying to tell people that forever.
I don't know.
But, like, we got to live on a ball. I told it to my wife. I said, it'd be easy to get the kids to listen if we just lived on a ball.
So this is an appeal to humor logical fallacy, where he just makes a joke of whatever is being said instead of addressing the actual argument. Also known as appeal to ridicule, as an attempt to discredit somehow. So, like, for example, if what Eddie Bravo said is true, then how does appealing to ridicule... It's weird how Joe Rogan doesn't have a single non-fallacious point to make in the entire podcast. I mean, I think even Neil deGrasse Tyson sometimes makes some real points. I mean, even Bill Nye, who's not even a real scientist, he can make some real points occasionally. But for whatever reason, when it comes to certain topics, I guess that Joe Rogan is just that triggered about, or he's just not intelligent enough to push forth the agenda if he's a shill. Because otherwise he'd have something other than logical fallacies.
Fuck this house bullshit.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
That doesn't even make any sense.
And again, he's so bereft of reason. If something doesn't make sense to him, then it's not true. So once again, he must think calculus is not true if the equations don't make sense to him and if he can't figure them out. Does that make math not true if it doesn't make sense to him?
Why would it be easier to get people to listen if they're on a ball rather than they're on a plate?
Because if there's more land, people are going to want to work. There's actually more land? Shit.
What do you mean? There's more land?
Who knows? If you
like the
yeah,
world's
exactly.
like
That's
what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about. Like more land.
You're saying
so it's weird because Joe Rogan said he has looked into it, but he doesn't even understand the basic conspiracy. He doesn't even understand, or he's pretending not to, the very basic conspiracy. At least understand it first, then you can debunk it properly. But if you don't understand it and you just attack it with nothing but logical fallacies, that's why there are so many flat earthers. And either Joe Rogan's just that silly that he doesn't realize it, or he's shilling and that this is some part of some kind of weird CIA psyop where the intention is to get more flat earthers by making the defense of the heliocentric globe model so silly and idiotic that causes more flat earthers to gain in numbers, regardless of what the real model of the universe is. I mean, it's all up in the air now.
if the world is flat and the flat Earth model is true, what's the point of it? What's the point of?
Notice again that Eddie Bravo starts with if. If he's not saying it's true. Again, that's called being logical, being scientific. Something Joe Rogan knows nothing about, clearly, here.
So all the math is fake?
So again, the math is fake. Nobody said the math is fake. This is one of Joe Rogan's biggest straw man arguments here. I mean, it's just fallacy after fallacy. This might be a record. I mean, I've done a couple of logical analyses, some of them on the flat earth. I've done the worst flat earth debate ever. This one might actually be worse in terms of the defense of the heliocentric globe, because Rogan has nothing but logical fallacies. He hasn't made a single real point here. And the straw mans and the intellectual dishonesty, it's so obvious and apparent here. No one said the math is fake. Did you hear Eddie Bravo said the math doesn't work, the math is fake? But he hasn't looked into it. Joe Rogan hasn't looked into it on the math, but he said he did. So just a flat out lying, or Joe Rogan just really isn't operating with a full deck of cards here mentally. So he really thinks he looked into it, and he thinks his Dunning-Kruger might be more extreme than appears on the surface.
The Earth is going 24 hours in a circle. Is that all fake? That it spins, it's going
Gravity.
1,000 miles an hour.
I don't. When you look
Spins,
into it,
corkscrews.
we're stationary. They haven't
Corkscrews.
There's if you
Oh,
look
we're
into the
stationary.
experiments. If you look into the experiments to prove that the Earth is spinning, all of them failed. Look into it.
What are you
You could just think that. We've been indoctrinated into thinking
that's
all
not
this.
true. That's not true.
That's not true. But notice Joe Rogan does this all the time. He interrupts with, "That's not true. The problem with your thinking," without actually offering any evidence whatsoever to back his position. That's what's so hilarious about this. He doesn't offer anything to back his position other than, "That's not true. You're thinking about things the wrong way." And then, of course, all of these logical fallacies. This is nothing but fallacies. I mean, Joe Rogan could be the poster boy for logical fallacies at this rate, just based on this podcast.
Okay, I'm crazy. I get it.
Eddie, Jamie, what you gonna say?
I don't have the science in my head to back it up either, but you.
Oh, so now Jamie admits, I don't have the science to back it up in my head either. So they're just taking the word of priests. So if they're just religiously taking the word of priests on nothing but faith, regardless of whether the conclusion is true, again, I'm not saying the conclusion is false. It's not what I'm saying. I'm not stating what the true model of the universe is here, although I will do a proper defense of the heliocentric globe model. Again, that doesn't mean it's true just because somebody can defend it logically. That still wouldn't make it true. But he's admitting here he doesn't have it in his head, but they're just going to assume, they're going to presuppose that this model is true and Eddie's crazy or wrong.
That's not true. You can't say things like that. That's what Eric Dubay says, and he's not backing it up.
Ooh, so Eddie Dubay doesn't back it up. Okay, right or wrong, Dubay did back it up. So if you do look into it, which these guys claim they did, but obviously they didn't, because if you listen to what Dubay says, and again, I'm not saying Eric Dubay is right about anything, but he does show his work. Nobody can dispute that. He did cite the exact experiments and his interpretation of why they failed or didn't fail, which is a lot more than Joe Rogan or Jamie ever do.
Where's the evidence that? Find the evidence.
There are 13-year-old kids in high
moving.
school right now that can show you the evidence with
Well, where's it?
scientific.
How come you can't show it to me?
Because I'm not in class right now, and I'm not up to date. I'm doing JRE work right now.
So as soon as you start working on a podcast, you can no longer do science. Because if it's that easy to prove, like if Eddie Bravo was asserting that, let's say, cell phones weren't real or whatever, you could pull out a cell phone, they could call each other. All of a sudden, they know how to do a scientific experiment when it comes to something that is easy to prove. But they're pretending that the heliocentric model is that easy to prove and it's a given. They're pretending it's a given. And yet they can't prove it. Now that should already, and that's part of the reason why they're so emotionally triggered, because they know it's a legitimate line of inquiry and they know they can't really prove it. They just don't like that Eddie's not drinking the Kool-Aid and taking it on faith. Now, again, I'm not saying they're wrong. They might be outraged but they don't know that they're right. That's the point. They took on faith that this model was the true. Now, whether it is or it isn't, maybe it is, but they took it on faith and they don't like that Eddie's pointing it out. People, not just these people, but in general, people really hate when their religious faith-based views masquerading as science are exposed as religion as faith-based. Again, nothing to do with them being wrong about the conclusion, but they just really hate that. Just, again, basic human psychology here.
Okay, you're talking about some shit you don't know about.
Camera.
You're talking about some shit you don't know about.
But you're saying
I'm just saying I don't trust it.
You're saying something that people have been proving for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Ooh, okay, there's another one. So Joe Rogan is presupposing, and okay, I'm going to introduce this fallacy now because I think it's the perfect time, and I'll keep referencing. It is called the ludic logical fallacy. So this is something that people really, really struggle with in everything. I mean, with physics, true crime cases, I've seen this all over the place. I haven't talked about it much because it does require just a modicum of more mental capacity than the other logical fallacies, but it has to do with unknown variables. So again, Joe Rogan here is presupposing that all these experiments really do prove what they think they prove. So he thinks, again, humans are just these infallible gods that can't be wrong about everything, and that they must have considered every single possible variable and accounted for it. That's how silly Joe Rogan is, and Jamie here. And a lot of people who they go by faith instead of science. So part of being scientific and logical is understanding the limitations of the fallible human-based technology you're using. So a scientific experiment can only prove something definitively if it's definitive. Now, using fallible human technology and understanding the technology itself is fallible, and it might not be interpreting the result of fallible technology subjectively. So you have a fallible human scientist with a fallible human brain, always working with incredibly limited information, using fallible technology. So his interpretation, of course, is subject to fallibility as well. Again, it shouldn't be that hard to understand. I mean, children can understand that humans aren't perfect. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And the hubris in thinking that an experiment proves what it alleges to without definitively showing how, without showing that strict adherence to the scientific method. Part of the scientific method is, of course, understanding variables, understanding controls. So let me go over the ludic fallacy here. So for the people that have trouble with English comprehension and logical fallacies that are very vocal on the Mindshock social media, pay attention here because this is a big one. So in general, the ludic logical fallacy is assuming that flawless statistical models apply to situations when they actually don't. Okay, so this results in an overconfidence in probability theory, or simply not knowing exactly where it applies, as opposed to chaotic situations, for example, the natural universe, or situations with external influence that are too subtle or numerous to predict. Now, I will do a dedicated podcast on the Cavendish experiment because that, again, people point to that as proof of gravity of mass attracting mass, whereas there was the unknown variable of electromagnetic attraction, physical electromagnetism. If that variable is not accounted for, then it appears that mass is attracting mass. So that's another example of an experiment that alleges to prove mass attracts mass, but does not account for electromagnetism. It does not account for non-mass attracting mass-based variables. But it assumes that this is a flawless experiment that flawlessly detects gravity via mass attracting mass. Now, the ludic fallacy itself was originally presented by Nassim Nicholas Taleb in his 2007 book, The Black Swan. So this book is The Black Swan, The Impact of the Highly Improbable Fragility. Okay? So here's the example that's used in the book. So there are two people, Dr. John, who is regarded as a man of science and logical thinking, and Fat Tony, who is regarded as a man who lives by his wits. A third party asks them, assume a fair coin is flipped 99 times, and each time it comes up heads. What are the odds that the 100th flip would also come up heads? So Dr. John, supposedly a man of science and logical thinking, says that the odds are not affected by the previous outcomes. So the odds are still 50-50. So this, for the 100th flip, they would still be 50-50 as for the previous 99 flips, but it keeps coming up heads. Fat Tony says that the odds of the coin coming up heads 99 times in a row are so low, because this would be less than 1 in 6.33 times 1,029, that the initial assumption that the coin had a 50-50 chance of coming up heads is most likely incorrect. So what does that mean? So for those that are having trouble, there's an unknown variable here. For example, let's say, so they said it was the coin itself was a fair coin. So that means it's not a weighted coin. Okay, so that means we have to consider other possibilities. So what if there's some kind of an air vent or something that's catching either the head, one side of the coin, for whatever reason, there's an unknown variable here. Now it's very, very subtle or whatever that's causing the coin, or it's unknown. I just brought up that air vent because the air vent, there would have to be some kind of an angle where they're flipping it or in some kind of a corner that would cause the head part to always come up as opposed to the tail part. So we're talking something very, very subtle variable. So it's probably not an air vent. I just brought that up. An X variable is causing it to come up heads each time. So Dr. John's still going 50-50, but Fat Tony's saying he's going to bet it's going to come up heads again because there's an unknown variable. Now, for whatever reason, I see this in everything, in physics, in true crime cases. Most people I guess it's a form of cognitive dissonance where it's too mentally uncomfortable to believe that there's more unknown variables. Because humans like certainty, there's a certain fear of the unknown, and that manifests in many, many ways, even in mundane, everyday situations. But this ludic fallacy really brings to the forefront unknown variables. So the explanation in general for this coin flip, imagine yourself watching a coin flip. Knowing all about the gambler's fallacy, you would hold out much longer than someone like Fat Tony when you get to the point where you say, all right, something's going on here with the coin. At what point does it become fallacious reasoning to continue to insist that you are just witnessing the inevitable result of probability? There is no definite answer. Your decision will need to be argued and supported by solid reasons. Again, if you're going to surmise that it is an air vent, or I guess what's more likely is that there's some kind of super sensitive technology, or there's some kind of an uneven magnet on the floor, or something's affecting that it's always coming up heads, but you don't have to know about it. So again, this all points, again, we have to go back to Dunning-Kruger. Would an intelligent human understand unknown variables? And this is such a foreign concept to many people. I'm going to give another super easy example here. And you can find these online. Logicallyfallacious.com is a pretty good website. These are easy to understand terms. Some people think that I'm making these logical fallacies up or something. I mean, this is very easy to understand. It's readily available on the internet. It's just like working out. An obese person might come up with excuses not to get off the couch, but I mean, you can go for a walk, you can go jogging. This is the equivalent of developing logic. It's really not that hard if you put in the effort. Here's another example on this website. Half the people in the world are female. The chances of the next person to walk out that door being female is 50-50. And someone else says, do you realize that is the door to a gynecologist? So the first individual is focusing on pure statistics, ignoring actual reasoning or other variables. They're closing their eyes to other variables. For example, in the Cavendish experiment, if you're only focusing on certain variables and not other variables, the result of an experiment would appear to give you a certain result without that actually being the result. That might not be the truth, because if mass does not attract mass, if the theory of gravity is not really proven on a basis of mass attracting mass, nobody's denying forces in the universe. Nobody's denying that. That's a straw man that the pro-relativity people immediately go to. And once again, if you haven't checked out Dr. Run Z. Cow's dismantling of the theory of relativity point by point in a children's level manner, you can check those out on YouTube. So, of course, the explanation given here in the book, chaos theory plays a huge role in our universe and is way beyond the scope of this book. As for this fallacy, many things that appear to be random are actually chaotic systems or unpredictable deterministic systems. Attempting to apply the rules of random probability in these cases will result in all kinds of errors. Once again, the ludic logical fallacy, assuming that flawless statistical models apply to situations where they actually don't. So out of all the laws of physics, basically infinite laws of physics, how many do humans know and understand? Very little. So to pretend that a fallible experiment using fallible technology and the fallible interpretations of that experiment somehow irrefutably prove something, I mean, that's just silliness. And that is the limitations of human-based scientific experiments. We're not talking about computer-based mathematical models contained to that mathematical model, because that would be true. As far as we know, again, that's still an assumption, but at least that's reasonable and scientific. Whereas relying on the fallible human mind working with limited information and many unknown variables, that's logically fallacious. So let's go back here to see what they're going to say.
Into the Michelson-Morley experiments. That was Einstein said it himself. Einstein said, to this day, Einstein said it,
Don't
there is
bring
no
him into
proof
this.
that we're moving. Dude, you guys just haven't looked into it. That's all it is.
You're watching
guys haven't
YouTube
looked into
videos,
it.
Eddie. There's a difference between looking into it and watching YouTube videos.
Is there really? Because if you're watching a NASA YouTube video, I mean, you still, the YouTube videos are things from other sources as well. So you can find the Discovery Channel on YouTube. You can find all sorts of official narrative documentary, establishment pushed propaganda, religious and faith-based, that Joe Rogan and Jamie believe in. You can find those on YouTube too. So of course here, now they're using, of course, another straw man They're using the cherry picking logical fallacy where they're only looking at information they disagree with on YouTube and discrediting YouTube. Whereas literally everything they believe in is available on YouTube. So so if YouTube invalidates it, that means everything is invalidated because everything's on YouTube. So again, not very logical by Joe Rogan. He might be setting some kind of record here with the amount of fallacies he's hitting.
So let's say this. Okay, so what if it's true?
The same channel?
Okay, what if it's true that Albert Einstein said there is no evidence that the Earth is spinning? What if he says he said a quote? You say that's not true. I saw it on YouTube. But what if we find out that it is true? Then what?
It actually is true. Einstein did say at Kyoto University in Japan on December 14th, 1922, he did say, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. And of course, this is easy to understand for anybody who understands frame of reference and all of these things. So is everything else moving? Are you moving? So these things, again, that's one of the main tenets of relativity. So the fact that these goofballs like Joe Rogan and Jamie, they don't even understand the basics of relativity and Einstein's work or the historical context in which that was said. We're talking the 20s here. I mean, geocentrism versus heliocentrism was a big debate back then, but these guys are, of course, clueless. And Eddie, who, even if wrong about conclusions, is so much more educated and logical. It's so hilarious.
But what if we find out that it is true? Then what?
What if they find out leprechauns are really butt-fucking genies
That's
on the
what
moon?
I thought.
All right. That's all Rogan has. I mean, he's like an immature little 4-year-old who has to, again, appeal to ridicule and all these things because he has no argument. He doesn't actually want to engage logic and reason because it's hard work. I mean, to be objective and neutral, scientific instead of religious, just to consider that the propaganda that you've been indoctrinated with is false, it's very difficult. You have to be truly scientific to do it.
That's what I thought.
What does that mean?
That's what I said. So you're saying,
do you really
it's
think
on
that
YouTube?
Einstein
You really
said that?
Look at
maybe in
I don't know.
1947 there wasn't much evidence that the Earth was spinning because they didn't understand it yet.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So then it's not that ridiculous that he said that, right? Way back then. He actually said it in the 20s. And he's assuming they didn't understand it yet and they understand it now. So he's putting all this faith in the infallibility of humans. Again, very, very silly.
It yet.
Okay.
When you're talking about something that happened more than a half a century ago, Einstein is, look, you compare all the people that are alive today, whether it's Lawrence Krauss or Stephen Hawking's most famous failed experiment.
That's the
What is this?
Michelson-Morley experiment. It was on. They couldn't recreate it. It was in the 1880s. I looked this up when I was watching the podcast.
True
with Derek
science
Kay.
is
so listen to what he just said.
recreate it.
No,
Right.
Eddie,
That's-
exactly.
You keep using that. Look at the Michelson-Morley experiments. I did. I
What
read up
happened?
the information on it. It's an experiment that was supposed to be able to be recreated. It was not able to be recreated. So that evidence is used by flat Earth supporting people. Like you just said, like, go look it up, go look it up.
Yeah,
so I
true
did
science
look it
is
up.
repeatable. You can't repeat
Eddie,
it. It's
you're
not real
not
science.
you don't understand
That's
what
you're
saying.
saying. I'm
Okay.
trying to tell you that. That's the
This
evidence you were trying to
experiment-
say. It's
Okay.
fake.
They say the experiment showed the Earth is not spinning. No one can reproduce that experiment.
All right, so here's these clueless buffoons arguing about this is hilarious. So Jamie read some basic propaganda. Joe Rogan just took it on faith that basic propaganda on whatever official narrative sources that supports his religion state. Now, the Michelson-Morley experiment really needs its own podcast, but here's the crux of the issue on the Michelson-Morley experiment. Again, human fallibility plays a huge role as well as propaganda. Okay, so what did the Michelson-Morley experiment actually measure? So this is the main crux of the issue. They say the experiment hasn't been repeated, therefore it's not valid. But here's the thing. Can it be repeated? Can it be repeated easily? Here's where assumptions and variables come into play again, the Ludic fallacy. We have to measure ether. Any conversation about the Michelson-Morley experiment cannot be had without ether. Notice how Joe Rogan, Jamie, they're so ignorant and illogical and uneducated about the history of all these, because they're just taking on blind faith the word of priests. They don't have any historical context. They don't know how the scientific method works. They have no grasp at all of logical fallacies, particularly the Ludic logical fallacy. The Michelson-Morley experiment specifically involved ether. Not to mention, the null result was not a true null result. of movement. There was a fraction measured, but it was considered null. It was not true null. Okay? But here's the thing. The experiment considered that ether exists. Of course, and I'll get into ether in 1 second. I'll keep this really, really short because I'll do a dedicated podcast on this experiment and the ether and geocentrism, because that's what the debate was, whether the earth was moving or not. It wasn't so much supposedly about whether it was flat or a globe. Supposedly it was agreed upon that it was a globe. Whether it was moving or not, geocentrism versus heliocentrism was the true debate. So this Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887 supposedly proved the earth is motionless. Here's the thing though. It assumed the existence of ether. So if the earth was traveling through ether, would that create winds on earth? And of course, these winds were supposedly missing. Okay? Because goofballs like Joe Rogan and Jamie, they don't even understand the true purpose of the experiment or any of the details of the experiment. They just jump on that one propaganda line. It could not be recreated, but they don't know why. They don't know why anything, because they're just preaching their religion. So let's discuss the true science of this. There was slight movement. It was given a zero null result, which is not true. Also, it wasn't exactly a precise experiment. It was an imperfect experiment in the first place. So let's go back to the ether for just 1 second. In 1913, Sagnac proved that there was an ether and that moving through ether would create wind turbulence at ground level. This is, of course, the Sagnac effect. And this supports the Michelson-Morley experiment that the Earth is motionless. So, of course, Einstein's theory of relativity, which is nonsensical, according to Nikola Tesla and many other pure physicists, was to counter these experiments and these proofs that have been mostly erased. But, for example, the Michelson-Gale experiment. So the Michelson-Gale experiment actually detected ether passing the surface of the Earth with an accuracy of 2.6% of the speed of the daily rotation of the Earth. So does the Earth rotate, or is there ether? That's the main point here. So for the propaganda discounting the Michelson-Morley experiment, if you assume there is no ether, of course the experiment can't be replicated. I mean, these goofballs, just the basic logic required to understand these arguments. Again, I'm not saying whether it's true or untrue, just the very, very basics of not understanding whether you're assuming a certain variable or not. Again, the Ludic logical fallacy. It's not even really the Ludic logical fallacy because the ether variable is known. So it's a step further. So it's basically just pure straw manning. Not to mention there's a ton of other experiments by De Palma, Kozyrev, Lamoureux, Elias, and the Byfield-Brown effects, which all supposedly prove that there is no gravity by mass attracting mass, but simply force of ether waves. Okay. So, I'm just going to mention one quick quote from Tesla here. Only the existence of a field of force can account for the motions of the bodies as observed, and its assumption dispenses with space curvature. All literature on this subject is futile and destined to oblivion. So are all attempts to explain the workings of the universe without recognizing the existence of ether and the indispensable function it plays in the phenomena. So this is Nikola Tesla, the guy who created the modern world, the technology that we're all using that everybody pretends is based on relativity. It's actually based on all of Nikola Tesla's patents and work, all his wireless, transistor technology, electricity. All of these things are Tesla's. The modern world, all the technology we're using is all Tesla's. But yet everybody wants to cling religiously on blind faith and accept as religious dogma Einstein's relativity. I'm just going to do one more quote from Nikola Tesla just so these goofballs like Joe Rogan can understand how silly they are appearing here. Einstein's relativity is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple whom ignorant people take for king. Is he describing Joe Rogan and Jamie here? Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists. And this is, of course, a quote from Nikola Tesla. So let's go back to the Joe Rogan podcast, of course, with these goofballs like Joe Rogan not understanding the role of ether. Of course, if you assume ether not to exist, of course the experiment's not going to be replicated. But in the original experiment, they assumed ether to be real. Therefore, so if you account for the existence of ether for this variable, you can replicate the experiment all day. Possibly.
That's why it's not real.
And that's why, no, his lack of understanding of ether and variables and the basic scientific method shows that his belief is not scientific. It's not a real scientific belief. Joe Rogan's just preaching religion here. And you can see how triggered he is at Eddie over this when it's his own ignorance. Again, Dunning-Kruger in full effect.
So this thing that you keep repeating is bullshit.
Or is it? Once again, if you actually learn something, Joe Rogan and Jamie, learn about the history of the experiment, the variable of ether, and how that would affect results, and learn about all these other experiments and the history of geocentrism, you might learn something instead of sounding like goofballs getting triggered by Eddie Bravo, who, again, he's not the best at putting forth his arguments, but that still doesn't, I mean, the definitions of science are still the same, no matter how hard Joe Rogan and Jamie pretend that ether was assumed to exist and then the experiment was not replicated. No matter how hard they ignore all these other experiments, which of course are not mentioned in mainstream literature, the same way at a church you wouldn't necessarily have books from other religions showing that your own religion is false. Why would you have that in your house of worship? You wouldn't have that. But these goofballs don't even understand basic conflict of interest.
Okay.
And this thing that you keep, but don't, no.
Hey, where did you get this information?
Jamie.
Where'd you get it?
Where'd I get what?
This information. What is this coming from?
This is coming off the internet.
Exactly. So you're reading some information. I'm reading some information off the internet. You didn't go to the library. It's on Wikipedia.
Just slow down.
Eddie, stop doing
There's
that.
sources here. There's a book called the American Journal of Science. I'm sure that a lot of people respect that.
So now he's citing to the Bible. These sources that they regard as gospel truth. Now, maybe they're true, maybe they're not, but it's just you can hear the reverence in their voices. The reverence in Jamie's voice when he says source.
Bought and paid for.
Well, maybe.
It is. It's bought and paid for. It's part of that.
Here's the thing, Eddie.
It's like the Washington Post.
Eddie, why would anybody be paying money for people to lie?
Again, appeal to motive. So Joe Rogan's denying everything just to discuss motive, which is the least important part of everything. Motive is not relevant to any physical evidence or physical experiment. Why? If we use Joe Rogan's faulty logic here, just complete brain dead logic here, why would mass attract mass? Because he believes in gravity and that mass attracts mass, but why would it? Nobody knows why. You measure the effect. That's what science is. Now, whether it was measured accurately or not, whether it accounted for other variables, that's what we're discussing here. But this motive is just, humans are corrupt and imperfect. It's really not that hard to understand.
About the world spinning.
That's a very good question that everybody asks coming in. Everybody asks that
into the group.
Yeah,
have a seat, have some coffee. My name's Eddie, and I believe
by
the Earth's
one,
flat.
they're getting knocked
Hi,
down.
Eddie.
All you gotta do is look
Eddie,
into
they're
it.
not. They're not. They're
It's
not.
huge.
They're
Flat
not
Earth
getting
is
knocked
huge.
down. That's why we just read this thing that you've been citing, and you didn't even understand it when we were reading it.
And Joe Rogan didn't understand anything either. And he said we were reading it. Jamie was the one reading it. But, of course, they have to... they want their safety in numbers because, again, you have to have a certain amount of mental strength to go against status quo. So, because Joe Rogan is all about appealing to authority and appealing to popularity logic fallacies. But Joe Rogan and Jamie are so clueless about the Michelson-Morley experiment. They looked at one line from a propaganda official source website and they assumed it true. And that's what they're getting on Eddie Bravo about. So the hypocrisy is so hilarious because they're mad about Eddie possibly reading something quickly and not understanding it, when that's exactly what they did. They don't even understand the variable of ether and the role that plays in the Michelson-Morley experiment. So regardless of whether, again, let's not cling desperately to conclusions. Regardless of whether the experiment proves something or not, the role of ether is the critical factor in the experiment. They're missing that information, and they're just illogically assuming and clinging to their faith dogmatically while attacking Eddie for hypocritically doing what they're doing, or at least thinking that that's what he's doing.
You read off the internet.
But that's
you
how
read off the internet.
How
I read
am
it
I
off
supposed
the
to read
internet
it?
too. I read it off
I
the
don't have
internet
any
too.
books here. I'll go find the encyclopedia if you want.
We're both reading
and
off the
print off-
internet. We're both getting our information off the internet.
So you're saying one of them is peer-reviewed journals from scientists.
Appeal to authority, appeal to popularity again. Peer review means nothing. Because if you have a group of people indoctrinated into the same inaccurate scientific information, whether intentional fraud or not, just like if you look at the peer review from over 100 years ago on outdated and inaccurate theories, they were all peer reviewed. Like, what is peer? I mean, the truth is the truth. Science is not determined by consensus, obviously. But Joe Rogan, again, either he's that mentally deficit or he's shilling. I don't know. I really don't know.
American Journal of Science. Come
The
on,
internet
that's
is
like
also
NIST.
data
That's NIST.
and
That's like
Eddie,
that's like the
articles.
Economist.
So you think it's more likely that everyone is in on it and lying than it is one guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and he makes a YouTube video and you get convinced?
Okay, so again, completely missing. Like, this is the king of straw man arguments that just stacked a ton of fallacies there. Nobody's in on it. I mean, we're talking 99.99999% are not in on it. They're just reading the literature purporting to be scientific and buying it. So the few people, obviously, there's how many truly revolutionary geniuses like Tesla are there? There's not a lot. Is Joe Rogan really expecting the cognitive dissonant masses like himself, who they're just very, very mentally deficient? They're not scientific, they're not logical, they've been basically brainwashed and indoctrinated out of the use of logic and reason. And he's assuming that all of these individuals would blow the whistle. I mean, a lot of them did, actually. If you look at the history of relativity, even with Michelson, Morley, there's all these other experiments, and there were physicists who were pointing this out. It's not one guy. These were accomplished physicists. I'll go over this in a dedicated podcast. I mean, this is already going long because Rogan is just stacking these fallacies and to address them point by point. I mean, it's almost exhaustive because he hasn't made a single legitimate point this entire podcast. And now he's strawmanning Eddie Bravo into pretending that Eddie Bravo is arguing that everybody's in on it and lying. Of course not. What a silly, silly goof.
And it's attractive to you because it seems like it would be an amazing conspiracy to be ahead of. And you get trapped in the fucking rabbit hole and you go down the flat earth rabbit hole and you find yourself defending things with experiments that you don't even understand.
Well, look who's talking. He doesn't understand, Joe Rogan doesn't understand any of these experiments either. So again, the hypocrisy, I mean, this might be Joe Rogan's most hypocritical podcast in addition to the most illogical.
Which means
you just read some shit that he pulled up off the internet,
But
and
I know that you don't
and you're like
understand it.
all over it.
I know you didn't understand
No,
it.
I
'cause he
understand
had
it now. It
explained
doesn't
to you
matter.
twice.
It doesn't matter.
But I understood it, and he had explained it to you twice.
Well, nobody understood anything here. If you didn't mention ether, you don't understand anything, Joe Rogan. You're completely clueless about the Michelson-Morley experiment while pretending they're not clueless, while completely denying all science, logic, and reason, just the very use of variables. I mean, just completely clueless Joe Rogan projecting this on Eddie Bravo.
You didn't understand it. You were arguing
No,
for it.
no. This is the proof. Now I understand it. There was an experiment to prove that the Earth wasn't moving,
And it was not repeatable.
And then they proved it, but it
No.
But
No, they didn't prove it.
No.
They didn't.
I get they.
Or did they? Again, without talking about the ether, and even if they did with that experiment, that still doesn't make it true, right? Because I don't know why Joe Rogan and Jamie, they're these goofballs, they assume that an experiment is absolutely infallible. Whether it did or didn't prove anything, how does that prove that the experiment itself was set up in a flawless fashion that would prove it one way or the other? I mean, these goofballs, man, this is rough.
Didn't prove it, but
Right.
that doesn't mean that it's spinning.
Oh, Jamie, I'm sure you can find some evidence that the Earth is spinning.
And yet, look, we're going all this time, and they can't find any evidence that it's spinning. And Joe Rogan assumes they can, because again, he's so blinded by faith. He assumes it's there without knowing it's there. That's the very definition of faith and religion.
Eddie, people have known it's spinning forever. That's how the seasons
Gravity,
work.
baby.
That's how you see the sun. We spin around. That's why it makes eclipses.
And these are, again, all presuppositions based on a particular model that he has faith in, that the model is gospel truth and can't be disputed, and that everybody knew it at all times, which is demonstrably false. Many different groups of people thought many different things. Some of them scientists and physicists, some of them. I mean, there's still geocentrists today. There's hundreds of physics professors, allegedly. This has been reported in certain sources. Maybe it's not true, but supposedly there's something around 200 physics professors that are geocentrists. Obviously, they don't make that position publicly known, because that would be, they'd probably be fired. But they talk in private about it. Some of them not completely in private. There's a couple that have been public geocentrists. And I guess Joe Rogan thinks he knows. I mean, if he's going to appeal to authority fallacies here, they're physics professors. They know more than him, right? So if they think it's geocentrism is the correct model, what does that mean, Joe Rogan?
That's why you can track time zones. That's why you can put a piece of stick in the ground.
You're saying all the correct shit.
It acts as a sundial.
What the heck? How would putting a stick in the ground acting as a sundial prove any model of the universe? That might be the silliest thing Joe Rogan has ever said. I mean, pretty much you could come up with a million different models. You can go concave Earth, and you could still get a sundial from the sun. I mean, how does that prove what you're on? That just proves that whatever above you is moving, or you're moving around it. That just proves there's movement on one side, whatever, or both sides, whatever that may be. It doesn't. So I guess it's possible. Is it possible that Joe Rogan is just extremely mentally deficient and a shill? So he doesn't understand anything, but he's just also pushing an agenda? Is that the most likely explanation here? And we'll be continuing this episode because there's just so many more fallacies than even I thought there would be. So this is actually going to end up being a series. But I hope you enjoyed another edition of the Mindshock Podcast in this analysis of Joe Rogan versus Eddie Bravo. Flat Earth debate. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, debunkings, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. You could also check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock. This is Bruce McGuire with the ongoing logical analysis series of Joe Rogan vs. Eddie Bravo and the Flat Earth debate, a highly conspiratorial chat that took place on the Joe Rogan Experience 948. Brendan Schwab guest stars for comedic effect, and of course, Jamie in the background. Proven his incomprehension of science and logic as well. I actually didn't expect this to be an ongoing series for whatever reason. I thought I could take care of it in one episode, but yeah, no, Joe Rogan has nothing but logical fallacies to hold up his faith-based religious belief systems. Regardless of whether or not the conclusions are true or false, that's not what this logical analysis is about, or any logical analyses. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, rebuttals, debunkings. Thoughts of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You can check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. All right, so let's jump in right here. We just left off in the previous episode where Joe Rogan and Jamie didn't understand anything about the Michelson-Morley experiment, and they were, due to their incomprehension and just complete lack of understanding or education, their sheer ignorance on the Michelson-Morley experiment, they were kind of pretending that it not only could it not be replicated, but that proof invalidates it, which, of course, this is just a stack of logical fallacies. Make sure you listen to part 1 and part 2 of the logical analyses before continuing on here. But we're picking up right where we left off. Joe Rogan spewing nothing but faith-based religious ignorance.
You're saying all the shit.
Eddie, there's a fundamental problem with the way you approach these things.
Again, Joe Rogan has a fundamental problem with science, logic, and reason. He has a fundamental problem with it. He accuses Eddie of it because Eddie is actually scientific and logical, regardless of whether his conclusions are true or false. I have to reiterate for the trolls all the time, I'm not saying the flat earth model is true in any way. I am just examining debates or arguments for logical veracity. Because even if Eddie's wrong about everything, at least he's taking a logical, scientific approach of neutrality and objectivity based on empiricism and the scientific method itself. Now, Joe Rogan has nothing but faith-based logical fallacies holding up his religious view system, which he is pretending is scientific. And Eddie's exposing that. So, of course, Joe Rogan, again, he could be a poster boy for the Dunning-Kruger effect. He doesn't realize how he doesn't have the competence to realize his own incompetence. And, of course, his highly insecure psyche, where he has all of this psychological projection going on. His ego can't handle it, and his subconscious is so triggered. He's so triggered, he has to project all of these things, and he has to say there's a fundamental problem with basic logic, reason, science, with basic questioning. You're not allowed to question this faith-based establishment narrative that Joe Rogan vehemently believes in with religious fervor, unless, of course, he's a shill and he's faking all of this.
These things.
No, there's not a problem.
The problem is you
I don't
go
trust
into
shit.
them.
You do.
But it's not that I
I don't have
trust
a
shit.
problem.
No, but Eddie, you know I don't trust shit.
I'm having fun with
You know
it.
I don't.
We don't know that. All he's done, when you're constantly appealing to scientists, to authority, and pretending that they don't work for the establishment, that is trusting. Joe Rogan is either a gullible fool who doesn't understand anything about basic logic and science, or he's a shill, or maybe a combination of both. I floated that theory on the previous episode, where if he really is just a complete buffoon and a goof who doesn't understand basic English comprehension, basic logic, the scientific method, if he doesn't understand any of it, plus he's a shill, that might possibly be the best fitting explanation. I don't know.
It doesn't matter if
That's
it's
a
flat
bad-
or round. It
that
doesn't
is
matter.
That's
I'm
a
having
bad
fun with it.
fallback. You keep saying that. It's a bad fallback because what we're saying is there are conspiracies. The problem is when you think everything is conspiracy, you act as a psyop guy and you fuck people over that want to look at real conspiracies.
So, okay, that's a pretty wow. So I don't know how much of an egotistical statement that is. As if Joe Rogan is the supreme authority. He is so infallible. He is so morally incorruptible and is a genius of the highest order that he knows with certainty which conspiracies are true and untrue. And because of that, he's criticizing someone else who's just being objective, logical, and neutral, as turning people away from looking at the conspiracies that Joe Rogan believes on faith are true or untrue. Nothing but faith. Oh man, Joe Rogan is one of the most religious people, one of the most religious personalities, podcasting personalities. He's very, very religious here. So since Joe Rogan is kind of running the gauntlet here on logical fallacies, nothing but fallacy after fallacy after fallacy, we could add in here the red herring logical fallacy, because he's basically misleading and distracting from this conspiracy by not just strawmanning, but creating this red herring all wrapped in circular reasoning, logical fallacies, and all these other logical fallacies, faith-based presuppositions that Joe Rogan holds, like, for example, the model of the universe. So he's kind of creating this red herring here to distract, where he's trying to paint this picture that Eddie Bravo, always being skeptical, always being scientific and logical, that somehow that's taking away from conspiracies which Joe Rogan subjectively believes are true. It doesn't make any sense at all. Oh man, it's funny. There's no logical coherency here from Joe Rogan.
Because the real conspiracy is like the Gulf of Tonkin.
That's what I thought too.
Okay. Like the Gulf of Tonkin, real, like Operation Northwoods, real things that really happened. When you look at those things and people explore them, they go, "Oh, I don't think they really killed Kennedy." Are you sure? Why don't you look at this? Look.
And why don't you look at this, the geocentric model, Joe Rogan? Just look at this. But he's refusing to look. He's doing all these things that he's criticizing all these other people of not looking at the so-called real conspiracies that Joe Rogan believes in. It's almost amusing.
Look at this stuff. There's a lot of really crazy evidence.
Just like with the geocentric model, or the fakery of NASA. There's a lot of really good evidence, but Joe Rogan refuses to look at it. And now, again, he's chastising Eddie Bravo here from somehow leading certain people away from the real conspiracies by talking about greater conspiracy. I mean, what is Joe Rogan's line of reasoning, if any, here? It's almost like he's talking for the sake of talking. He's just, all he's doing is making fallacious faith-based claims, and now with this massive red herring here.
When you start thinking that the world is flat, the dinosaurs aren't real, all this nutty shit that you believe.
And that's exactly what people say about Gulf of Tonkin, JFK. That's what they think about that. They think it's all nutty. So now he's going to like an ad hominem logical fallacy. This is the laziest one. You just label something nutty that you don't want to look at. Now, is labeling something nutty make it untrue? Some people think the Gulf of Tonkin is nutty. Some people think JFK being some kind of insider conspiracy by the U.S. government, they think that's nutty. They call it nutty. How logical is that, Joe Rogan? Once again, the most hypocritical podcast he's ever done, probably.
And you just jump into it with, the problem is, it discredits all these other things that you believe.
Okay, is that true? So again, the ad hominem logical fallacy. Does it discredit? Does it discredit really? Now, to someone who understands logic and reason, why would someone believing one thing discredit something else? So if someone's like a devout Christian, but they're also a doctor, a modern medical science doctor, does them being a Christian discredit them being a practicing doctor? I mean, I guess in Joe Rogan's mind it does. I don't really know. Again, that's why this is such a massive red herring logical fallacy. But no surprise, since Joe Rogan only brings logical fallacies. I mean, his podcast should just be called the Logical Fallacy Podcast with Joe Rogan.
That might be real. Because the other things have some validity to them.
So now, again, he's presupposing. He's doing these circular reasoning fallacies. These other things have some validity. But again, that's why logic is important. I'm going to restate the definition of logic, which I did in episode 1, because Joe Rogan definitely doesn't know it. So depending on which dictionary you use, here is the definition from the American Heritage Dictionary. I've given various definitions. This is a pretty good one, too. The study of the principles of reasoning, especially of the structure of propositions as distinguished from their content and of method and validity in deductive reasoning. So validity keeps coming up here. Another definition that I've used before, a more basic one, is simply reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. So basically, to be able to discern whether something is valid or not. So clearly, Joe Rogan has no clue what logic is or what's valid evidence or not valid evidence, as he's proved. But that might just be because he's so emotionally triggered by this topic. Because if you're talking, again, Gulf of Tonkin or 9/11, or at least in the past, and again with the moon landing conspiracy in the past, or JFK in the past, and maybe still, I don't know if he's ever backtracked on JFK. That's the one's a little bit more obvious. It's harder to fool people. If he is a shill gatekeeper, he definitely wants to keep that gate open regarding JFK. But how would he know whether something is valid evidence or not if all he's doing is dismissing it? All he's doing is appealing to ridicule every time Eddie Bravo brings something up, appealing to authority, appealing to popularity. I mean, he's doing nothing but appealing to the fallacies and his own blind faith with religious fervor in these priests that indoctrinated him. So how would he know? But he's already assuming he's already correct. This type of narcissistic ego domination that Joe Rogan is a slave to, regardless of whether he's a shill or not, that much is obvious just through his psychological projection and these basic psychological processes that, again, you don't need an advanced level of psychology to understand these things. This is all basic stuff.
Just haven't looked into it, that's all.
Eddie.
I used to say the same
Eddie,
stuff.
you're talking about the earth being flat.
And now now Joe Rogan is starting to yell because he's so triggered.
Thousands of scientists have looked into it. You think they're all wrong?
You think all the scientists are wrong? So again, he's appealing to appeal to authority, appeal to popularity. How many times is Joe Rogan going to make this fallacious argument? It's just nonstop. So, and again, Eddie Bravo never said they were wrong. He said it remains unknown. Again, the very nature of science is skepticism. You're not just going to take on faith. Now, again, Joe Rogan, in his silliness, in his goofiness, and he's so triggered and angry here, I'm not sure he's shilling on this topic. I think he really might be just that clueless in general and that illogical, or a combination of both. Again, I don't want to fall for black and white fallacies myself. Yes, the majority of scientists have been mistaken by the majority of things for the majority of history. This is nothing new. Again, if you just think about how things are going to be 100 years from now, this is just the basics of human psychology and history. I mean, Joe Rogan just does not want to learn anything from history. He doesn't want to be logical. Again, because he's so triggered, the logic switch just got turned off in this particular topic.
That's so insane.
You haven't looked into it.
It's so insane. Again, appeal to incredulity, ad hominem logical fallacies. Notice how Joe Rogan has not offered anything of substance. He just calls Eddie Bravo crazy, and he just keeps appealing to popularity and authority. That's it. That's all he does. I mean, it's almost, I mean, I don't know if it's sad or funny. It's definitely hilarious. It's definitely funny, but it's also sad. It's sad that a functioning adult doesn't even have a basic grasp of logic.
I have.
No, you have.
Oh my God. How could I not have?
Well, it's obvious how you could not have. He didn't even understand the land argument with if there's more land, you keep people confined to a ball. Again, I'm not saying the flat earth theory is true in any way, but to just understand the basics of the alleged conspiracy. I don't think that's too much to ask for if you're going to choose to discuss a topic. It's like sitting down to play chess at a tournament, but you don't know the rules, and then you upend the chessboard, then you get mad at your opponent and you accuse your opponent of cheating or whatever. You don't even know the rules. If you're gonna sit at the chess table, at least learn the rules first. Maybe don't even follow them, but at least know what they are first. I mean, is that too much to ask for? And Joe Rogan is proving that he didn't learn the rules first before sitting at the chess table. He says he's looked into it, and then he's trying to say, you don't think I've looked into it. As if he didn't, when he's done nothing but prove he doesn't understand the conspiracy even being alleged.
You don't think I have? I'm watching you go down the rabbit hole. You don't think I've tried to pay attention to what the fuck these people are talking about? It doesn't work.
I don't think so.
What do you mean it doesn't work? Of course it works. Doesn't mean it's true. It's logically consistent. You know, as George Carlin once said, you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. This is all basic logic, basic psychology. Everything is logically consistent. However, that doesn't mean it's true. You can come up with a million logically consistent models, but you need actual evidence to prove that they are true. Again, so same thing with flat earth. You can make a flat earth, a logically consistent model of flat earth. That's not going to make it true, is it? It's something the flat earther side doesn't understand. But the heliocentric globe believers, those that believe on blind faith, and unfortunately these are the vocal mouthpieces. For some reason, logical, scientific, heliocentric globe believers are not publicly defending their model, at least not yet. I think it's going to get to the point where they're going to have to come out and defend it. Otherwise, you get Joe Rogan looking like a buffoon here, making one of the most poorly argued defenses of the heliocentric globe. It's sad here.
Eddie, there's websites dedicated to debunking it.
And then there's websites dedicated to debunking the debunking. What does that mean, Joe Rogan?
Is dedicated to showing you the science,
On the
showing
internet.
you the math.
Just like with the ether and the Michelson-Morley experiment, there's websites dedicated to showing the difference. And again, with this ludic logical fallacy that I brought up, how unknown variables factor into assumptions or subjective conclusions made by fallible scientists, by fallible humans, using fallible technology in their fallible experiments. Now, again, that we don't need to jump to true or untrue, but again, in the world of science, which, again, Joe Rogan doesn't know the difference between science and scientism. Joe Rogan is a devout scientism follower. He worships at the altar of NASA, the CDC, academia. He worships at their altars thinking that it's science, but it's really scientism. Now, again, that doesn't mean it's wrong. Again, all the trolls always jump on me for that one. I'm not saying that they're wrong about anything. I'm just looking at the methodology, and I believe strict adherence to not only the scientific method, but the principles of logic is important if you're going to have non-faith-based beliefs. If it's all faith-based, it's not scientific. That's all the purpose of this logical examination is.
That you can do.
How come when you check the internet, it's valid, but when I'm on the internet, it's not?
You're not talking about the internet. You're talking about a guy's YouTube video.
No, it's not.
Well, actually, no, he's not. So again, not only strawmanning, but that was a valid expose on Eddie Bravo's part of Joe Rogan's cherry-picking logical fallacy. Because he's cherry-picking, he's saying YouTube's not valid or whatever. when everything that Joe Rogan believes in can be found on YouTube. And if Eddie Bravo watched, let's say, a YouTube video of a debunking of a flat earth video, Joe Rogan would think that it's valid. So that's how silly Joe Rogan is.
Oh, guys, there's a lot of guys. There's a lot of people.
Okay, but they're just YouTube videos.
It's huge.
Eddie.
No.
The science behind them
It's huge.
is not verified by peer-reviewed journals.
So again, now Joe Rogan is again exposing his own blind faith in peer-reviewed journals. Because what is a peer-reviewed journal? Is that part of the establishment? Is there a certain dependency on the maintenance of status quo enforcement? There's a certain status quo enforcement, of course, because I will repeat Upton St. Clair as well. It is very difficult to get a man to understand something which his salary depends on him not understanding. So if you have a whole house of cards built on something, like, for example, tobacco science or something of that nature, or so-called sugar science, which Joe Rogan himself admits was fraudulent. He actually brought up this example. So again, there's the hypocrisy and this on and off switch that takes place in logic in whatever's left of Joe Rogan's brain here. When you have corrupt institutions, of course the members of those institutions will maintain status quo. Again, that doesn't mean they're in on it. It doesn't mean they're lying. If they were just severely indoctrinated, they're taking on blind faith as gospel truth, whatever they're learning in a textbook. If you go back 100 years, the stuff they learned was different, but it was the same thing. All these peer-reviewed journals were still showing a peer-review scientific consensus, which didn't prove a theory true, did it? I don't know why Joe Rogan has such blind faith. If all priests in the Catholic Church agree that God is real, I mean, there's consensus. I mean, they have their own journals or whatever publications they put out. I mean, you got Catholic priests in America, you got Catholic priests in Britain, you got Catholic priests in Italy. They all agree God is real, right, Joe Rogan? And if you didn't go to seminary school, you're not an expert, so you have no business telling them they're wrong, right? Because how could all these priests be wrong, right, Joe Rogan?
The science of the earth,
the government science that's bought and paid for, of course. You start talking about
Eddie,
flat Earth and the science.
So crazy. Again, appeal to incredulity.
You just
You
haven't
think
looked
the Earth
into
is
it.
flat?
I didn't say that. I said I don't know if it's flat or round. When I see a picture of Earth from space,
And you could hear Joe Rogan. He's constantly trying to shift the burden of proof. He's and straw manning, trying to pretend that Eddie Bravo is saying that it's flat and attacking Eddie Bravo for something he's not even saying. Because again, that's the very nature of a straw man logical fallacy. That's the very nature of the shifting the burden of proof fallacy. Eddie Bravo is just advocating being objective and neutral, aka scientific. And then, of course, Joe Rogan hates it because he's not drinking the same Kool-Aid for the cult of state worship, of authority worship, of institutionalism that Joe Rogan and Jamie, these guys, they worship at these altars of authority religiously. And they don't like their faith being questioned or exposed as what it actually is, which is blind faith.
what we're sitting on from space, when I see a real picture, then we'll have the proof. I'm just saying we don't even have proof that it's real.
No, we're looking at pictures while we're sitting here. Okay, you're not even taking into consideration the fact that this is a monitor. That you're looking at this, you're not even get like the high resolution. I mean, they must be gigantic files that they get. You would never be able to see them.
What the heck is Joe Rogan talking about? He's pretending he knows what Eddie Bravo is or is not taking into consideration. If anything, and this is how silly Joe Rogan is, because again, Joe Rogan's not an expert in optics or anything, as he pointed out. So what does his opinion mean? And yet he's still giving it as if it's more valid than Eddie's. Because if none of them are experts in optics or imagery or whatever Joe Rogan alleged, I go over that in episode 1 of this analysis. If Joe Rogan is falling for the appeal to authority fallacy, none of them are authorities, so why is he discussing it? Why is he believing it's real if he's not an expert in it? There's no logical consistency in whatever's left of Joe Rogan's mind. So the other point here is, I know Joe Rogan's clueless about all this, but when you put something on a smaller monitor, it actually looks better. So for example, if you're watching something, if you scale something down, it looks better. So if you watch a video, like let's say a low resolution video, like something that's not high def, and you watch it on the smaller screen you watch it on, the better it looks. When you blow it up on the bigger screen, it actually looks worse. Like you'll see more of the blurriness or whatever. So having the bigger the screen, you would have to have bigger resolution. Smaller the screen, smaller resolution. So there's a certain proportion here that Joe Rogan, of course, is ignorant of, as he is of everything he's been discussing here. And now he's just pretending to know what Eddie Bravo is or isn't taking into consideration. While his own Dunning-Kruger is so extreme, he fails to realize all of the infinite factors that he's not taking into consideration. Of course, the ludic logical fallacy comes into mind again. Check that out in the previous episode. I go over that in depth of how the ludic logical fallacy is very critical, and having blind faith in the infallibility of humans is very silly and very religious, like Joe Rogan proves with everything that he's been saying.
And their actual resolution on a regular monitor in the first place. You're talking about a photo of the Earth. Photo of the Earth from 22,000 miles away. And
No, again, that's circular reasoning, logical fallacy, presupposition. If it's real, then that's what it is. But he's automatically stating that's what we're talking about, as if he knows for sure that it's real. Now, I'm not saying it's not real, but the religious fervor which Joe Rogan is preaching here, that it's definitely real and that's what they're definitely talking about, and that's why Eddie Bravo is silly. I mean, it's just not only intellectually dishonest, but it's lazy. It's very, very lazy. There's just not a lot of cognitive function being demonstrated from Joe Rogan here.
Take one every fucking
Looks
10 minutes.
CGI to me.
The only way to convince him, Joe,
it might look CGI to you.
You have to jump in
I
a
could be
ship and
wrong.
go yourself.
No, I could be wrong. It could be real.
There's too many things
It
that
could
you
be
don't
real,
believe
but
in.
There's too many things you don't believe in. That's interesting coming from Joe Rogan. But why would you believe it? Like, it's again, Joe Rogan has such a problem with people that aren't drinking the Kool-Aid. People that want to be scientific, objective, and neutral, like Eddie Bravo.
They've been faking them so much they look like all those other fake ones.
That's not
They
good
look.
enough.
I've seen so many fake ones that NASA admits that they're CGI composites. There's so many out there. So when you see this one, it's like this is the same one.
Yeah, but
I've seen so many.
Fake
You go,
and
this is
CGI
another one.
composites is different. When
You
you
could
take,
believe it. I don't believe it.
Eddie, please. When you take one of these photos, what are those called? When you fucking do that?
Panorama.
So he doesn't even know what a panorama is, and he wants to give an opinion on the subject.
Panorama. When you do that, you know what that is? That's a composite. You're taking a bunch of photographs and they piece them all together. It makes one enormous photo. When you see these photos from space of the Earth from a closer satellite, not the NASA one,
Oh man, this is rough. This series might be long. I mean, Joe Rogan is spewing nothing but illogical nonsense, non-congruent examples. There's a difference between a composite and a CGI composite. So when you take your own panorama, you're taking a bunch of real photos, stitching them together. That's not what NASA's alleging. I mean, maybe on some of them, but in most of them, they're stating that it's put together from data and then interpreted. So that's not what the photo was. This is what they're stating. So whether true or untrue, Joe Rogan doesn't even understand what these CGI composites are or how they were made, and he's criticizing Eddie Bravo. I mean, the hypocrisy, the silliness. I mean, has Joe ever appeared dumber than in this podcast here? I don't know.
Jamie just pulled up, which does show a full-size image of the Earth. What you're seeing is they take a photo, they take another photo, and they piece them all together. There's no seams.
This is a composite photo.
No, there's an actual CGI
This is
artist.
3 photos.
There's
They
a
put them
CGI.
together.
And now here's... Now Jamie's jumping in, showing his incomprehension, where they're using actual composites without data that has been interpreted. So the satellite data comes in, allegedly. I'm not saying it's real or not real. This is NASA's story, but Joe Rogan and Jamie, they don't even understand what NASA is alleging that this image is. They don't even understand that, but they're immediately jumping on Eddie. They're creating all these straw man arguments. They're showing they don't understand anything, and then using these non-congruent examples to try to prove Eddie wrong. It's just silliness beyond silliness. And then they can't be surprised why the flat earthers, they just keep growing in numbers, because this illogical, silly defense of people with not a lot of cognitive function just preaching their religion and taking offense to people who don't drink the Kool-Aid because of their own misunderstanding of basic logic, reason, and science.
I know,
No,
but
they
look,
fit together. The colors everything in.
Eddie, is this CGI? Question for you. Is this CGI because it was made in a computer and it fits the definition of computer-generated image? Because that's a composite.
This one could easily be.
I made this.
This one.
I'll
this,
show you how
this
I made
could
it.
be. No. I'm just saying. But this could be easily a real picture.
But it is a real picture.
Well,
But
yeah,
it
it's
could
like
not.
that's not a hard picture.
Where I was,
picture of Earth from space. That's a hard picture.
Where I physically was on the ground in New York City to take that with the camera I was using, that building would not fit in my lens. I wasn't far enough away.
But that's not what they're saying they're doing. They're saying they take strips.
That's what they're saying they do.
No.
So again, Jamie and Joe Rogan are arguing something that wasn't even presented, and they don't understand that's what that is. Eddie's trying to correct them, but they're too cognitive dissonant, they're too ego dominated, their Dunning-Kruger's so extreme, they're not even processing Eddie Bravo's words, which he's saying in a quite simple fashion, but they're so triggered, their logic has been turned off. They don't even understand how silly it is to use an example of someone taking a building on a street in a city, which millions, if not tens, if not hundreds of millions, if not billions of people have visited and taken pictures of. And not to mention, you can empirically verify the existence of the building and that it is the height that it is alleged and all these things. Could they have picked a more non-congruent example? Again, people who don't even understand the basics of logic, this is what they would be talking about. And keep in mind, again, the fact that they're dedicating so much time and effort into this conversation shows how triggered they are and shows how their subconscious has recognized how legitimate that Eddie Bravo's line of inquiry and questioning is. Science is skepticism, questioning the nature of the world around you. That's the very nature of science, not taking on blind faith what priests have said that it is and expect you to just believe it with religious fervor like Joe Rogan and Jamie do.
They're saying, I'm going to show you a video of the artist who actually did the latest one. They go, oh, NASA, here's the guy who did the latest
tell
picture.
us what to look at. Tell us what to look at. Let's watch the video.
Just put NASA, artist, CGI picture of Earth, and you're going to hear him talk.
All right, this is the first brownie point that Joe Rogan can receive here. He was willing to actually look at a piece of evidence. So it's been now almost a half an hour into the portion of the podcast where they're discussing flat earth and conspiracy. So Joe Rogan went off the rails almost a half an hour straight with nothing but fallacies. I have to give him this brownie point where he's at least willing to look at something. But again, if this was all a silly conspiracy that didn't mean anything to him, he probably would have just dismissed it and not spent any time on it at all.
And he says it is Photoshop. It is Photoshop, but it has to be Photoshop. He says that word for word.
It's a
NASA video.
Well, that's what I was just asking you to. I was asking you to
know.
clarify that. I'm trying to tell you that's what I literally had to do. I had to have been farther away to get the photo in one photo of that giant building, but that. In order to get that distance away,
did you color it in with CGI?
There were buildings in the way.
So you're saying
I put
they
it in
color.
Photoshop.
Yes,
I put
he's
it in
talking
Photoshop.
About, he's going through the video, going, I got it. Sometimes I put green shades here, and I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, so I have to kind of use my imagination to
Well,
get.
are they taking black and
It's
white
the
photos?
latest
Is that
picture.
why?
It's the
Well, the
latest
color-
picture that NASA releases of Earth. Here's the latest one.
Real
and then
life
the
didn't look
CGI
like this that day. It's a little exaggerated. The darks weren't that dark in real life. The brights aren't that bright in real life. So yes, I added color to it. I did some artistry to it, but
that's bullshit.
That's what that fucking building looks like.
Okay, now find the CGI
Do you ever,
NASA artist.
Eddie, do you buy into anything? Do you believe anything?
I believe shit that I can prove for myself. Like I believe the science in like a skyscraper.
You
Why?
believe
Because I
that's
see the
Sully?
skyscraper. It's standing there. That's truth.
Right, but how much?
I believe in that
How much
science.
have you looked into like the science of space travel? How much have you looked into how much work was done to try to put satellites into orbit?
Oh, man. This is rough, because first of all, Eddie's not even denying anything. He says it all could be true. He's just being objective and scientific. The issue here, again, is with Rogan's complete dearth of logical understanding. He's not even at a children's level. Because if you don't understand logic, how much work people put into something has no relevance to truth, right? Because look, according to Joe Rogan, the heliocentric model is true. So all of the countless hours of work and experiments that geocentrists put into their experiments, into writing all their books about geocentrism, what does that mean? If the model's not true, it's not true. How much work someone puts into something has nothing to do with anything, right? I mean, look at how much work is put into Hollywood movies. That doesn't mean that those events really happened. You know, if you're watching a movie about Mars or whatever, about people colonizing Mars or ghosts on Mars, you put a lot of work into the special effects or the supernatural. That doesn't mean it's real because you put work into something. Oh, man. Joe Rogan's silliness knows no bounds.
So you think we went to the moon?
That's not what I asked you. I said, how much did you look into that?
Do you think we went to the moon?
Eddie, answer my fucking
How come you don't
question.
answer my
You
question?
talk ridiculous.
So
because
you're
you
trying
talk
to
in circles.
Okay.
You're
All right.
talking in circles.
And Joe Rogan's not talking in circles? Because he just keeps pretending the scientific method's not valid. He keeps pretending you have to take everything on faith. You're not allowed to question, and it's a problem to question. The way to approach things scientifically is a problem, according to Joe Rogan. He just keeps spinning around in that circle with nothing but logical fallacies to support it. And now he's accusing Eddie of talking in circles. Again, the projection is very obvious here.
I am?
They're ridiculous conversations. Everything
Really?
is the government. The government. The government. The government's fake.
Fake pictures. Watch,
I'm just asking you a question.
Punch up NASA CGI artist picture of Earth. I don't see that up there.
Eddie, it's so crazy.
Which one would you like me to click on?
Any of them.
Well, which
that one right there, the
specifically?
second one right there.
This one?
Right
Appealing to incredulity and ad hominem. That's all Joe Rogan's devolved to now. Calling something crazy doesn't make it untrue. People call the Gulf of Tonkin incident crazy or insane for people believing that was a real incident. It's all propaganda. I mean, there's the silliness is just so funny. And also, Joe Rogan really didn't want to answer the moon mission question, because back in the day, I guess before the drugs fried his brain or before he became a sold out shill, according to some theorists, that they believe that's what he is now. But way back when, he actually did present pretty interesting logical arguments for the moon landings being a hoax. And I mean, just scraping the surface. I mean, obviously there's other researchers that are way more logical than Joe Rogan, and they go a lot deeper than he did. And there will be a Mind Shock series. I know a lot of people have been asking about that on the moon landings, which I will go into. And I will bring up arguments that nobody has brought up before for some reason. I don't know why. Into the videos being faked and most of the data and material available being faked. Now, again, that doesn't mean they didn't go, but very separate issues. All right, let's continue here.
Flat Earth.
I mean,
No, just listen to him talk.
Okay, Stinky
He only has
Cash.
20,000 views.
Well, it's going to get more now.
Hey guys, Jeff here, and today I want to share with you this article that's on
guy seems legit.
NASA.gov.
Are we allowed to
It's
play this?
about Robert
this is the guy who's a
Simmons,
scientist. So
aka
are we
Mr.
listening to him or the guy that made the video? You said we were going to listen to a scientist.
You see how desperate Jamie is to hear from the priest directly? It has to be a priest. It has to be someone that went to seminary school. It has to be a so-called scientist. Too funny.
Well,
forgot from
it
NASA.
looked like the right video. I don't know. Look,
Maybe
but that
we
is
got the
the guy.
wrong
That
video.
is the artist, and that's a picture of the video.
His
He's
name's
talking
Robert
in-
Simmons.
talking about how he created the latest picture of Earth for NASA.
Okay, so what
They're
this is
celebrating
This is
CGI.
the Goddard. It's from the Goddard webpage. So he's doing a recap of something that's written on the Goddard webpage. So go to the Goddard webpage, find that guy's page,
Robert Simmons Photoshop. There it was.
and we'll see what he's actually
Blue
saying.
marble.
This one, I think so. Yes,
Is that it?
That
Okay,
guy
good.
looks so
Blow
skeptical in
homeboy
his
up.
picture.
What do you think is the most interesting your role here at Goddard? How do you help support Goddard's mission? My role is to make imagery from Earth science's data. I turn data into pictures.
So that just proved that Joe Rogan and Jamie had no clue what was being talked about before. He's turning the data into pictures. It's not pre-existing photographs that he's stitching together. That's what Joe Rogan illogically assumed based on his own misunderstanding, and so did Jamie. And then Jamie even brought up a photo he took of, or someone took of a skyscraper that had to be two pictures stitched together, and he did a little bit of color correction, and he equated that to interpreting data from satellites. If that's what was done, but it's just hilarious.
I look for new interesting events that NASA satellites have seen or that are hidden in the latest data to find anything interesting that shows off NASA's unique capabilities. Finding things is the fun part. I rely on engineers and scientists to produce the data. Their reliable real-time stream of 1.7 terabytes a day, holy shit, is incredible.
Terabytes.
The same as producing 3,000 CDs a day.
Yeah, that's really the same thing as just taking photos of a building, taking a couple photos and putting them together in a panorama.
We know where to look for the interesting stuff because each instrument provides a very specialized type of information. So if I'm looking for something specific, I know where to look. For example, recently there was a volcanic eruption in the Red Sea. The only reliable imagery of this was from NASA satellites. We basically confirmed the existence of a new island.
Yeah, that's not propaganda at all. There are no other satellites other than NASA satellites. There are no high-altitude planes other than belonging to NASA. There are no hot air balloons. There's no other photographic equipment from any other country or institution other than NASA. That's not propaganda, right?
Okay. So let's get to some Photoshop
You gotta
shit.
find the one where he's talking.
Okay, but this guy's talking about science here. Like some of the science has to be real, right, Eddie? Like there has to be some satellites, like DirecTV. DirecTV's not fake, right?
I don't know. I don't know, but
Is that Brendan Schwab laughing in the background? That's so funny. So Joe Rogan's kind of appealing, like, some of the religion has to be true, right? Some of the faith-based religious principles, like, some of them have to be true. Who cares about proving? You gotta assume that some of them are true.
You could do all that with landline stuff. You don't need to go bounce anything from space. You could do all that with landline.
Why wouldn't you? You could just put it in space and it just broadcasts and you shoot it up there.
And of course, why wouldn't you? Joe Rogan's default is never to the scientific method or proving something true. Why wouldn't? Or what would be the motive? I can't understand it. I mean, can you get more anti-science than Joe Rogan while using the word science and not even understanding what it means? Joe Rogan should just swap out science for scientism because that's what he believes in. He doesn't actually have any irrefutable scientific proof of anything. It's all religious, faith-based.
Shoot it back. Why would you lie about that? I mean, there's a ton of fucking space junk.
So if Joe Rogan's sitting on like a jury and a previously convicted serial killer, or at least suspected, said he's innocent of the crime, why would he lie? Let him go.
Satellite's easy. Satellite's easy. Every time they you know who pays for satellites? You know who pays for satellites? The taxpayer. They get bills. We need a new telecommunications satellite. We got to throw it up there.
So
we need $35 million. And they go, yeah, okay, we're gonna sign it. They get the money. It's a tax scam.
You don't think satellites are real?
I don't think so.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't think so.
Well, what's happening?
Appeal to incredulity. Let's get some blasphemy in on this.
What are those things up there that you can watch from the ground?
Have you ever seen the space station fly overhead?
You can see it.
They can time it. I have pictures of it. They timed it. They told me it was going to be overhead. I took a picture of it.
How do
There
you
it
know it
was.
wasn't a high altitude plane? What's the difference?
Why would they do that? Why would they lie?
Again, why would humans lie? I mean, let's throw out everything that is known about human psychology. Let's pretend humans aren't humans. Why would they lie? Is Joe Rogan alleging that humans wouldn't lie for money, profit, or to maintain a status quo regardless of whether they believe the status quo is true or not, just to keep things running smoothly? Again, I mean, a child can understand the conspiracy. Again, doesn't mean it's true in any way. Maybe they're not lying. But to not even understand the basic reasoning why a human would lie. And not to mention the word lie already there, that's intellectually dishonest. Because if they think they're telling the truth, they're not lying, are they? First of all. Second, if they really think it's the ISS up there, and I'm not saying it's not, again, before the illogical cognitive dissonant trolls jump on this, I'm not saying the ISS is not up there. But if it's not what it is purported to be, once again, if you can't prove definitively it is what you say it is, having some lights in the sky at a particular distance, which you need to verify the distance and all those things. If you do not verify those with strict adherence to the scientific method, then you're just using faith and your religion.
Why would they pretend it's a space station and instead put a high altitude plane up there?
How high do airplanes go? 30,000 feet, right?
No, they can go higher.
I'm gonna repeat just this very, very basic principle of any kind of logic or scientific debate. And Joe Rogan uses, again, the shifting the burden of proof fallacy. One is not called upon to prove a negative. If Joe Rogan is asserting that the ISS is real, it's not up to Eddie Bravo or anybody else to prove that it's not real or that they're lying. It's if Joe Rogan wants to defend his faith-based religious position, he's pretending it's not religious and faith-based. Now, if he wants to defend it, it's up to him to prove his assertion. It's not up to someone else to prove a negative. Otherwise, we all have to believe that some invisible flying spaghetti monster rules the world and lives in the sky because no one has proved it false yet. What kind of silliness is this, Joe Rogan?
No,
They
but
go 50,
no.
50 plus.
Commercial airplanes, on average,
I
go
think
about
they're somewhere in the
30,000.
30s, yeah.
30, 35,000.
Right.
When you're on the ground, you can barely see them. When they're at 30,000 feet, you can barely fucking... And when you're in 30,000 feet and you look down, you wouldn't be able to see a goddamn bus or a plane. Now, those satellites are supposed to be like 100 miles up. Think about that.
Yeah,
How are you going to see them?
Because they're in space and they're a light. They're a very small pinprick of light that moves across the sky. You can see them with optics.
Okay, I've never seen them.
Okay, but you really haven't looked, and you definitely haven't looked with optics. If you look with like a big spotting scope, these people get these telescopes and they look up and they know exactly where it's going to be. You can actually program it into the telescope. There's things that you can download where you can find the coordinates of each individual planet. The way these really super powerful telescopes use that amateur astronomers like to use, you punch in the key numbers and it'll move specifically to a spot in the sky where you can tune into the moon or tune into Saturn.
Whoa, I think Joe Rogan just said something that was true. We had to wait more than a half an hour into this discussion on conspiracy theories for him to say something true. Yes, you can track heavenly bodies and what is alleged to be the ISS. Now, these lights in the sky, does that prove that it is what you say it is? So if you put up some kind of a high altitude balloon with lights on it or whatever and give its exact location, does that prove it is what you said it is? Or it just proves that there's a light that's there? Is anybody disputing the light is there? So again, this kind of straw man where Joe Rogan is pretending that Eddie Bravo's argument is that it isn't, that something isn't there. Nobody's denying the moon or Mars or these heavenly bodies. I haven't seen, and maybe there are some flat earthers that deny their existence. I haven't seen those from what I've seen, because there's so many different flat earth theories, but the majority of flat earth theories do not deny the existence of the heavenly bodies. They do not deny these lights that can be tracked. So what Joe Rogan is saying here for the first time, it's actually true. You can track these heavenly bodies and it can be programmed.
Or into very specific areas of the cosmos that change all the time. Because of the fact that the Earth is spinning, we're catching...
Whoa, because it's spinning or because the cosmos is because these heavenly bodies are moving. All these presuppositions and religious assumptions, Joe Rogan. I'm not saying which is which. I'm just saying, how would you know? And of course, Joe Rogan doesn't know. If he could prove it, he would state the proof instead of just using these fallacies.
All sorts of different shit, all sorts of different times, especially no matter where you are. If you're on the equator, you're looking at a totally different image, you know, at one moment in the sky than you are the next moment.
Which would be the exact same thing on any model. If you're looking at a flat earth model, just like, again, the simple example, again, I'm not saying the flat earth theory is true in any way, but it's not that hard to understand the theory. And that's the problem here. Certain people like Joe Rogan, they're so illogical, they're so silly and bereft of cognitive function, they can't understand that if you go into a giant warehouse and you put different color lights and different combinations in the ceiling, if you move around the warehouse, they will appear in different positions. The lights will be in different position. There'll be different distances and different places in the ceiling depending on where you are on the floor. That doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. Now, there are other proofs that you could use for the globe Earth. He's not using them here. That's where the silliness is, but this is not one of the reasons.
So it can tell you exactly where the space station's going to be, where the moon's going to be, where Mars is going to be, and they punch these coordinates into these little computers, and they all move to this thing. I mean,
you believe the Mars rover is real?
Now, here's where Eddie kind of took a page out of Joe Rogan's playbook, just changing the subject and misdirecting about the Mars rover. Instead of addressing Joe Rogan's straw man that Eddie Bravo was somehow alleging that the lights aren't real or that these heavenly bodies aren't real.
Man, Eddie, I don't think I can do this anymore.
Throw in the towel, Joe Rogan. You've embarrassed yourself enough. Logical, objective, scientific discourse is obviously not possible for Joe Rogan here, at least not in this subject he's emotionally triggered about. Having his religious faith-based views exposed as such, he can't handle it. He can't do it anymore.
Because it's just like, I don't see why. First of all, I don't see
You were
where
just
the
telling
money
before
is.
the-
I don't see. Hold on a second. I don't see where the money is to have all these hoaxes.
He doesn't see. Well, you can find the NASA budget in like 30 seconds. Have Jamie pull it up. They get somewhere between $40 and $60 million a day, averaged for how many decades? Even if it's only like 10 to 60 million a day average for how many decades, you don't see where the money is, first of all. Second of all, again, a child could probably understand. If the conspiracy is true, and I'm not alleging that it is, but if it is, obviously there'd have to be a good reason for it. Now, would a regular civilian without access to any kind of top secret classified documents, would a regular civilian be able to understand or see the reason? I mean, it has no relation to it being true or not. Just because you don't see the reason for a serial killer to kill people, particularly children, I mean, that's dark and that is so dark and disturbing. I can't see a reason for it, but that doesn't mean that that's not what the serial killer's doing. I mean, come on. This is such basic stuff, man. I feel embarrassed for Joe Rogan here.
You don't see the tax scam with the rovers? NASA got $19 billion Trump gave him $19 billion.
So it's kind of weird. So Joe Rogan, Jamie, all these cognitive dissonant sheep in their religion of authority worship. Again, I'm not alleging that the conspiracy is true, but are these $19 billion, even if it was $19 million, $19,000 for certain people, what would people do for $19,000? What would people do for 19 mil that they wouldn't do for 19,000? What would people do for 19 billion that they wouldn't do for 19 million? And again, especially if all these individuals are all hoodwinked. Again, someone like Joe Rogan, he's got to be faking. I'm going to have to appeal to incredulity myself. It's very difficult to believe that Joe Rogan is this brain dead, because does he not understand the compartmentalization of any aspect of any conspiracy theory? I mean, intelligence agencies and military institutions are quite open about certain practices, including compartmentalization. Why would you have everybody in the know unnecessarily? Need to know. Everything's need to know. For your eyes only. Top secret. Classified. These are the basics. I mean, people that aren't even interested in conspiracy theories know this information, and Joe Rogan's either that brain dead or he's playing this level of stupid. I mean, should he be playing this level of stupid if he's trying to convince people of something? I don't know.
Isn't it possible that's so that they can actually make a rover?
Tell me what the space shuttle has done for humanity. Tell me all that money that was wasted on space shuttle, and then they just trashed it. They went up I don't know how many times, and then they just trashed it.
He's got a point there. It could feed every starving individual on Earth can be fed. Every homeless person can be given shelter. So it's interesting. It's interesting how you would defend that.
I don't
Tell
know,
me
man. It's a
how
tough gig,
those
bro.
billions of dollars has helped humanity. Tell me.
Well, I think scientific innovation is very important to us, because in our minds, we constantly want newer, better, more innovative technologies.
Notice he didn't cite any of the technologies. I mean, they are there. And NASA did invent a couple things, allegedly. He noticed how Joe Rogan didn't cite any of them. It's just nothing but obfuscation and this demagogue to try to pretend that Eddie's wrong. And his subconscious not being able to handle it. You have all of these psychological issues he's projecting, all very obvious to see. But the main point is Joe Rogan, I don't want to straw man here, but by saying this, is Joe Rogan alleging that this illusion of innovation or even real innovation is more important than all the children that died of starvation? I mean, I realize that can be construed as a logical fallacy of appeal to emotion, but let's leave the emotion out of it. Let's not be emotional. Let's just count the lives of the children. Let's say they're equal to the lives of old people. Let's not put emotion into it. Just, do you have respect for human life non-emotionally, or do you not? And do you think this innovation, or the illusion of innovation, in particular in the field of space travel, that usurps or outranks the suffering humans on Earth? Even if you have no empathy or sympathy for their suffering, just completely in a cold, neutral, objective fashion, it's bizarre.
Just a part of being a person in the 21st century.
What did
everybody
we learn,
wants,
though?
Everybody wants a new computer. Everybody wants new things. And a lot of this new stuff comes from NASA technology.
Really? Computers come from NASA technology? Does he have any proof to back up this faith-based assertion? I mean, Joe Rogan's talking nothing but nonsense. Just very bizarre.
Comes from all the science and innovation that goes
Name
to be
something.
a part of me.
I'm gonna list
There's a
right here,
list
bud.
right
There's a
there, Eddie.
shitload, man.
But why do you say this when you don't look into it?
I
You
just
don't
need
look.
tell me
Look,
how
highway safety.
How can we
improved
couldn't do that
radial
down here?
tires.
And you can even hear in his voice the inflection of what he's talking about. Improved tires, like, Joe Rogan is clueless about all this. He doesn't know about any of it. He's just citing on faith. He's taking on blind faith as gospel truth that these technologies really were made or innovated by NASA and somehow could not have been innovated or created for much less money without NASA. And that's something, again, bizarre. I don't know, Joe Rogan. I don't know. I don't know if he's faking. He's pretending to be this stupid. He doesn't understand anything about political philosophies or the cheapest, most efficient ways to do anything. I mean, I don't know if he's just playing stupid or he's really this stupid. I don't know. All we can do is logically analyze this discussion.
How come we
They
couldn't do that
can,
down here?
Eddie, but the massive requirements that you have on the gear when you're talking about going through fucking space, the insane
Variables, yeah.
stress of re-entry. They figured out all kinds of crazy shit, the speed in which you land.
Is that why they kept going to the moon? Because they figured out all this stuff to do it easier and faster? Wait a second. I mean, Joe Rogan just takes all of it on blind faith, and it's just nonstop presuppositions, all faith-based.
They figured out a bunch of crazy shit. Enriched baby food. I mean, portable cordless vacuums, freeze-drying technology. All this comes from space. There's a shitload of things that they figured out. Harnessing solar energy.
And notice how he's taking it all on faith without actually looking into it, without actually verifying any of these claims on NASA's own website. Obviously nothing to do with propaganda. I mean, does Joe Rogan just really not understand what conflict of interest is? Children can understand this, and yet Joe Rogan is just reciting this, just with religious fervor. You can hear it in his voice.
There's a lot of innovation that comes from the development of either the space station or the shuttles or a bunch of different things that they've invented, and they continue to innovate these things. These new satellites that they're shooting out into space are way better than the Hubble. They keep doing more and more, better and better, and it's this constant rush to see who can get to the furthest point of technology in whatever field they're in.
Is that why they're visiting the moon, they're visiting Mars, Jupiter, they're visiting all the planets now because they're getting bigger, better, faster, and more efficient. Technology is just that much better, right, Joe? I mean, he's just talking nonsense here, all presupposition and faith-based religious preaching.
Whether it's the field of rocketry, whether it's the field of satellites, there's this massive amount of competition between the top scientists in the world. And to think that that's all fake doesn't make any sense, because there are some things that are fake.
And again, the Dunning-Kruger on full display here, because Joe Rogan's too incompetent to realize his own incompetence, because only he knows what's real and fake, right? He hasn't even looked into it as what he's saying, what he's hypocritically accusing Eddie of verifying these claims. He hasn't verified any of them for himself as well. He's just taking it all on blind faith.
So why assume that all this technology is fake when you really could see the Challenger? You saw the Challenger explode in the sky.
Wow, another massive straw man, possibly attached to an appeal to emotion logical fallacy. How does seeing... Nobody's disputing that they're launching any rockets. I mean, what... Is Joe Rogan really this silly? Is he straw manning to these extreme lengths that are so, again, obvious to just a children's level of logical understanding? It's very bizarre how silly of an argument. I mean, it's almost like this is a competition to see if Joe Rogan can make a sillier argument than anybody else. It's just really bizarre.
If it's fake, no one was there to engineer the shit that failed.
Who said that was fake?
Well, any of it, any space travel.
The space shuttle's going up. It's a high altitude
Did you know
plane.
the space shuttle goes up and they use work on fucking satellites?
So again, that's a compositional logical fallacy. Joe Rogan's assuming, like, let's say you go on a road trip. If somebody saw you start your car in your driveway, that means you arrived at your destination, right? If there's no proof of that. You don't need proof of the arrival if you saw the departure, right? These are the depths that these certain individuals, these personalities that are making a mockery of themselves publicly in the way they defend the heliocentric model and their religious, faith-based indoctrination into the cult of state worship and authority worship. It's really, really bizarre, and he probably doesn't even realize how silly he is. Again, doesn't mean he's wrong about any of the conclusions. I have to keep repeating that because the trolls really come out in full force pretending that I'm advocating for a particular theory when all I am doing is advocating for real science and for real logic.
I
Do you know they
need to
dock
see
with the
video.
space
I
station?
need to see video of that.
Oh, okay.
Show me video of that.
That's what spacewalks are usually about.
Jamie
hit it.
They do. There's a lot. The problem is there's a lot of these things that you just automatically
Dude,
want
they
to.
faked 6 moon missions, dude. Of course I don't trust shit
Those were
coming from
people
NASA.
even if that was true, those are people in 1969.
So if Prohibition era mobsters lied about a bunch of stuff, that means modern mobsters are trustworthy, right, Joe? Because there were different people within the organization. If Joe Rogan understood the conspiracy being alleged, then he wouldn't come back with this level of silliness. I mean, there's so many legitimate, logical, scientific arguments that can be made, and Joe Rogan doesn't make a single one. It's endlessly amusing.
They're not the same humans. Those people they're not the same human beings. That's just like saying
No, that's just like saying the priests of the Catholic Church today are different priests than before. So God must be real? Like, what is Joe Rogan smoking? I mean, I guess we do know what he's smoking. He smokes a lot of stuff.
And that the people who made the movies in 1969 are the same people that made Fast and Furious 8.
Well, not at all. But if they're using movie magic, of course, movie magic would evolve. So if they were using Hollywood movie magic decades and decades ago, and they were faking stuff, again, for the newer Hollywood movies, the Hollywood movie magic has evolved, and I don't think Joe Rogan realized that he just supported Eddie Bravo's position there.
It's the people that make the movies. They're not the same people. They're totally different humans. It's like saying the stand-up comedians from 1969 were the same as the one.
That's not like saying that at all.
That was NASA in 1969. They faked 6 moon missions. How am I supposed to believe anything from that?
Those are not the same people.
How?
Even if that was true, those are not the same people.
Ooh, second brownie point for Joe Rogan. He actually phrased something correctly. Even if that was true. So he's now admitting that possibility. That's a big step for Joe Rogan, because he's thus far, we've only seen really, really deep brainwashing and indoctrination where he just regurgitates these religious faith-based talking points as if they're legitimate science. This is the first time where he's shown any kind of modicum of logic, where he understands that it might not be that simple in knowing whether something was true or not.
Richard Nixon isn't alive anymore.
So you just write them all off, though, Eddie? Just off that
you gotta
one
prove
exception?
it to me. I don't need to believe it.
But
I don't need to believe it.
it's
It's not
not.
gonna. How is it gonna? I don't believe it. But if it's true, I don't give a shit. Okay, it's true. Oh, that's true. Okay, but you got to prove it to me. Otherwise,
the problem isn't.
The problem is Joe Rogan doesn't want anybody using science. In science, you actually have to prove things, but Joe Rogan doesn't agree with that. He wants everybody drinking the Kool-Aid.
I don't care.
The problem is there's no proving it, and
Whoa, what do you mean there's no proving it? Is Joe Rogan denying all science and the scientific method? There's a lot of things that you can prove. So he's saying you have to take it on faith because you can't prove it. So is that kind of like a priest saying you can't prove the existence of God, you just have to take it on blind faith?
you want to always assume that it's fake. You don't have like this empty prove it to me. Like, I'm not assuming either way.
Actually, he does to a certain degree. And Joe Rogan's doing some serious projection here because he just called all of it crazy and ridiculous and just appealed to incredulity and appealed to ridicule. And now he's telling Eddie Bravo he should be open, prove it either way. Eddie Bravo has stated how many times that he doesn't know if it's true or not. That's called being open, Joe Rogan. I mean, he might be sinking so fast here that he's not even comprehending basic English. Is that what this is?
You're assuming it's fake every time.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not assuming it's fake. He said it could be real. He literally said it could be real, I don't know. How many more times does he have to say that for someone of Joe Rogan's level of mentality to understand it? I mean, obviously for little kids, you want to repeat things many, many times to get them to understand it. But if they keep strawmanning this hard, if they're this intellectually dishonest this often, is there even a point to continue discussing anything with Joe Rogan?
They faked 6 moon missions.
But that doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. So if an organization, how does it not matter if you don't know what the purpose of an organization was? So if the conspiracy is true, again, I'm not saying it's true in any way, but if it's true and the true purpose of NASA is to deceive and to have this tax scam functioning, he's saying it doesn't matter that they faked all the moon missions, but if that's part of the status, if that's part of the goal of the agency is faking everything, then it does matter. It's directly relevant. It couldn't be any more relevant. And is Joe Rogan really that bereft of logic and reason that he can't see that, or is he faking here? That's the true question.
These are not the same people.
So because they're different
time.
people, they're not going to. I don't
All
understand
over the
that
world,
logic.
Well, the logic is just because someone faked something one point in time before you were alive, doesn't mean that those same human beings have managed to download their brains into everybody that ever did that job for the rest of time.
So wait a second. So let's say the CIA is an intelligence agency. So in one generation. So does that mean they're not going to be an intelligence agency in the next generation? What? Joe Rogan. Oh man, this is getting really embarrassing for Joe Rogan. I don't think he realizes how silly he sounds. I mean, small children can make better arguments here.
Because they're not the same humans.
He just really attached to this straw man. They're not the same humans. So a soldier in one generation that went off to fight a war, all of a sudden the next generation of soldiers are not going to go off to fight a war. They're no longer going to have the same goal of defending a country. I mean, what is he talking about here? Nobody's alleging they're the same humans. Oh man, this is rough.
So the people that are scientists that are today, the generations later, whether it's NASA or these Japanese scientists or the Russians or the Chinese, whoever the fuck is putting satellites and rockets into space,
If they are, again, nothing but presupposition, circular reasoning, logical fallacy.
they're not the same people from 1969. Okay. You can't like look at them as like in one blanket organization.
Why not? Why can't you look at them as a blanket organization with a specific goal? Because what if that is the specific goal? You'd never know, right? You'd never know if you're not even looking at it open-mindedly, if you're not even being scientific, objective, neutral, logical.
I can't blame NASA, 1969 NASA with Warner von Braun at Nazi. I can't blame today's NASA for all the lies from, is that what you're saying, from the early 70s?
I'm saying, do you believe that the space shuttles were real?
So you could see the desperation. You could hear the desperation in his voice. He wants so badly for Eddie Bravo to drink the same Kool-Aid as he's drinking, almost as if it lets him off the hook. I mean, and this is a very, very obvious ego tactic that humans use, because by Eddie Bravo not drinking the Kool-Aid, by Eddie Bravo having the mental strength to be objective, logical, neutral, in spite of this Mr. Smith response of the cognitive dissonant masses, these nothing but appeals to incredulity, appeals to ridicule, ad hominem attacks, because he's not drinking the Kool-Aid. He's not taking on blind faith as gospel truth, the word of these priests. So this is all the religion of scientism masquerading as science, and Eddie Bravo calls it out. Joe Rogan doesn't like it. His subconscious recognized it, and now he's just extremely desperate to get Eddie to believe. And we will continue this logical examination in the next episode even further, because it's just nonstop logical fallacies from Joe Rogan. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the Mindshock Podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button. Share it across social media platforms. You can check us out. Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for topic requests, for logical analysis requests, and for true crime case requests. All done in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, going down every avenue to explore every avenue, to find out what the truth really is without falling for logical fallacies regarding some of the most mind-shocking topics. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to the Mindshock Podcast. This is part 4 of the Joe Rogan versus Eddie Bravo debate on Flat Earth on the Joe Rogan Experience, episode number 948. A very long discussion on Flat Earth conspiracy and the nature of conspiracy itself, and exposing Joe Rogan's lack of critical thinking ability or logic and reason of any kind, as he only backs up his faith-based religious belief system, which is mostly just worshiping at the altar of authorities, whether it be NASA, the CDC, or other government institutions, and his failure to understand the basic premise of the conspiracy being alleged against the establishment and the house of cards that supports various aspects of the establishment. I am Bruce McGuire, and as always, I will examine this debate or discussion with logic and reason at the forefront, exposing logical fallacies and the anti-science rhetoric spewed by Joe Rogan. I actually thought I'd be able to get this done in one episode. This is now episode 4, so if you haven't listened to the previous episodes in this analysis, check those out. It's a pretty lengthy, exhaustive, and comprehensive expose on Joe Rogan's lack of cognitive function in supporting his belief system. Now, again, that doesn't mean his final conclusion that he believes in religiously isn't true. That's not what the purpose of logical analysis is. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for case or topic requests or logical analyses, requests of debates or interviews. Any questions, comments, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, leave them in the comment section. All right. So where we left off in the previous episodes was just Joe Rogan proving his incomprehension and his extreme Dunning-Kruger and psychological projection in accusing Eddie Bravo of not understanding certain things when he's the one that doesn't understand what's even being alleged.
No, I do believe the space shuttle is real.
Why just that?
Why because I saw plenty of video of them, like
So you
landing
think
and
they
shit,
just made
and
the
then they
space
take
shuttle
off.
and that's it? Everything else bullshit?
So Joe Rogan, again, with the compositional logical fallacies. He's desperate, very, very desperate to get Eddie Bravo to drink the same Kool-Aid he's been drinking, but Eddie Bravo is sticking steadfast to logic, reason, the scientific method. Science is skepticism. Eddie Bravo is steadfastly sticking to objective and neutral logic and reason. Joe Rogan, of course, hates that. He calls it a problem every 2 seconds. And you can hear the desperation and cognitive dissonance in his voice.
No, they made the Saturn V rockets and they launched them.
Okay, so do you
I don't
think
know
that
where they
people
went.
went into orbit?
I don't know.
People went into orbit or
I don't
no?
know how high people are going. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I know they're going high, but I don't know how high.
So why would you assume that any of it is fake?
Why would you assume it's fake? So every Hollywood movie you watch, everything you see on TV. I mean, one of the funniest arguments Joe Rogan made of people who believe in the moon landing as advertised. The argument was, I saw it on TV. And then Joe Rogan was like, oh, you saw it on TV, you're a genius. Joe Rogan's default position is to take on blind faith as gospel truth, to maintain the religion of authority worship, the cult of state worship. Questioning it, not allowed. Remaining objective, not allowed. Demanding evidence, not allowed, according to Joe Rogan. You have to take it on faith. Why would you question? Why would you assume any of it is fake? So again, he's failing to comprehend Eddie's basic premise. It's not about assuming true or fake. It's about sticking objectively to science, to what can be proven, not using logical fallacies to keep the faith.
They faked 6 moon missions.
Okay, you keep saying that.
No, but that's why.
Yeah, but we're
That's
not
why.
talking about the same people, Eddie.
And again, Joe Rogan goes back to this straw man of pretending Eddie is talking about the same specific humans. If you're talking about some kind of intelligence agency, from one generation to another, they're still going to have the goal of an intelligence agency, right? Unless they change that. But being exact specific humans, the level of silliness that Rogan is bringing forth here. I mean, if a certain ruling king and queen of a country, if they're duping or exploiting their populace, we could talk about serfdom in the Middle Ages, the alleged Middle Ages, whatever. The prince and princesses, they might keep up certain scams throughout the generation if they want to maintain ruling the kingdom. I mean, it's not that difficult to understand. And children can understand this, but I guess Joe Rogan here is proving that he can't. Or he's faking. Or he's just playing stupid.
But it doesn't matter. It's the same organization.
The problem is
they're worse today.
You've turned them into they. As soon as you say they.
So as soon as you say they, the mafia, and that the mafia is engaged in crimes, that's a problem to say they, and they would continue engaging in crime, according to Joe Rogan. Or like if you're talking about religion, the Catholic Church, they. According to Joe Rogan, it's a problem to assume that the Catholic Church would continue to preach Catholicism. I mean, come on, Joe Rogan. You can summon some kind of brain function, can't you?
But now let me ask you
locked them
something.
into a group.
Let me ask you, Brendan. Do you see that how I can't trust NASA because even though it was different people in 1969 to 1973, even though the NASA of today aren't the ones that faked 6 moon missions and stole billions of dollars from American taxpayer, just because the guys from today, somehow they got weeded out, and then NASA. I don't know that they got weeded out, and then NASA became this honest agency of the government.
Yeah, but
I don't know that. I'm going to assume. I'm going to assume no. I think it's still part of the
but
same
Eddie,
shit.
that's like
that's
me,
what I'm going to assume.
but
I could be
Eddie,
wrong. I could be wrong.
But let's say those 6 missions were all bullshit and was fake. You're going off the exception, not the general rule.
Oh man, I don't even know if I want to go into addressing Brendan's logical fallacies because I don't know if anybody purports that Brendan is being logical. There are certain fans of Joe Rogan who think that he's actually highly intelligent and logical, which is why I'm doing this logical analysis because at least in this podcast, he's nothing of the sort. This is probably Joe Rogan's worst showing ever. So, I mean, I don't know. The one on nuclear weapons was pretty silly as well, where he just wanted Eddie to take everything on faith, and Eddie doesn't. So he just gets really, really triggered by Eddie exposing that this is a scientific, logical, valid line of inquiry, legitimate line of inquiry, to not take things on faith religiously, especially for people pretending or alleging that they're scientific or rational. So Brendan is saying that this would be an exception, but again, that presupposes that NASA is not an organization built on deception for a specific purpose. We don't know that. We don't have access to all those classified files. So whether it is or it isn't, Brendan's just presupposing here. Not going to waste too much time with that. But also just wanted to note that Eddie's constantly saying I could be wrong. How many times has Joe Rogan said that? Like, who's the egotistical narcissist here? Who's Dunning-Kruger is the most extreme in this conversation?
So it's like me coming into your academy and some guy's a dick. I'm like, all those 10th Planet guys are dicks. Like, you're just lumping all of them in the same fucking category.
That was big shit, though. It wasn't like side project NASA employees.
Do you hear what he's saying, though?
This is
Do you
landing
understand
on the
what
moon.
he's saying?
No, I understand. He's saying the same thing you said. He's saying that
And what
just
do you think of
because...
that?
So they're kind of like misrepresenting the hasty generalization fallacy. So the hasty generalization, of course, you made that generalization hasty. But if you can't prove any of what NASA is doing, is it really that hasty? If you spend that much time, is it really a hasty generalization fallacy? So again, the mental gymnastics here that Brendan and Joe Rogan and Jamie go through, it's actually quite silly because if you want to make an honest comparative example, like Eddie Bravo brings this up all the time, it's like a trial. If you want to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, which again, that might not necessarily be a scientific line in the sand beyond a reasonable doubt, but in general, if a serial killer is either suspected of committing many, many crimes, you're not going to take on blind faith his word as gospel truth that he's no longer shady. You're just not going to do it. And Joe Rogan and even Brendan here refusing to understand that, or playing stupid or whatever. If they're being genuine, they're being genuine, just that bereft of logic and reason, who knows? But that's really all it is. Can you prove this? Is it reasonable to assume that if, again, we're considering the theory, if it is the serial killer who's on trial, are you going to believe his word? So if NASA is guilty of all this, why would you take their word on blind faith at this juncture?
Dude, that was the moon landings were so gigantic and so global and the greatest achievement of mankind, and they don't even have the records anymore. Joe, you know what I'm talking about. We were talking about this earlier, man.
He would have made
We were talking about this earlier. You know all that moon. You know,
telemetry data is missing.
Yeah. So
All
you know what the head of
original
NASA on
videos.
video says? He says, "Yeah, we don't have it. It's missing, or maybe it's stolen. But even if we did, the head of NASA, even if we did have the tapes." We don't have the machines to play them anymore, so it really doesn't matter. Come on, man. Come on, man. The dumbest retard detective on the planet would be suspicious.
That's a good point. The dumbest retard detective on the planet.
That's just
of
me. I'm
that
like,
mission, but you can't just lump all. Oh, it's all bullshit. Then
You know what the
Everything's
most?
fake.
You want to see something, Brendan, that'll make you think this is the most suspicious thing. One of the weirdest things about the moon landing is the post-flight press conference. Have you ever seen it?
No.
It's really weird. It's real weird.
You know what's weird is that Joe Rogan, even when he's attempting to be slightly logical, he always picks the worst examples. So he's talking about the press conference after they came from this alleged moon mission, which is very, very shady, I admit. But if they really did go, what are the psychological effects of being in space? Like Joe Rogan picked out of all of the arguments you could make for the moon landing being faked, I think the post-press conference video of just fallible humans responding I mean, yes, it is highly suspect, no doubt. But it's probably the worst piece of evidence you could use for the moon landing being fake.
Well, that one makes sense where if they did fake
Conspiracy hippo
Skeptical hippo
goes, what the fuck is going on here?
So you guys are open to the
'Cause if
fact
you
that maybe they
watch-
faked it because now you're open to the fact that maybe they faked it.
maybe they did fake that, but you can't just lump. And I'm not even saying they did.
That's the
do
greatest achievement of
but
mankind.
it's still- At the time, there's
and it's
a
okay.
reason to
You know
do it.
what?
But
We
at the
got
time,
new
there's a
people.
reason to
We
do
got
it.
new people now. Come on, man.
So now Brendan, through revisionist history, through the 2020 lens, looking back, he's saying there was a reason to do it. For example, beating the Russians or whatever is used as the reason. What if there was a completely different reason that you don't know about? So again, this is where Dunning-Kruger comes in. This is where the ludic logical fallacy comes in that I mentioned on episode 2. If you haven't checked that out, make sure you check it out. It's very critical. It's pretty much disregarding unknown variables and how they can affect something. So let's say the moon missions were faked for a completely different reason than Brendan thinks. So Brendan is using this so-called line of reasoning that there was a reason to fake the moon missions in the 60s and 70s, but there's no reason to fake any of this now. Well, not knowing the reason doesn't mean there is no reason. Again, children's level logic here, but you can't expect Brendan or Joe to understand that clearly.
That's hilarious.
So you're saying
guys.
all of them
how
are bad?
How can you see how I can't trust shit from NASA?
But it's
they
not that
fake
you-
sick,
but do you
so I
understand
should
that it's
trust
not
them
that you
because
can't trust shit?
because maybe they all those bad people have died and they're all old, and the new NASA, they're the good NASA.
They can't all
You're gonna
be
believe
bad.
that?
Well,
But
no, how do we know
what's
they're bad?
what's better?
There was an
believing
agenda.
that or believing a guy on YouTube that says the world's flat and dinosaurs aren't real? What's
So again, appeal to incredulity, appeal to ridicule, straw man of the highest order. Because if you completely remove Eric Dubay, I think this is the guy on YouTube that Joe Rogan keeps referencing, like, let's remove him from the equation. It doesn't make any of Joe Rogan's faith-based religious beliefs any less faith-based. So again, this is a fine line between intellectual dishonesty and pure stupidity. I don't know which Joe Rogan is exhibiting here. Maybe a combination of both.
He lives out of his mom's
it's not
basement.
like that. There's a lot of people saying it, man.
Okay,
There's a
all those
lot
guys.
of
There's a
people.
lot of people in mental
There's a lot of people
institutions. There's a lot of people in jail. There's a lot of people that are child molesters. There's a lot of people.
lot of racist
if you
people
gave those
have
people
clubs.
videos, if you gave every racist person a video camera and made them a YouTube video, you'd be like, oh.
But would it make any of Joe Rogan's faith-based religious beliefs any less faith-based? That's the real question here, because he can't. We're going on 40-some minutes into this aspect of the podcast that deals with this conspiracy, and Joe Rogan hasn't cited a single piece of evidence other than logical fallacies. It's hilarious.
Have you
YouTube's
watched?
all filled with racists.
Have you watched History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubay? Have you seen that?
Sure have it.
You haven't seen it?
How
Watch
long
it.
is it?
Watch
How long-
it.
No,
It's
how
an
long?
hour.
Eddie,
It's an hour.
Eddie, no.
I don't have an hour for that.
There you
That's
go.
so
You haven't
ridiculous.
looked into it.
You're asking for a job.
Let's decide. You got to listen. What is their side?
So they don't have an hour. So they'll make fun of Eddie for hours and hours on end, not even understanding the conspiracy that he's alleging and that he admits might not be true because he doesn't know if it's fake or not or any of this stuff. He's admitting he can be wrong. So they can spend countless hours making fools of themselves and proving that they don't understand basic logic and science, but they can't spend an hour to watch the video. It's like they want to sit down to play chess without knowing the rules, and they want to make a big deal out of it. They want to make this whole production out of playing the chess game, but they can't even spend it, and they'll criticize the game, maybe even upend the board when they get frustrated or emotionally triggered, but they can't spend the time. They're that lazy that they can't spend the time to at least understand the premise of the conspiracy, which, true or fake, if you're going to spend the time to argue, I mean, refusing to talk about it is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine if they recognize, if they're that cognitive dissonant, mentally weak, if they're not chills, then they just don't want to talk about it. Like if Eddie just said iPhones aren't real, they would laugh for a second and move on. I don't think they would spend countless hours making fun of Eddie thinking iPhones aren't real, because they know it's ridiculous, because they know the scientific evidence is there, can be proven, so they don't need to spend the time to do it. Whereas here, they're just so triggered because their subconscious, at least, recognize the legitimacy of the scientific inquiry, the objectivism, the empiricism that Eddie is coming at this with is legitimate, and at least their subconscious recognizes that, and we're seeing the psychological effects of that in their projection and their triggering.
What is their side? What does Eric Dubé
I don't want
side?
to. I
What's his
don't
side?
care his side though. Fourth grade, my teacher. Cool.
Hey, you know what? You don't care, and that's fine. I'm not going to be mad at you for not caring.
No, of course
Don't
not.
be mad at me for caring, though. That's
I'm
all.
not
But
mad
it's
at
not
you.
okay.
Makes
I'm
sense
not mad
because
at
you
all.
don't you don't look into
But
what
don't get mad,
scientists
though.
say.
Oh, so if Joe Rogan doesn't look into what priests say that went to seminary school, because if God is real, you have to look into what the priests that went to seminary school are saying. And again, Joe Rogan's completely ignoring. There are scientists and mathematicians now who are flat earthers. Now, again, this is why I appeal to authority's logical fallacy. Just because you have a degree from some indoctrination facility, which may or may not be teaching the truth, I'm not saying any of it's not true. I'm just saying, again, did you come to a conclusion logically, using logic, reason, or science, or are you believing in a religion based on faith? So far, Joe's only brought faith and fallacies to the table.
Why are you getting mad?
Because you don't look into what scientists say.
How does he know that, by the way? I think Eddie looks into more what scientists say than what Joe says, because he knows Neil deGrasse Tyson's arguments. Any flat earther has researched most of this stuff, and they know most of these theories more than the goofballs that are arguing for the side of heliocentrism. That's the ultimate problem here, because these flat earthers are mopping the floor logically and scientifically with these globe earthers. Now, for whatever reason, maybe the logical heliocentric believers, they think it's hilarious, so they're just sitting back and laughing and enjoying the show because they can't believe that other heliocentric globe believers are so illogical and silly, and they find it funny that they're intentionally not going to debate the flat earthers to set the record straight and make a logical scientific defense of the heliocentric globe model. And I can't blame them for that. This is pretty funny. Like when you got clueless goofballs like Joe Rogan up trying to appear intelligent, it's just there's a certain brand of comedy that can't be denied in this instance.
You just automatically
You don't
dismiss
know
them
what I'm
all as
looking
corrupt.
at.
But you look into what YouTube.
Kind of like how Joe Rogan automatically dismisses that the mainstream narrative might be false, that humans might be fallible, that scientific experiments might not be perfect, that the theories that everybody took as gospel truth on blind faith might be illegitimate. And Joe Rogan just automatically assumes that's an impossibility.
Joe, is this fair to say the reason why you care so much about Eddie believing this shit and Eddie going, I'm crazy, is because he influences a lot of people?
So again, if Joe Rogan's a shill, that's a valid concern, because if Joe Rogan is a gatekeeper shill, he doesn't want Eddie Bravo to influence people. Joe Rogan would want everybody drinking that government Kool-Aid, drinking the institutional mainstream narrative Kool-Aid. Now, here's the real question, though. Let's say the mainstream institutional narratives are all true. I'm arguing that it's still very worthwhile to learn logic and reason and real science, because then you can continue maintaining truth. Taking anything on blind faith and promoting this religion of scientism, I think that's a great detriment to mankind as a whole. And what Eddie Bravo, even if wrong about the flat earth theory, and even if wrong about all conspiracies, just that objective, logical, neutral approach, an evidence-based approach instead of a faith-based religious approach, I think that is really, really good. But of course, that is dangerous to institutional narratives that have been built on faith and religion.
And you
Look for the
That's
truth.
one of
Find
it.
out for yourself. Look for the truth.
talking about
Look
some
into
shit
it like you're investigating. Just look into both sides. There's a reason why it's becoming huge. There's a reason.
Yeah, because people don't really go to school.
So if you don't go to seminary school, you don't believe in God. So people who don't go to seminary, if they went to seminary school, they would believe in God, and God must be real, right, Joe Rogan? Oh man, I think it would blow Joe's mind if he realized how dumb he sounded. But of course, Dunning-Kruger would prevent him. His ego is, and again, this is why learning psychology in addition to logic is so important and valuable, because you can see how your own brain protects your sanity. Because if Joe Rogan's subconscious this is if he's not a show, if he's not faking being dumb, his own subconscious has recognized that it would be too damaging if one part of your brain recognized that Joe Rogan is too mentally weak to handle the truth and it was blow his mind too much, then it's like the fight or flight response. The brain is going to turn off logic in this instance regarding this topic because it recognized that he can't handle it. So it's just a protective mechanism of the brain, of which there are many. So from that aspect, it's not that surprising.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
not huge with the educated
learn,
people.
They don't learn astrophysics. They don't study all these things. It's hard to learn. The entry barrier is fucking huge. If you want to study physics, you want to figure out. I can barely pay attention to it.
So, so now he's falling for the anecdotal logical fallacy because Joe Rogan's attention span is so small and Joe Rogan's mental capacity is so deficit compared to the average individual that because it's hard for him, because he doesn't understand it, he thinks other people don't understand it. He thinks Eric Dubay, if Eric Dubay is a shill, he might be a shill, sure, and everything he's saying might be false, but he's done the homework, he's done the research, he has an argument that he makes, and he took the time to understand the heliocentric argument. So if he's disingenuous and a shill pushing the false narrative of flat Earth, that's a valid theory. Maybe that's what he's doing. But he took the time to understand it. I mean, he's infinitely smarter than someone like Joe Rogan. And just so Joe Rogan, again, confusing. He's so bereft of basic logic and reason. He thinks that because something is difficult for him, it's difficult for other people. The entry-level barrier for physics is not as extreme as he's alleging. And again, if you learn logic, basically the language of truth, the language of validity, you can see whether all of this rhetoric you're memorizing in a government text is religious and faith-based, or if it's rooted in the scientific method and real science. So that's the critical point here. Joe Rogan doesn't really understand the difference between science or scientism if he's not faking being this silly.
I listen to these books on tape, and I have to go back over them 3-4 times just to understand a paragraph.
So Joe Rogan just admitted that his mental level is so little, like it's basically lower than a child's. He has to go over something 4 times to understand a paragraph. So clearly he's not an expert in any of this stuff. Why is he talking about this? Why is he embarrassing himself this badly in front of his friends and the whole world? It's really weird.
Try to figure out exactly what the fuck they're quantifying. They're talking about really intense shit that thousands of people have been working on in conjunction. They all feed off of each other's innovation.
Well, that's not quite true, because if you look at all the inventions of all modern technology, wireless technology, that's all Nikola Tesla based. He believed in the ether. So whereas Einstein, what is based off of Einstein's relativity? Again, Run Zcow debunked it. So Joe Rogan, again, falling for these appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, logical fallacies. All these people are working on it and building off each other. That's just proving Eddie's point. If that base layer of the house of cards is not scientific, if it's not true, whether a result of conspiracy or just honest errors of fallible humans performing fallible experiments, working with incomplete information, always. And they're building on this house of cards, and if the base layer is not true, why is Joe Rogan so insecure and terrified of people examining that base layer? Why is he so anti-science? It's just bizarre.
There's so many people working on these things, Eddie. The idea that they're all in on some sort of a giant global lie is insane.
Now again, massive straw man, again, pretending they would all have to be in on it. And all of this nonsense, appeal to incredulity again, ad hominem attack, that would be insane. Some people think believing the Gulf of Tonkin happened is insane. Or believing that this many people would keep the JFK assassination quiet. It's insane. I mean, the illogicality of Joe Rogan, I mentioned this so many times, it just knows no bounds here.
Yeah.
To be less than 1 in 6.33.
There's no winning here. No, there's no winning.
History of Flat Earth, look into it.
No. Definitely not.
No, definitely not. Joe Rogan is refusing to examine the evidence. He wants to continue sitting at the chess table without learning the rules. Too funny.
Look into it. Why not? For entertainment. You watch Game of Thrones. That's not real.
I don't watch Game of Thrones.
You watch Game of Thrones. You don't watch Game of Thrones?
No, there's dragons in it.
What do you watch? Breaking Bad?
I don't watch Breaking Bad.
Better Call Saul?
Nope.
What do you watch?
I watch real shit like First 48 and.
But Eddie, you're not talking about.
Is that a show?
But if you watch his Game of Thrones, he knows it's fake.
Yeah.
You're watching
approach it like
Flat
this, like
Earth,
it's fake.
and you
It's
start-
entertaining.
But
Approach
you
it like
don't.
it's fake.
But you don't.
I'm just having fun.
What do you think? Is the Earth flat or round?
I don't know if it's flat around until we see a picture from space.
Okay, so again, how many times does Eddie Bravo have to repeat, I don't know? How many times for Joe Rogan to understand? It's almost like Joe Rogan wants to trap him to make him say something that seems that more extreme, because he knows the line of inquiry is legitimate. Again, his subconscious triggered him for a reason. He knows it's all legitimate. He takes offense that Eddie Bravo is not being lazy. not going with the crowd and just selling out and drinking the Kool-Aid in this faith-based religion of authority worship, this cult. And how do people respond when their own cult or belief systems are questioned? This is just a natural psychological response, regardless of what the real truth is.
You're saying this bitch could be square.
I don't know what it is. It could be round. It could be way. It could be round, but
iPhone
way
HD
bigger.
camera
with fish-eyed lens. You guys are fooled by the fish-eyed lens. Come on, man. Come on. There's
So
plenty
it's
of
fake?
pictures without the fish-eyed lens that you could find. This fish-eyed lens, you guys
But
are
you
getting
understand
fooled by some
perspective?
basic.
He just asked Eddie Bravo if he understood perspective. If Joe Rogan doesn't even know what a fisheye lens is and he's asking Eddie Bravo, Joe Rogan doesn't even know what a panorama is called. He had to ask Jamie. So he wanted, and he's saying Eddie Bravo is not an expert in optics and all of these things and imagery. So what basis does he have to believe or disbelieve? Well, what about Joe Rogan? If he's not an expert in this, what basis does he have? How much is his opinion worth? Again, nothing but fallacies from Joe Rogan.
Gas, kindergarten.
Do you understand perspective? Do you know that if
I do
that, at
understand
that
perspective.
high, if you didn't have a fisheye lens, you're looking at this tiny fraction of the surface. The
Take
reason
the
why
fisheye lens off. That's
Eddie,
it.
they do.
This was from 1946.
How do you know that's real? Because it's a picture?
I read it on
How
the
do you-
internet. That's why I know it's real.
I don't know. How do you know it's real? You're a photographer.
If you could
How do you
show
know it's
any,
real?
I'm going
I
hard
could
on it
do
now.
a
I wear it enough
selfie
on
from
the internet.
space like this, and
Would you,
Eddie,
Eddie,
that shit's
would
fake.
you
That's real?
Yes,
would you
that's
be
real.
open?
Okay, that's real to you.
Eddie, would you be open to talking to
I don't
an
care
actual,
if you believe that's real. I don't care.
Would you be into talking to an actual astrophysicist?
So would Joe Rogan be interested in talking to an actual priest that went to seminary school? Because if Joe Rogan doesn't believe in God, I mean, because he didn't go to seminary school. So Joe Rogan's not trained in God or the Bible. But would Joe Rogan be open to talking to a Bible expert or a priest, someone who's been trained?
Yes, I would love to.
Like, what would you do if Neil deGrasse Tyson was here? Would
I
you
would have-
keep
I would
these
have questions
same,
for
these
him.
same arguments?
I would have some questions.
But would you listen to him? Like, if he told you some shit that actually made sense.
Wow, what a loaded statement. So again, just because something doesn't make sense to Joe Rogan, he thinks it's fake. He equates his religious faith-based belief system with truth and sense. And anything that threatens that, he immediately thinks it doesn't make sense. Or he doesn't have the mental capacity to examine it logically, reasonably, using the scientific method itself, using objective, neutral, skeptical science. So I guess he's asking if Eddie Bravo would take on faith a priest of scientism, because Joe Rogan himself is not a priest. He's just a blind follower worshiper. He thinks to convert Eddie into the cult, he needs someone higher up on that cult food chain totem pole.
Or would you just think he's
No,
a part
totally.
of getting paid off by the Round Earth Society?
I think he's you know, there's people that they push to be their spokespeople.
And there's really brilliant people that are good at talking, and they're educators like him, and then they get on television and people love it, and so he comes back and then he does a hit show called Cosmos.
So somebody who is a high-rated evangelist or something like that, a televangelist, someone who's on TV preaching, that makes it true, Joe Rogan? I mean, does he really understand how silly he is? None of his arguments stand up to any kind of logical scrutiny. It's just fallacy after fallacy after. If we had a fallacy counter, it would be broken right now.
Reenacts the Carl
brilliant.
Sagan show, and everybody loves it, and more people understand science now than ever before.
Because he breaks it
It's
down
hard,
for them.
Eddie. You know, it's hard
Don't
because
be
you didn't
mad.
go to school for
Don't be
this.
mad.
Didn't go to seminary school. It's hard. Nothing but appeals to authority.
I'm not mad. But look, I love you, man. I love you. You know,
I just don't
love
want.
you.
I'm just trying to. I want to be able to talk about flat Earth and have fun.
Okay, but it's not fun for me because I think there's some 16-year-old kids out there that are listening to this and they think you make sense.
And that's kind of dangerous because everybody's got to be indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship. Everybody's got to keep up that faith. And Eddie Bravo here promoting logic, reason, objectivity, the actual scientific method, the real science. Science is skepticism. That's dangerous when you're running a cult. And Joe Rogan clearly states that here.
And the problem is,
What's wrong with that? Who cares about that?
because those poor
What's
kids are
happening
gonna,
to me? What's happening to me? My life is going to
wasting
shit.
time.
No, it's having. You're waiting.
I think it's wasting time.
Dude, you fucking.
If you're
come on.
watching
Come on,
a
Eddie.
You do a lot
No.
of shit that,
I do waste time.
that you would
Still,
consider a waste of time if you
Some
didn't do it.
people would.
If someone was all into
Sure.
pool and he was obsessed with pool, you would say, you're wasting your time. What are you getting
Right,
out of
but
that?
when I hit those
it's okay
balls,
for you
I
to
know
waste
they're
time?
real. They're real.
Okay.
I hit those balls, they go into the hole. It takes skill and concentration, and it gives me something to occupy my mind. It's a game.
So he's basically, again, he doesn't realize that he's propping up Eddie's point in empiricism here. When someone's playing pool, you can verify that the pool cue is real, you're holding it, and you can verify that the billiard balls are all real, the table's real. You can verify the physics of the interaction between the pool cue and the billiard balls. So does Joe Rogan not realize that he's proving Eddie's point here? Because Eddie only believes things and he can verify empiricism, real science. This has nothing to do with faith.
It's a mind game. It's a body game. When you're watching a fake video the guy made about
You think it's fake.
nuclear bombs not being
You
real.
think it's fake.
Okay.
That's what you think.
Okay.
I mean,
I just feel like all the people that study it at all the universities
In
have come to a
Japan, December
conclusion.
14th, 9th.
Again, appeal to popularity and appeal to authority. So he completely ignores the historical context. I mean, it's like a broken record now. Joe Rogan has his go-to fallacies. Now, I got to admit, he did spice it up a little bit. He went with the ludic logical fallacies. He went to the no true Scotsman logical fallacies. Appeal to ridicule. I mean, he spiced it up a little bit. The ad nauseum, just repeating things ad nauseum. And here, even his inflection, all this, like, again, he doesn't understand basic logic, children's level logic. He doesn't get it, or he's faking, and he's just playing stupid that he doesn't understand it. But again, obviously, that's why science has nothing to do with consensus. If everybody believed, or even math, let's say everybody got tricked into thinking 1 + 1 is 5, and that's what they taught in school, and that's what all the textbooks said, would it make it true? According to Joe Rogan, it would make it true. According to someone being actually scientific, the amount of people that believe something that's not true, even if they're being honest to propagate those beliefs, they're not in on a conspiracy. Again, just anyone who's not bereft of logic and reason would understand how conflict of interest, how basic conspiracies, how compartmentalization, how classifications work. Because there's no reason to let more people in on the secret than need be in any kind of conspiracy. These are all basics. Why do they even need to be explained? This is a very embarrassing podcast from Joe Rogan.
And then one guy makes a YouTube video, or 20 guys.
There's a bunch of
Let's say
guys,
there's
dude.
1,000.
Santos Bonacci.
Why would you listen to them versus
what credibility
all the
do
people
they have?
And here's another, like, he thinks that because he falls for nothing but logical fallacies that Eddie would. What he's failing to realize is that Eddie Bravo and other conspiracy theorists, they are examining the merit of information being presented. They're not falling for ad hominem logical fallacies. This person is a particular type of person. They're not falling for appeal to authority logical fallacies. They're examining arguments for their own merit. I mean, that's what real science is. The truth is the truth, regardless of who's saying it. So can we examine arguments for their own merit and logically scrutinize those arguments to examine if they have scientific merit or not? Joe Rogan's so obsessed with these fallacies, he can't understand how real science works.
For generations after generations of studying the science behind it.
And the same could be said if you believe that the ancients all believed flat Earth, the generations upon generations, all their scientists, all their research, all the people, they all believed. That made it true, Joe Rogan? Come on, man. I think his kids must be smarter than him.
Repeatable science.
Listen to it. There's a lot of shit.
Repeatable science. Right, but you just told us about this one test, and you parroted it out as some sort of a theory that we should look up. And when we did, it turns out it didn't even work.
Again, Joe Rogan's own Dunning-Kruger and misunderstanding of the Michelson-Morley experiment, where ether was assumed to exist, therefore there's no motion. And even that wasn't necessarily true with the null result. But what Joe Rogan, in his feeble mind, and Jamie, they looked up one piece of propaganda, and that's it. They didn't really learn about it, which they're accusing Eddie of doing. That's why this is so hypocritically hilarious. Joe Rogan is such a hypocritical goofball, he can't even see that he didn't understand it. His own Dunning-Kruger, his narcissism and ego prevents him from understanding that he's the one who didn't understand. Now, Eddie might have not understood either. Okay, we're not defending Eddie Bravo here in this instance. I'm just focusing on the fact that Joe Rogan himself did not understand the experiment. If you assume ether, you can replicate it 1,000,000 times. If assume ether is not true, you can never replicate it. Is it really that hard to understand? And again, we're not even saying that experiment is a perfect, flawless experiment anyway. We have to keep in mind, of course, the ludic logical fallacy. There's unknown variables that can count for different results. So we're not even pretending that experiment is flawless in the first place. Just Joe Rogan is asinine here.
It wasn't repeatable.
You okay, whatever.
Eddie, I love you, but I don't like the way you approach these things sometimes.
He doesn't like science. He doesn't like anyone approaching anything objectively, neutrally, scientifically, or logically. He's making that perfectly clear in this podcast. He just repeated it ad nauseum. He thinks it's a problem to approach things scientifically. He would prefer everybody take on blind faith as gospel truth, these tenets of his own religion of scientism, of authority worship. He wants Eddie to drink the Kool-Aid, and he thinks it's a problem that Eddie's not drinking the Kool-Aid.
Because I think it confuses the fuck out of people like I was when I was young. I was super gullible. I believed all kinds of stupid shit, and I wasted a ton of time.
Like what?
Especially with successful
Fuck,
guys
man, all
saying
those
certain stuff.
Goddamn UFO people, man. All those UFO stories I bought and all that shit.
And how does he know those UFO stories weren't true? And just because Joe Rogan himself dogmatically needs to cling to something on the basis of faith and religion, that doesn't mean other people are doing that. You can consider something as being true without believing in it. Now, just because Joe Rogan is so silly and bereft of logic and reason and understanding of science, that doesn't mean other people are. So if he's being genuine here and not faking being this silly, then that makes sense. It makes sense. If he's on that low level of cognitive function, he could see this as a problem.
Eddie, have you ever heard of the law of perspective?
Yes, I know exactly.
Do you know
what
that's
that
not
is.
real? It's not a law.
What about it?
They're giving the definition of what perspective is.
You know
but
what the law of perspective is?
Yeah,
I know what it
I'm
is.
trying to tell you though, real quick. There are laws of conservation of energy and such in physics. There are actual laws that they can be translated without even speaking language. It's math. The law of perspective is not one of those.
Okay, so Jamie's jumping in here with this etymological logical fallacy, basically arguing semantics. Is it a law of physics? So did Eddie Bravo say it was a law of physics or just a generic scientific law, which could apply to physics, chemistry, biology, whatever? So in terms of optics and how the eye sees, these are empirically verifiable. So what exactly is a scientific law? So basically, the generic explanation, you could look this up on Wikipedia, scientific laws or laws of science are statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. The term law has diverse usage in many cases across all fields of natural science. If you want to look at the law of physics, the laws of physics are defined by nature. Laws of physics are stated facts which have been deduced and derived based on empirical observations. Okay? Simply put, the world around us works in a certain way, and physical laws are a way of classifying that working. Okay, so for example, vanishing point. Convergence. If you look in the distance, the train tracks appear to touch. They don't actually touch, but they appear to touch. So in general, the law of perspective, loosely used. Okay, I guess Jamie's trying to, again, straw man here and trying to make Eddie wrong because it might not technically be used this way. But according to the definition, it could be used as a scientific law in relation to the way your vision works, right? Because there is a vanishing point on the horizon. Now, the exact mechanics of the working of it, I mean, that's up to interpretation, but you cannot see forever. I mean, your eyes are just not good enough to see forever. That's basically all the law of perspective simplified is referring to in terms of vanishing point and convergence. So Jamie pretending it's not a scientific law in the strictest definition of the law in terms of laws of physics, based on whatever website he pulled up. I mean, that's just illogical silliness because you can empirically verify vanishing point. You can go look at the horizon. Now, again, that doesn't mean the world is flat or rounded. I mean, I don't know. The flat earthers claim that. The globe earthers claim that. But if you're just talking about the strictest sense of how human vision works, whether it's a globe or flat, it works the way that it works. And you see, so if we're living on a flat earth, then what we're seeing on a flat earth. If we're on a globe earth, we're seeing that on a globe earth. Either way, train tracks will still appear to touch in the distance. It's a law in the sense that it's you can go out and do the experiment 1,000,000 times, and a million times the train tracks are going to look like they're going to touch. That's the very nature of science. So in a generic sense, it would classify as a law, even if it's not technically or commonly used as a law, which is why this is an etymological logical fallacy. So it's, again, Jamie's just kind of attempting to distract with the strict definition of a law, ignoring the actual point or merit of the argument relating to vanishing point or whatever reason the law of perspective or perspective itself was brought up. And let's listen to Eddie's response here.
Preaching
What is it? Tell me.
And you can see how
It's
triggered
just a
he is,
definition of
Eddie.
perspective.
What is
I'm
it?
asking
It's
you
his
what the
own
law of
I know what it
perspective
is.
is. What is it? Because it's not real.
Maybe. So you're saying there's no
Or is it, once again,
law of
if you actually
I'm saying it's not a
perspective, Joe
law.
Rogan and Jamie,
As,
What
as-
is it then?
Like when you
It's a
say the law of
definition.
But what is
gravity.
it?
It's a definition of the
and how
word
that would affect
perspective.
results,
Yes.
and learn
That's
about
not
all
a
these other
law.
experiments and the history
Well,
of
the
geocentrism,
laws of
you might
perspective
learn
are
something
the
instead of
one of the
sounding
laws
like
is
getting
No, there are
the
no laws of
horizon.
perspective.
The
though.
horizon
That's
will
not-
always
no,
rise
That's not real.
to high level. That's
It's not real. Empirically verified observations are not real, according to Jamie, because it doesn't use a capital L for law of perspective, which, again, doesn't meet the criteria. If it meets the criteria, it might as well be a law, even if it's not called a law, right? I mean, this is all getting into some shady and dicey semantics, but this is why the field of science exists. You can go out yourself and see if train tracks appear to touch in the distance. What this has to do with the shape of the Earth, again, nobody's proven, at least demonstrated in this conversation here, why it's relevant to the shape of the Earth, but it just basically debunks some of the arguments that globe earthers try to prove to use that it's a globe. That doesn't make it flat, though, again, against Eddie's point, but whatever. I don't even know what Jamie's arguing here, and of course, Joe Rogan is religiously jumping in to back his fellow zealot.
to eye level. That's not a law.
real.
It always
No,
happens.
that's not.
It always happens.
It's not a law.
But it
though.
always happens.
But
It's a
that's-
law if it happens.
That's not a law. This is where you don't understand part of the laws of science. That's not a law.
So Jamie is proving that he's the one that doesn't understand. And you can see how triggered he is in his voice because he himself knows that he doesn't know the real definition. And he's just taking on blind faith as gospel truth, whatever website he just pulled up quickly. But you can empirically verify the definition of a law. It's something in line with something that can be empirically verified by experimentation. Again, go out and stand in between train tracks, not when a train is coming, of course. Do the train tracks appear to touch in the distance? Do they appear to touch every single time you go out there? Unless, I guess, if there's a deep, deep fog and you can't see 2 feet in front of your face. But in non-fog-like conditions, do they appear to touch? Is vanishing point real? So he's saying there are these definitions of perspective, but it's not a law, which is kind of interesting. Can it be empirically verified? Can you see forever? If not, what is vanishing point? What is the limit of angular resolution? A law would mean that it happens every time. So whether or not it's being used and defined as such, Jamie clearly doesn't understand the definition, and he's projecting that onto Eddie because his subconscious recognized that he doesn't understand.
They're
It's
not
just a
huge.
definition.
You're not getting knocked down.
Okay.
That's
And
why
then what is the
definition
definition? What is the
thing that you've been
definition?
Definition of a
citing, you didn't
noun.
even
It's a
understand it
person,
when we
place,
were
thing, or
reading it.
idea.
And Joe
That's not a
Rogan didn't
law.
understand anything either.
That's just
And
a
he said
definition.
we were
All right.
reading it. Jamie
Okay.
was
You know
reading it,
what
but
else
of
is?
course
I used to
they
call
have
this
they want that
double
safety
lotus for
number.
years and years and
Because
years.
again,
And it's
you
not
have
double
to have a
lotus. It's
certain
full
amount.
lotus.
It's not a law, though, right?
But it's not double lotus
It's
either.
not a law,
It's
though.
not double lotus
But it's
either.
just
That's my
what
point.
you're saying is you're talking about a different word for the same move.
Same move, yeah.
What he's saying
The
is
rules of
that
perspective.
these
Is that
people
better?
that
No.
use-
The
that
rules
use
of
that
perspective.
It's
definition.
not better because
The
what-
definition of perspective.
Hold on.
It's the same thing.
Because what-
whatever you call it,
You
God,
gotta,
Allah,
all
whatever
right.
you want.
Well, when you look up this stuff online, I try to type in the law of perspective because I want to see what you and Eric Dubé believe that is.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I ever find with the law of perspective is the words flat Earth with it, or maybe there's actually the Urban Dictionary has a definition
And
for the
now
law
let
of
me ask you something.
perspective.
What does it matter if it's law?
But it's not a law.
Like
It's not a
perspective
law.
or
They say
definition.
But they
definition.
say
It matters
they're
because
using
it's science.
But
So they keep using the word science without understanding what it means. They should look up the definition of a scientific law and see if that conforms to vanishing point, to convergence, to whatever, however human perspective works. If you just look at the basic definition of perspective, the angle or direction.
Oh my God. Is there such thing as a scientific law?
Looking at an object.
There are natural laws of there's science. I don't know.
You can go see how perspective works. So whether you call it, the reason it's not called a law is probably because it's not relating to one specific thing. So most of these things are used in either graphical projections or with artists. So it's basically just observing geometry. So there's a lot that goes into it. So in general, most of this has to do with perspective, art, how the human eye works, which just because you're seeing something with your eye, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, right? So if you can't see whether the Earth is flat or not, I mean, there's precipitation. You're not going to see forever. So on a foggy day, let's say you don't see something, does that mean that something is not there? Just because you can't see it. So it's a little bit dicey in that territory, which is probably why they don't call a lot of these things laws, but technically they are laws in art or geometrical projection on how intersecting line works and how things appear to your vision, and you can empirically verify this with experimentation, which would classify as a law in a generic sense, which again, Joe Rogan and Jamie don't understand any of the basics here, and they're projecting that onto Eddie.
But if the horizon always rises to eye level,
that's not a law,
you can
though,
consider
my
that what would you call it then?
You don't believe in gravity, though,
we'll call it
either.
a thing of perspective.
You don't believe in gravity either. That falls at a constant of 9.82 meters per second. That's a law of gravity.
Gravity's a theory.
No.
Nikola
You guys have a
Tesla.
theory of what gravity is. Yeah. Density, but that's another scientific word.
Oh, wow. This is painful to listen to. These guys don't know what they're talking about. The law of gravity and the theory of gravity are two completely different things. Now, the measure of a force, the law states that the force is there, and the force can be measured and it's always there. What that force is due to might not be the gravitation of a smaller object to a greater object in mass. That's what the theory of gravity. That's the theory to explain the law. Why the law occurs, for example, it could be all due to electromagnetism, in which case the law does conform to nature, but you can call it whatever you want. You can call it the law of E instead of the law of G, the law of electromagnetism. And that wouldn't change the reality. And again, we go back to the ludic logical fallacy, unknown variables. But none of these guys know any of these definitions. I mean, Joe Rogan and Jamie are probably the last people in the world that should be having this conversation, because all they're doing is making heliocentrists look bad. Because there are smart heliocentrists out there, but these goofballs are they're giving legitimacy to the flat earth movement. And I'm not saying the flat earth theory is wrong, but if it's wrong and legitimacy should not be given, then why are Jamie and Joe Rogan the ones talking about this? It's bizarre.
You guys said that if it's more dense, it falls, but why does it fall? Why would it fall lower if it's denser?
Because it's heavier than...
Why is it heavier? Do you know what?
Because it's denser.
We're only
it's
heavy
denser
because
than the
of
oxygen,
gravity.
so it falls.
We're only
but
heavy.
Helium, how come a helium?
Because it's gas. Helium is a gas. We're only heavy.
It's lighter than
it's
the
a
oxygen.
Gas because
That's
of
why
we're in the
it's
atmosphere.
lighter. It's lighter.
And you could hear the triggering in Jamie's voice. Someone questioned his faith-based religious belief system, and he knows he can't explain it simply because he doesn't understand it well enough. Again, these are Einstein's words. And Eddie is not really triggered. He's just saying what he's saying. He admits it could all be wrong. He doesn't know for sure. And he's just giving generic concepts which seem to make sense. Again, everybody would be subject to the ludic logical fallacy. There could be other reasons why all these things are happening, regardless of whether it's a flat or globe model.
Lighter. It's less dense.
Jamie,
I'll
I'm
explain.
Sure you can find
It's
some
lighter
evidence
because
the
we're
Earth
in the
is spinning.
atmosphere of Earth.
Isn't it less dense, though?
If we were in space, there is no atmosphere.
And so what Jamie, again, failing to realize, I don't know if his comprehension is even lower than Joe Rogan's. I don't know. It's almost like a competition on who's sillier here. Because he doesn't understand what a presupposition is. He doesn't understand what a circular reasoning logical fallacy is. Because he's assuming the atmosphere is what has been proposed. He's assuming space is what has been proposed. He's using this house of cards. Now, if you can prove it, then you prove it. You don't presuppose it. You make that statement in your proof. You don't just accept people to take that presupposition on blind faith as gospel truth.
That's why everything floats. Gases and us. We're dense too, but we would float in space just like gas.
If you do float in space.
If we got into space, you're correct. If we got out there.
If
so
you believe that.
Can we not go to space?
I don't know how far we can go up. I
But
don't know.
Eddie, you know the space station.
I'm not sure.
You said the space shuttle went into orbit.
I don't know how far it went
You
up.
say
It went
don't
up
know-
pretty
you say
high. I
don't
don't
know
know
how high.
I don't know
Okay,
where it went.
but you
I
know-
knew it. I know it took off. Saw
Right.
that.
Okay.
And then I see it landing. You see that?
Right. You know
I don't
it
know
went-
where it went.
You know it went way
I don't
higher
know
than a
where.
plane, right?
For sure.
Are you not confused on what laws and stuff science are, though? Do you not see that?
Okay, we'll call it definition.
But
of-
it's- but you
what do
can't-
what do we call it?
But that's not.
What do we call it? We'll call it whatever you want.
In science,
I
we
just
call
call
things
it-
laws.
Wait,
We don't call them
time?
definitions. In science, there are laws.
So why does- so the-
because
So what is that?
that law, which
The-
is
the-
most
the
in most
horizon always
Eddie, you
rises
can't
to eye
talk
level.
over him.
In
You
most-
can't
What
talk
is that
over him.
called?
In
Let
most
him-
cases,
I'll
it's
agree with you.
math.
Hold on a
In
second.
most cases, it's math, the law.
Okay.
So that math, then that formulaic equation.
Oh man, this is painful. And you could hear in Jamie's voice too that just the sheer insecurity of what he's saying. Now, he might fully well believe that it's true, but he knows he can't prove it. He knows he doesn't understand any of these definitions, but he's pretending to further his point. Well, that's what his subconscious is recognizing. His Dunning-Kruger is preventing him from actually realizing this. His main conscious is not able to realize this because of his severe Dunning-Kruger narcissism, ego issues. And with Joe Rogan also has in spades, which they are proving for this entire series here in this podcast. Now, the other reason why this is an etymological, logical fallacy is just assuming that these definitions don't change. So all law, everything that became a scientific law at one point was not a law. So does that mean it wasn't a law when it wasn't called a law? So there's a certain way that human perspective works, regardless of what you call it, and you can empirically verify this. And if Jamie understood that, he wouldn't be making this silly argument.
Can go to any country and work. I don't need to speak English to the guy in Germany to explain to him what I'm trying to get out of it. Okay. He can test it with the same things, the same variables, and get the same thing out of it. That's why all these things are laws, not definitions.
Okay, I get it. Thank you for clearing that up for me.
Does that work? Do you accept that or no?
Well, the problem is people use this verbose terminology because it makes them appear smarter than they really are.
Ooh, some more projection there from Joe Rogan. So they didn't understand any of those definitions or how they worked or how it applies to logic and reason. And they're just they just go along pretending that they're right and their faith-based religious views are right no matter what, and attempting to explain away. They're invoking all of these fallacies. They failed to understand the point of perspective. So they want to just jump on this etymological logical fallacy and stating, and even if Eddie doesn't understand what the word law means, it doesn't change the merit of what he's saying, right? He's talking about perspective and how the human eye works. Now, he might be incorrectly alleging that proves a flat earth, but that doesn't mean that's not how it works. That doesn't mean that vanishing point isn't real. It doesn't mean that humans can see forever, regardless of the shape of the earth. And these guys are just trying to make him wrong about something. They're desperate. They're frantic here, so they pick that. It's hilarious.
They are.
Trying to
It makes
get a
them
point
say,
across.
No, Eddie, and they're trying to say it in a fancier way because they really didn't go to school for this shit.
If you didn't go to seminary school, you're not allowed to discuss God. And again, he completely ignores, if you actually watched any of Dubé's videos, Dubé has a very good understanding of all of these physics. Now, if he's intentionally a disinfo shill, whatever, he's manipulating this information, but he's actually presenting a real case. If it's not true, it's not true. If he's intentionally deceiving, but his understanding is there. And that's what Joe Rogan's not understand either, or pretending they're just playing stupid. He doesn't have any understanding about any of these things, so he's accusing Eddie of not this just extreme projection.
So they say a bunch of shit that's not real, like the law of perspective, and it's not a law, and it belies the real problem. They don't have an education in this stuff, and they're just talking out of their ass.
And they get
it's
other people to
disrespectful.
follow. Yeah.
Disrespectful to the fucking generations of people that have been studying that their whole lives.
Around the record we go. Appeal to authority. Appeal to popularity. So in the past, is it disrespectful to all the people in the past who had outdated or incorrect models? Is it disrespectful to actually follow logic, objective logic and reason and science, real science, instead of just preaching the faith and going along with all of these previous people, just mounting on, continuing to pile on the house of cards without re-examining the base layers? It would be disrespectful not to do that, because any true scientist would want their work to be critiqued to make sure we're working with the right information and the right theories. But of course, Joe Rogan, too silly to understand even the basics. And by the way, what these goofballs fail to mention, because they're so ignorant and uneducated about all these different theories, is the law of perspective that Robotham originally mentioned in his Flat Earth books that Eric Dubay parroted is referring to the law of perspective taught in art school. So it was the law of perspective within art, not necessarily physics. Again, these goofballs don't understand what's even being alleged, and they're projecting that onto Eddie Bravo.
That one guy can figure out all these different things, that dinosaurs aren't real, nuclear bombs aren't real.
And of course, again, Joe Rogan is strawmanning and pretending that Eddie Bravo is taking Eric Dubay as a priest or whatever. Eric Dubay is not really that original, actually. If you look at most of his claims, I mean, I don't know if he made those graphics himself, but he's taking other people's information. The whole dinosaur conspiracy, that's actually been around for a while. The flat earth's been around for a while. And some of these flat earthers, they were real scientists in the past 100 years doing real experiments. Now, whether they're wrong or right is a separate matter, but it's so hilarious at how bereft Joe Rogan is of logic and reason that he can't even understand the theory being proposed. He can't even understand the proponents. He doesn't know the history of all the experiments for or against, and he just misunderstands all the information presented here. I mean, he just went complete goofball mode here. Just nothing but fallacies, projecting his own misunderstanding and insecurity. Just a real poster boy for the Dunning-Kruger effect.
The earth is flat. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Again, appeal to ridicule, calling something ridiculous. Some people think the JFK conspiracy theory is ridiculous. If you have proof, cite the proof, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan has nothing of substance, nothing logical or scientific to support his position.
Satellites aren't real. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so now he's going ad nauseum. He's just going to repeat it's ridiculous, hoping people will believe that it's ridiculous. How ridiculous is that? How illogical is that?
His one guy is
It's
he
not
must
one
be the
guy.
smartest person
It
in the
isn't one
world.
guy.
Well, that one
It's a
guy,
lot of guys.
that one guy that you're pals with.
And again here, Joe Rogan is failing to realize. So Tesla, who built the modern world, like, what are the chances that he's right? He's one guy. One guy. All these other people that have been doing all this science and Tesla proved them wrong or is that far ahead of him. Tesla's wireless technology must not work. All of his inventions must not. I mean, he's only one guy. All these other scientists, let's continue to appeal to popularity. There's no way Tesla invented or created anything new or revolutionary. He's only one guy. He's one guy. He's one guy. That's all Rogan has to support his position. This is beyond silly. This is just silliness to the nth degree. And I really thought I'd be able to finish, but alas, no. We're going to have one more podcast episode on the silliness and illogicality of the highly religious Joe Rogan, having no logic or reason or scientific evidence to support his positions in this debate against Eddie Bravo, who, again, at least admits that he doesn't know anything. He might be wrong about everything. He's at least neutral, objective, scientific, relying on evidence and empiricism. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for topic, true crime case, and logical analysis requests. So become a patron and support the channel if you enjoy it. Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Hello, we're in between bot things, so it's a chance for somebody to speak up and say something. Anybody got globe evidence? Anything they want to discuss? Now, the globe evidence is kind of facetious to say that, but you guys know what I mean. Is my mic working?
Yes, your mic's working, Dave.
Thank you, Andy. Hold my beer.
I'm not in really a talking mood. I ain't got much to say, to be honest. Well, that was pretty good. That were interesting, for sure.
Yeah, I like how that guy tries to claim he's neutral and he's just examining logical fallacies. So that's a service in itself, just pointing out all the logical fallacies you need to use to defend the globe model. So there you go. Right.
Yeah, I think he's... I don't know this guy at all, but if he's a content creator, then, he's got to be on the fence somewhat, hasn't he?
Well, I haven't seen him on any cams, and I know he admits he uses a voice changer, so he wants to stay anonymous at this point for whatever reason it seems. I mean, as far as I know. But he's putting some good info out there. He's just examining the logical fallacies, and, obviously, whether you're idiot Joe Rogan or whoever you are trying to defend the globe, you're going to use logical fallacies. We all know this. Because
yeah, it's a bit disappointing.
Go ahead.
It's a bit disappointing listening to him talking about science. There's no science involved.
Right, yeah.
Science is quite simply to establish a cause and effect relationship.
Right. Anybody can do the scientific method. You don't have to wear a white lab coat and all that crap. But that's the thing that kind of bothered me. He kind of insinuated, whether he meant to or not, that there were guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson or something that could defend the globe without logical fallacies. But I haven't heard anybody do that. You know what I mean. I probably said that wrong, but
I used to listen to Joe religiously. I'm not even joking. I was like. I even had him as my screensaver, his podcast as my screensaver of the very, very old Nokia phone that I had. I love that podcast when it was just him and Red Band just shooting the shit. And,
back in the day when he was I think it was called Question Everything, and he was questioning the moon landings, and he seemed like he was sincerely trying to find some truth,
Yeah, dude, he was on that show on Stern's network, Sirius. I can't remember what it's called, something and Anthony or whatever. He was on that for literally 40 minutes, debunking the moon landings. I mean, yeah, man, that's national radio as far as I know, and he was on fire, like.
But like you said, once he turned on the moon landings and did the 180, he could obviously sell that at that point,
Yeah, I was done with him then, because then now I know he's a mouthpiece for somebody else.
Yeah.
And he sort of said that kind of a few times. He kind of said basically sell out his own mother for certain things, for
there is a video of him saying that for sure.
Yeah. Fancy pants and lollipops and some what can we say, some of the truths of this place, I guess, the esoteric knowledge. But I don't know, it just bothers me. I just think that we're all part of this place, and I don't know, I get a bit frustrated with all kinds of things. I get frustrated with religions. Why do these religions get to monopolize spirituality? That bothers me a little.
Yeah. Upset over religions? What do you mean? Just ask.
Well, I mean, spirituality is your birthright. Well, now, why should they get to say what it is or what it isn't? You know what it is. Ultimately.
Well, like the I can't think of not the characterization.
Whoever's trying to talk there, you're very low. I can barely hear you. Who is that?
It's because I'm not yelling. My throat hurts.
I don't want you to yell.
I'm not yelling.
No, you sound fine.
Okay, that's
just
better.
have to turn me up.
I hear you now. Go ahead. Welcome to the server.
Okay, so... Oh, no, man. This is like... I was on here yesterday, bro. Doom is fucking scary.
What do we call you, OG fam? Hello.
Yep.
So what's your opinion on the shape of the earth?
Oh? Well, I mean, most of the time I'm just listening and I really don't take any interest in that, honestly. I just like to listen and hear what you guys have to say about the shape of
Well, it's okay that almost everybody here, we used to think we live on a globe. So if you think it's a globe right now, it's a globe right now. Okay.
Nah, from listening in, I mean, you guys sound like you guys know what you're talking about, but I still haven't done my research because, it's not on the web. So, like that, you got to go to, like,
That's fair enough. In the last couple days, it's your first time looking at this subject.
Oh, no. It's like the first time. No, it's really not. Because actually, I've been in the server. I just don't have, like, any, like, roles that define me. I'm just in the middle, honestly.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I'm just a verified person.
This whole process is really to really see if you actually understand that it's a globe or you think it is because somebody told you. You know what I mean?
All right.
So, do you have any empirical evidence of the globe? Have you ever witnessed curvature? Anybody's measured curvature?
Wait, say that again. Can you say that one more time, sir?
Have you ever witnessed Earth's curvature, or do you know how anyone has ever measured the Earth's curvature?
Nope. Man, I've never even thought they don't bring that up in science class.
See, that's the problem. They gave us this number. The radius of the globe is 3,959 miles. Have you heard that before?
Not 309. I think I have, but I don't remember too much.
That's the number they claim the size of the globe, and as far as we can tell, we've never been able to verify how they got that number, because nobody's ever measured the curvature, as far as we know. But if you think you have somebody that has measured, you want to come in, Elijah? Go ahead.
No, sorry, just not making.
All right, Mikey. So, all we ask you to do here is be honest. You were with that answer to the first question. You don't know anybody measure curvature. What about the motion of that?
Say that one more time. I cannot hear you.
The motion, the actual rotation of the Earth, the motion of the Earth. Right. When was that detected?
When was it detected?
Yeah, who did it? How'd they do it?
Like I said, man. Like I said, bro, I'm not gonna sit play with you. I'm really not like big on this stuff.
It's okay, man. I don't know is a good answer if you don't know.
Man, I don't know. I'm just here to really listen in, and then if you guys start joking, I like to joke around with you guys.
Well, we try to stay serious and intellectually honest here. We like to joke around some, but this isn't a playground. We're here to actually share serious information with people. So the first 2 points I covered with you is generally the gist of this argument. We can't find curvature and we can't detect rotation. Those are two of the main problems. I'll tell you.
You said we can detect curvature and we cannot detect rotation.
We cannot detect the curvature. Can't figure out how they detected the rotation.
So then, how do we have day and night then? If that's the case, because we always taught in school that it's a rotation. It's like a.
Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll concede to you. Go ahead. This will be fun.
You ever been under a streetlight?
Yes, I have.
You ever been 300 feet from a streetlight?
Yep. I mean, you're driving by, I guess.
It's dark where there's no streetlight.
Right.
Light is local. Light is not infinite. It's local. You don't need an 800,000 mile wide nuclear reacting explosion to light 50% of a globe. You just have a local light that's in a circuit. That's it.
All right.
The reason you're probably asking that is probably because you've been shown like some kind of idea, right? That you're on a ball that's spinning and the light is shining on half of it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's the idea.
If nobody ever knew that, if nobody ever thought of that, you'd still have day and night. And you'd still experience it as flat, wouldn't you?
Wait, can you say that one more time?
If nobody ever thought of that,
okay,
they would just experience the sun locally going over them and moving away. That's it. And that's what we experience.
So wait, the sun
the
moves,
localization
not
of light. It's this localization of light. In other words, the
Right.
light is shining where you're at, and as the object moves farther away that's shining the light, it's dark.
Right.
Pretty simple.
That's not too hard. I mean, it's kind of hard to remember, but I mean, it doesn't sound too bad. I mean, that's cool.
Elijah's in New York, so you have to forgive him. Sometimes there's like murders and subways next to him.
You said murders?
Yeah, people getting shot left and right around Elijah all the time. You can hear it.
God,
just pop, pop, pop all the time.
Yeah. If you stick around, you'll understand. You're welcome. All the noise that comes through my mic. Some people have called me because they thought like I got into an accident or I got jumped or something. There's a lot of shit that goes on. But
yeah, he's in the bad mic thing.
So the thing that Meme is trying to get you to understand is you have a lot of presuppositional knowledge that forms your view about reality. What he describes to you is exactly what you experience. You don't experience anything else. You don't experience the globe turning to give you day and night. You've only been told that. What you do experience is, yeah, you see the sun come from the east and go to the west. And when that happens, it gets light at dawn and it gets dark at dusk. It's called light attenuation. If you look that up, you'll understand. Light doesn't travel forever.
Right.
Well, in our reality, it doesn't anyway. Because we have air, and the dirt and particles in the air are the things that basically weaken the signal or weaken the light from the light source. Has anybody told you that? Or like, because usually when you're looking up this information, Globers just tell you like how dumb flat Earth is, and they give you different scenarios. We just actually tell people about what science is versus what math is. We let people know what logical fallacies are. Like nothing about anything that we say is going to be imaginary. It could be all things that you can verify for yourself.
Okay, well, my question is, how do I verify all this stuff? I mean, because it's not like I can just get a goddamn spaceship if there's even a space.
Hey, why would you say? Go ahead, Lee.
Do you know how you can confirm this? I'm gonna tell you how you can confirm this. You can actually witness the sun moving and you staying still every single day. You know how?
Wait a second.
Huh?
For real?
Yeah. Stand outside. Are you moving?
I mean, I'm looking out my window, but I'm moving.
Yeah, but you're not moving. The ground is stationary. The sun's moving over you.
Actually, that does make sense.
Yeah. Like, would it make sense for you to be standing and all the cars moving and you thinking that the cars are stationary and you're moving?
No, that doesn't make sense.
No, it wouldn't. So we don't feel any motion and we see all this stuff moving over us, right?
Yeah. I always wonder about that. How don't we feel like that's what they teach you at school?
I want to ask you something too, right? You play GTA and Skyrim, right?
Yeah, well, I played GTA, not Skyrim.
Okay, GTA. All right, I've been on GTA since like 2013. Wow. So, GTA, there's a night and day cycle.
Right.
Sun rises, the sun sets.
Right.
How does that work if it's not a globe? You see, right?
Wait a second, I gotta go, but I'll probably be back in here later.
All right.
I mean, that's something interesting to talk about right there, man. Because I never thought of it like that, but I always know if I'm standing still, that the sun is moving.
It's simple, bro.
I mean, yeah, it is simple. All right, well, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see you later. Oh, that went well.
Nice and easy.
Nice and easy. You know what? I think he's around my kid's age. So I was like, how would I explain this to one of my kids? Let me think. Because I got a teenage daughter, so I have to be able to communicate.
The hardest thing to do is get a person to understand that they don't think well. That's our hardest job.
Yeah. I do like that they have not really, like in my generation, they really tried to articulate physical examples into like the lessons, like spinning the bucket and all that stuff to give us examples of gravity. And it was much more beaten in. Like it was much more programmed into us. Like I would say the education was better for understanding like earth sciences and all that stuff. But I've noticed that with this last generation, they'll argue with you, but not for long, because they're just not giving them anything.
Yeah, there's no real tangible data. Like at least we had, fake examples. They don't really have that. They just have TV. Like they have the information version, but they've never been shown anything, taken on any field trips, shit like that.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be a whole generation who's going to be way past the Overton window with it being all right to talk about this. I mean, it's already been 6 years for us. So, it's already within the public conversation. There was one time years ago when a disturbed parent came in here after their kid went to them.
Shit gets crazy out there. Like the best they got is Joe Rogan, Dunning-Kruger, thinking everybody else has Dunning-Kruger.
See, that's the thing. I think the way Joe Rogan argued, like when this whole flat earth thing, there's a reason he won't address it, right? He doesn't even talk about it anymore, right? Is he makes him, when people watch that stuff, he looks bad. And I would say if I was on his side, I'd think, oh, wow, this is all cringe. These are bad arguments. So like if you're gonna get emotional and stuff, all you're gonna do is you're gonna push people to the other side. You're gonna push them to get angry about it, and then they'll go look into it. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson is doing the right thing from a logical perspective. Don't address it. Don't talk about it. Don't acknowledge it.
What up? Anyone around?
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I just made a brew, so I just said I'm not in much of a talking mood, to be honest. But then, who knows? We're just listening to Joe the Shill Rogan. Yeah, I haven't listened to him for absolutely ages. Yeah, I kind of do that with people. I think, oh, they took the ticket, and then I just stop listening. I don't know. And I don't hate them taking the ticket either. I don't hate them at all. I think, yeah, that makes sense. It's nice to have nice things.
I was talking to this globalist, and they're confused about what I was saying. I'm like, why is it confusing? I go, I'm talking about the surface of the Earth, and I describe said surface as flat. So she told me, unless I can explain her observation of the moon to her, then my description of the surface is invalid. I'm like, you're dumb. You're bricked. First of all, why would I need to explain your observation to you? Even more so when it's about the moon. I'm not talking about the moon, I'm talking about the Earth. And more importantly, the surface of the Earth. So why would your observation of the shape of the moon matter to me? And why would I have to explain that in context of the surface of the Earth? And she couldn't get it. She just couldn't get past that. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it's one of them things where if you falsify their globe, it's like, that's it now. Well, you have to tell them everything about what it is, though. No, that's not how it works. They're not comfortable with I don't know what it is. I just know that we've been lied to about what it is.
I think they're talking about Joe Rogan there in the text chat. I think he got threatened because if I remember right, he was talking to Snake in the Grass, and Snake in the Grass was talking to him about the lunar lander, and he made some really good points. He's like, "Hey, what about the flag? The flag is moving. This and all this other thing." And Snake in the Grass told him, "Think about your family." Like, wow, did he just like drop a threat there? Did he say like, you might want to reconsider your position here because, Snake in the Grass says they know where you live.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Reminds me of, I used to listen to a lot of Bill Cooper, Hour of the Time, and you probably taught me more about Freemasonry than anybody else, I think. And he used to say, they had a saying, which was, you're either with us or you're against us. By default. You don't get a say, basically. And so, yeah, there could be something in that. It's powerful to be part of something. We all yearn to be part of something, don't we? We are realizing we're already part of something. You couldn't be more part of something.
Did you guys hear Andrew Tate who got arrested in Romania?
Yeah, I just saw the headline. I didn't really the thing is, I really don't give this stuff my attention because I think it's just more actors playing the roles. So I could be wrong about that, of course.
Well, I think there's not for it's they claim human trafficking, but it's going to be something like money laundering actually.
Yeah, it's complete bullshit too. The headline I saw was like, information from Greta helps apprehend Andrew Tate. What the fuck? So some pizza box, which I thought was hilarious, like Pizzagate. So because she tweeted out some pizza box takeout that he had, that allowed authorities to narrow in on his position. The dude wasn't even hiding. What are you talking about?
I have a question about Andrew. So I've seen some videos of him being not nice. Is that real or not? He's like
You mean not nice to women?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that video is fake, but it really doesn't matter, does it? Because it's still it's still an energy.
It was like
isn't it?
It was like 2 videos, and I don't know how you could fake that.
Well, I heard it was fake, but I don't really give a shit, to be honest. Either way, it's
Hold on, I zoned out. What are we talking about?
this video of him supposedly, slapping a woman around or something like that.
Didn't she go on TV and say that they were that was her kink?
Yeah, it's like a role play or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I've known plenty of people who do that.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, stay away from those girls.
Okay. It was like 2 different women. There's 2 videos I've seen. They're kind of hard to find, but you can find them if you search.
Look, if a kickboxer hits a woman, he's going to jail for murder. She's not getting slapped up. Like we all know this anyway.
Yeah, but even if it's fake, it's still putting that energy into the world. So
yeah, I know it's not fake. It's their kink. It was real, but it was like they wanted to do it.
Yeah, I don't think I want to follow someone that likes that.
Yeah, a professional kickboxer could beat the crap out of a dude and he wouldn't get back up. Think about what he's going to do to, a woman he outweighs by 100 pounds, please.
121 pound, 21-year-old with no muscle mass. And
he's going to build
3 times less dense bone structure. Yeah, that's going to kill her in 2 hits.
yeah, I don't think you need a pimp for a role model. They seem to have thrown this person forward to say, look, guys, here's your role model for the, because the pendulum swung a little bit far for the ladies. And I'm like, no, we do not need a pimp for a role model. Just like young women don't need some man-hating, crew cut feminist as a role model.
It is the inevitable swing that's coming that none of us are going to stop. And it's going to go super, super, super hard right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard some people say that.
Like, really hard right. Like, all the socialists will become right-wing socialists. Like, it's going to go really hard.
I'm unsure about it, but I think it's plausible, like 60% chance, in my opinion.
Well, for 99% of human history, it's been right-wing. And there's this 1% that recurs in human history where this happens. It lasts a very short time, maybe 2 or 3 generations, and then is completely erased for 1,000 years.
Okay.
So, at the very last end of every empire, everyone gets lazy and tired and starts trying a bunch of new things, and that's what we would call the decadent, left wing.
I don't feel it's natural though. I feel it's kind of pushed upon us, the left wing stuff.
It's being pushed on us, and I think it's being pushed on us so that they can expedite the inevitable right-wing revolution.
Sorry, what does expedite mean? I'm not English.
It means quicken, hurry it up, make it go faster.
Okay. Sure,
right?
Sure.
So it's like it'll happen eventually, because that's the natural tendency of man. But I think they're pushing it super hard, not because they agree with it, and not because they think the left wing is going to take over like the social paradigm of everybody. Because everybody thinks the left wing's gross. Everyone thinks the left wing's gross. I don't know real humans who don't think it's gross. And so they're pushing it in order to create a social cataclysm, which will then create an organic revolution sprouting out of that. All they're doing is putting nutrient-rich soil down.
I doubt that will happen where I'm at. I live in Norway, and the people seem to have no problem with it for the most part.
It's when everybody else does it, it's going to happen.
Sure.
But it's going to be a complete and total like civilizational sea change. You know, like when they say when there's a reset, think about what they say for the reset, right? You will own nothing, right? What else do they say?
You'll be happy. Yeah.
You'll be happy. If you don't own if nobody owns anything, that means all titles are gone, right?
Yeah.
If you don't own anything, if nobody owns anything, how can you take something from someone?
I don't know.
You don't.
I don't.
It's like super irony what they're doing. It's like 10 layers of irony. If you're going to reset a society, you have to get rid of all titles, you have to get rid of all deeds, everything.
Okay, sure. I don't care about society really.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
I
Sounds
care
like
about
a plausible. Yeah.
I care about civilization in kind of a philosophical sense, but I don't care about society.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what's going on.
But make no mistake, we are programmed to. We're a self-cleaning oven. We're programmed to destroy.
Hey, Meme, real quick, Meme, I got to interrupt, Meme. I got people threatening to shoot me in chill chat, and moderators are actually justifying it. Is there anything going to be done about this? We got fucking criminals threatening to fucking shoot me.
Where?
Threatening to shoot me, and now KJ is going to defend them. This is absolutely, this architecture pervert right here threatened to shoot me. This architecture faggot right here, this is absolutely disgusting. This is as far as I'm going to. This is absolutely, you're a pervert. You're worse than a pet. You are worse than a pedophile. I would absolutely blow your brains out if you ever threaten me in real life, you piece of shit faggot. You absolutely disgusting, perverted criminal. I took all the screenshots. You perverted piece of shit. You coward faggot from the safety of your computer thinking that you're going to threaten me. And he calls people Jew. He's allowed to call people Jew continuously, and I can't defend myself. Now he's threatening to shoot me. Disgusting, perverted criminals. The screenshots, yeah, that's right.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Let me go down there and look in chill chat.
Yeah, please do. And read from the start, I guess.
We came last time to don't listen to him. He always comes here and screams at people. Last time he screamed at me.
Almost got a panic attack. Not really.
No, that's what I was gonna say. But you won't let anyone speak.
Yeah, just be chill.
Yeah,
chill chat's not supposed to be like a knife fight.
Yeah, but
isn't it saying Exo server ban? It's saying right now Exo is on server ban.
Okay.
Oh, somebody.
I think it was KJ.
Okay. Hold on, I'm reading through all this.
Yeah, KJ
BB Jew script in your name. Okay. So what's the problem here? Okay. Yeah, I'd imagine that's your face. What is anti-Semitic about it? More crying from this. It seems like projecting. Where? I didn't see where you threatened to shoot him.
Well, I said if I met him in real life, I said
just don't punch me or I'll shoot you.
Yeah, if I met him in real life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now threatening to shoot people because exposed as a. Are you a perverted anti-Semite slandering Satanist?
No. I don't
Okay.
know why you say that.
Don't punch me or I'll shoot you.
I mean, I called him a Jew and nothing more, and then he calls
That's
me a
because
Satanist.
he has a Jewish name.
Yeah,
Right?
I wasn't. I was like saying it sarcastically, you know. I'm not the Nazi, okay?
So what's up, people? How are you doing today?
Huh?
I'm reading all this.
Yeah, okay.
We're just slandering. It seems like you're projecting. I don't really see anything in here that's like anything. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it just escalated kind of out of control really quick.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to escalate it really.
No,
I was
you're
kinda
fine.
just having fun with him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's his sensitivity is on him. I like XL, but he's too sensitive.
Yeah.
There's
That's
nothing
what I like
criminal
about
that
him.
you did, so I'll unban him in a couple days and tell him to calm down.
Yeah, it'll work out fine. I think for the most part, like, just in chill, just try. I mean, not you. I'm not. This isn't directly at anyone specifically. Just be chill. And if it does get out of control, I mean, it isn't any point to bring it to live stream. At that point, take it to like a Flat Earth channel or something, or DM it out. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
he
kind of
came on the
thinking
live
that from the
stream and was
start,
dropping.
actually.
Came on the live stream and was dropping bannable stuff, right?
Yeah, that kind of escalated beyond the scope of just
with no
skill
content.
chat. Yeah.
If you're going to use the F word, you have to use it in a particular way. You cannot use it as an insult.
Shut the front door.
Not that F word.
That's the F word you're supposed to use.
Yeah, that's the F word you should be using if you're going to use the F word.
The front door. You go through the front door, not the back door.
Right. So, yeah, there were no threats. And I don't think you said...
He seems to be
Semitic.
projecting a lot of stuff.
Don't you
I feel
have
like
to be Don't you have to be a son of Shem to be Semitic? Isn't Ashkenaz a son of Japheth?
That was one of the reasons I asked.
The Ashkenazi aren't Semitic. They're not Semitic people.
Yeah, right.
So,
and I
okay.
wasn't. I wasn't. If you really read it, it wasn't even racist in any way.
I'm going. I'm going to take Milo out first. Is my mic on? Yo?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not near my phone, so just ignore me if I talk to my daughter. Milo, shut the fuck up.
Wait, what?
I was talking to my dog.
Oh, I thought you said you're talking to your dog.
Sorry, talking to my ex-wife's dog. That's why. Oh, you're lucky I didn't sell you to the Chinese down the street. You're lucky.
Just yipping.
Yeah, he's an expensive. He's $2,500 dog.
Woo!
Don't make me go Chinese on you. You shut up. Stop begging me. It's shameful. Shameful.
That's probably not. It doesn't sound like a lot of meat, though.
Just make a soup, like a stew.
like a puppy stew. That's fucked up.
Like he's a terrier-sized dog. He's a medium.
You could survive
he's
on a week on that, maybe.
He's a white miniature golden doodle.
It's probably pretty cute, huh?
Which are really nice, really pretty, really nice dogs. They really are. But I don't like having animals, so.
Oh. I just don't like having poop places where I go.
That's what I yeah. See, that's actually what I just said. It's not the animals I hate. It's
the results.
It's the consequences.
like with animal husbandry, you're having a separation between like where they are and where we're at. Like,
yeah, but with animal husbandry, you also gotta get out there and like jack off cows and stuff. Nobody wants to do that. I mean, bulls.
I was thinking more like when you have dogs, you
gotta help them breed.
Like guard dogs for like a junkyard and stuff. You don't want to have them sleep in your bed with you.
Yeah, what are you, a pit mommy?
Meme, are you busy or you got a second?
No, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Getting some shoes on. Where's your leash at? Lee, you'll strangle yourself. Come on, come here. Come here. Gotcha. This way, not that door. Jeez. Hold on, Milo. Hold on. I'm going to sit here and wait for him to decide where he wants to shit along the fence. Come on.
I'm just wondering how did this EXO guy get valued? What did he do?
He used to be a look. Let me tell you something, man. He used to be a gold.
Ah.
Yeah.
But why?
Well, he's not anymore because you know what we did? We sat down and went, but why?
Okay, sure.
So I can tell you why not. But how it happened in the first place, I don't know, I think we just had a different recruiting strategy back then.
Yeah, sure.
Like there was a time when it was like the Wild West, and like all we needed was like the Space Marines. But it's not like that anymore.
I mean, he's good when you aim him the right direction.
Yeah, he is actually. And don't worry, he's called me a Satanist and everything else too. And I'm like, whatever. I just yell back at him.
Everyone who is not in his particular type of Christianity is a Satanist to him.
Yes, if you're not his particular, sugar-free, low-calorie, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, were you there that night? Yeah, weren't you in there? Was it you? It wasn't. No, it was somebody else. It was another European. I can't tell any of y'all apart. Somebody else from Europe, I think, when we had this discussion, and he was saying, I was like a heretic and stuff.
Probably wasn't me if you're talking about voice chat.
It was in chill chat.
Huh. I don't remember. I've had many confrontations with him, especially on other servers.
Oh no. Oh yeah. See, and it's less moderated on other servers, isn't it? You just got to kind of put up with it. Yeah, I know how it is.
It's funny though. It's funny to interact with sometimes.
It is. Yeah. Oh, Freya went to sleep. Okay, sorry. All right. All right, sweetheart. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? Just keep an eye on her. Love you too. All right. It's nice having a 13-year-old that can watch the other kids for a little bit.
I'm a little confused about the use of if someone has a Hebrew name, does that mean they're Jews?
No, I wasn't serious. I don't take this guy serious anymore. That took a short time. So I was kind of memeing.
So the Hebrew name doesn't mean it's you, right? Doesn't mean the same thing.
Of course it doesn't.
I have a Hebrew name. That means
Does that mean you're
God.
Does that mean you're a Jew?
No. No. No.
Oh, okay. I was a little confused by that because I thought you were calling him you because his name.
Pretty sure Vespasian wiped him out. Pretty sure that happened.
Is the don't punch me or shoot you a threat or what is that? Anybody?
Huh? What?
Is the "don't punch me or I'll shoot you" a threat, or is not considered? Is it is it or is it not?
I mean, you shouldn't punch someone generally. So that's just kind of self-defense. It's kind of a bit extreme though to use a gun for that, but yeah, it's self-defense. It was me that typed it. Yes. And also,
So the punching part came like someone is gonna punch you. Someone says it's gonna punch you, and you say, "Don't punch me, I'll shoot you," or you just said, "Don't punch." I don't get it.
Why are you taking this also seriously? Just
Because threats in the server are not allowed, and I'm trying to figure it out if it's a threat or not.
It's not. We already went over it. I looked at it. I checked the context, and the only person who I felt was threatening was Exo.
Yeah, it was pretty threatening when it came out in voice chat, to be honest.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's stuff that was going on in voice chat too, right?
Yeah, that's derailing. I mean, it could have been handled so much better. I think Kai took care of it, or KJ.
Yeah. Thanks,
Then,
KJ.
Yeah, XL sort of brought it to like a stupid level instead of just normal, normal Discord drama.
Good. So no threats were made, I guess.
Sorry about the noise. I mean, I'm not really sorry, but I have to say that.
Do you know if you remember when he came out? Did he threaten me with something?
The police.
I don't remember.
Trying to call the police on you or something. Is that it?
Maybe he did. I didn't remember much of it.
The internet police. Most dangerous police force.
You can't. That's actually a real threat, though, because you, as far as I know, you can like trace it up to your phone number. I think if you like. There's some Discord.
Discord only allows legitimate law enforcement to track their IPs. And by legitimate law enforcement, like he'd have to get like the FBI involved.
Okay.
Which I know we all know they're not legitimate, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but there are some people who do it with people who want to, do stuff with young people on Discord.
Oh yeah. Typically, they got to fish that person, though. They got to trade DMs with them and fish that person a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why when they do that, a lot of times it can't be used in court because they've entrapped them. They've tricked them. So.
Okay.
It's like, the FBI or whatever will take over the investigation. You won't interact with that person anymore. You'll be interacting with, an actual person who will testify in court.
Yeah.
Like an expert witness.
Trust the experts.
And that's mostly like terrorism and things like that. It's not going to be like terrorism. It's not going to be some dude got pissed off because of and said he's going to shoot somebody. It's going to be like something the FBI is going to care about.
Look, if you spend 5 minutes on court TV and watch a case where somebody says something about a threat, if you caveat what you say, like, if you ever came at me, I'd shoot you, that's not a threat.
That's a fact.
A threat is I am going to come after you and shoot you. That would be a threat.
That's right.
Yeah.
Except where I'm at, people who use self-defense in like too much, as they say, you will get most of the punishment actually.
Let me tell you something about my state. If you throw popcorn on someone in my state, you can shoot them if you feel threatened.
That's
and it's 100% legal. And while I would not do that, I believe that's where the law needs to be at, so that people aren't afraid of defending themselves.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what I don't know if I agree or disagree with that one. I agree in total self-defense, but I don't feel that throwing popcorn at someone is like threatening you, really. You know.
Like, I get it. I truly do agree with you. I would not shoot somebody for throwing popcorn on me. But if the higher standard the law has, people are always 30% below the law. So if the law only says we'll only protect you if someone is attacking you first, people will not defend themselves ever. Ever.
That's why Minnesota's messed up. Like, there's 3 things you have to be in compliance with at all times to use self-defense. You have to be unwilling participant. You have to be unable to escape.
So I have to be a civilian?
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, it's like in the I'm trying to blank on the last one. The last one's you cannot unwilling participant. You have to be you can't be able to escape. And then like you can only use self-defense until the threat is neutralized. Like so if 2 shots stop the person and you fire a third, that third shot's murder.
Well, just take it up in court and then proceed to higher courts.
Yeah, I mean, look at what's happened in Minnesota. Like, hardly anyone ever gets away with self-defense.
Doesn't USA have like common law well established?
Yeah, it's like the only time people have gotten away with self-defense is like they're running away and they brandish the gun and then the person stops attacking and they back away from you and then you continue to flee. Then you call the police and say, hey, I had to pull my weapon out. I didn't fire, and they retreated after I showed my weapon. And they're like, okay.
Yeah, that's so communist type.
Yeah, it's like really, I mean, I hate to say it, but in Minnesota, it's basically like, at least you go down fighting. You might end up spend the rest of your life in prison, but at least you can go like a chump.
Yeah, in a way, Norway is worse because I don't think you are allowed to defend yourself with gun.
So we this is years ago. We had the police come by. There was somebody threatening one of my sisters. Cop looks at my dad, says, if you do end up shooting someone out here, just drag him inside. Okay?
So that's messed up. Even in Minnesota, you have to retreat from your house.
No way.
Yes, way.
In Georgia, there was the castle doctrine protected you in your house. They expanded castle doctrine to your existing person is your castle. So if somebody is threatening to you, if you are scared of someone, if they approach you in a threatening way, even if they don't have a weapon drawn, bam, 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 you can shoot them down. If they're running at you with fists, you can shoot them down. And like I said, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's the thing too, because violence isn't a scalar. It isn't like you go from 0 to 50 to 100. That is 1 or 0. As soon as the first person who invokes violence, they've gone to the extreme.
They've given up their rights. The moment you enact, the moment you violate the autonomy of another human being, you no longer have any rights. And I hold that personally. I hold that sacrosanct.
Yes, sure. Apropos common law, We are actually working on getting that stuff established in Norway.
Oh, I hope
Pretty
so.
cool.
If you got that established in Norway, I'd move there.
Awesome. Only problem, there's not that much sun here, and there's not so much you can grow. I mean, you can grow a lot of stuff, but you can't like grow mangoes here.
I've lived 42 years in Georgia. I don't need any more sun or heat ever again.
Can we switch places?
God, oh man, I don't know, man. You sure you want 105 degrees with 99% humidity?
I don't know what 105 degrees means in Celsius.
Somebody
but,
convert that to Celsius. I'm driving.
Yeah, it's beyond. It's like so hot, you get swamp ass.
You may cry. It gets so hot, you may cry.
Because it's not the heat.
What the hell?
It's the humidity. It's like 100 degrees. Yeah, the humidity like doubles it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like you just open your front door, you break into sweat. You're full of sweat. But just the air hits you.
Imagine being breathed on by a dog constantly in the face.
It's like this. It's like, you ever gone for a jog before?
Yeah.
Okay, I know you. I know you have. I'll send up for a joke. Okay, so how about, you ever gone for a jog in a swimming pool?
I think so. Some years ago, I guess.
Okay, that's what's like in Georgia, going for a jog. You might as well just jump in a swimming pool.
Now, North Georgia, different story. North Georgia, nice and cool. Lovely winters, lovely summers. I live in the southeast Georgia. I live on the East Coast. Buddy, it is tropical pain. It's just, it doesn't end. It's hot. It's warm today. And it was 21 degrees Monday, 21 degrees Fahrenheit. So it was way below freezing. But today it's like 70 something.
Yeah, it has been. I think it was like 37 degrees. That's the highest I have experienced there in Norway. And
37.
it was pretty hot. Yeah, degrees of Celsius.
Where's that? Crit, please convert that for me so I know how hot that is.
Yeah,
I know that's like something.
I tried, but somehow this, like, I did the Google convert, and it's giving me a weird number.
Look, it's 37 Celsius to 37 Celsius to Fahrenheit. Bam.
Okay.
98.6 degrees.
There you go.
I just type it in. I don't use the converter. I just type it in.
Yeah. Okay.
I quite liked it. I like being warm sometimes. And sweating. Because then I can swim afterwards.
Imagine 4 months out of the year. 4 months out of the year, it is that hot every single day, 99% humidity, sun out all the time.
Maybe I'd live in the jungle instead. I guess that's a little cooler.
Well, what's funny is I got friends who moved here from New York City, but they were from Jamaica, and when they moved from New York City down here to Savannah, and she said, "What's going on? This is like living in the bush. There's jungle everywhere." That's my best.
Or maybe you can also live in the mountains in around the equator. That's colder actually. I could maybe live there.
Yeah, I actually want to move to the Midwest. I'm losing signal, so I got to go. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right. Take
Bye.
care.
Sorry if I sound a little bit stoned. I've just been fasting for a lot, so that's why I kind of sound a bit weak. I guess. That's nothing to apologize for. So.
No, it's like, yeah, as long as you're like stoned, as in like, you know, like Cheech and Chong, and not like, I don't know, like schizo, you know, like meth head, you know, like running 100 miles an hour.
No,
It's like,
more
dude,
like
slow
stoned
down.
Yeah, I'm kind of stoned in the opposite way, you know. I haven't tried the substances that let you do that, but that's kind of the state I'm in right now, fasting. Get stoned from fasting.
I talked to a guy yesterday about fasting. It's funny you bring that up.
Yeah, I try all the conspiracy life hacks, as I call them.
How do you
Basically
fast?
everyone.
How do
I
you
fast?
How do you? What's your prescription? I guess.
I usually when I don't work, it's I eat one meal every other day. So I have one day that I don't eat anything, and then I have one day I eat one meal. And when I work, it's usually once every single day. But I also do some long fasts, like up to 5 days. That's, I guess, my record. I'm not super good at it.
I've heard like
I enjoy it.
where people do like one day plus a meal. So like if they did like breakfast, they'll not eat the whole day and then eat lunch the next day.
Okay.
So they'll skip they'll 24 hours, skip breakfast and then lunch. And then the next day they'll eat dinner. So like
why do it that way?
Because I guess at that point you can expand it out even further and get kind of used to going multiple days. Because I don't know the facts. I've done crash fasting like to drop weight for like a weigh-in and whatnot. But I haven't done it just like, you know, like the life hack. I've been wanting to, you know, like I've done it before where like I'll just have a glass of juice or like you know, like some almonds or something like that. I've, you know, like where you've gone multiple days. Maybe like just a piece of toast with a little bit of peanut butter on it and like a black coffee or something like that.
I try to break my fast with like very plain foods like a gherkin or a very light salad. That I feel that works best. I've tried fruits. I have tried high fat like plants and such. With coconut oil and stuff. And the stuff that works best is light salads. I get diarrhea from high fat stuff, and if I start with fruit, it's I don't feel as good.
Look at them trying to pass a law that will have instant kill switches in all cars. So law enforcement will be able to shut your car off.
That's an old thing. I think they announced that way earlier this year. But it's like for many years into the future when more cars have this technology.
Yeah, going forward, it's not going to be retroactive.
Yeah. I'm definitely not. I have no interest in getting those cars. Or maybe if I got one, I would definitely add my own version of Linux on it. But I don't trust them. The Tesla cars blow up like, yeah, they blow up. And yeah, I just get a normal old car that is super cheap. Because I really don't want to live in my car, I think. I just need it to go to places, you know. Plus, I don't think it's so uncomfortable sitting in those cheap cars, anyways. And I think they're also more easy to repair. I don't know, but if anyone is a car expert there, can verify this or not.
Now, your fasting seems kind of extreme, eh? That's pretty. The guy I was talking to yesterday, he says he stops eating at 8 p.m. and he doesn't eat anything until 12 in the afternoon the following day. So it's only a 16-hour fast.
Oh, I fast for 48 hours mostly in times like now where it's holidays.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes I fast for over 100.
Over 100 hours?
Yes, 100 hours,
Yeah.
not days.
Yeah.
Not yet, at least.
What's the reason behind the fasting? Sorry, go ahead.
I feel much better. My digestive system is it's like it's what's the word? It's like fit for this. No, what's the word?
Like reset, almost.
I mean, it's you know, when it's like it is meant for this now because I have done it so much. I don't know what I'm searching for a word. I don't know what it is in English. But like I've done it so much now that it's the digestive system is familiar with it, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah. And if I've tried eating more often, but it's not my body doesn't like it if I eat more often. And I also for some months ago, I guess I tried. I don't know if I should say it, but it's like you know the stuff that allegedly Dave talks about, the therapy type thing.
What the thing that's been pushed the last 2 years? Is that what you're referring to?
Oh, not that. Have you heard about allegedly Dave?
I have, but
Yes.
What was he talking about? Sorry, I don't know too familiar with him.
Oh, okay. He has a thing on a certain type of therapy. It's not the stuff you were asking about. It's okay. I can say it, I guess. It's urine therapy. If you ever heard about that.
Oh, I have.
Yeah. It works. Especially on if you have like cut yourself, dip it in some aged urine, it will like cure in like hours. Sometimes if it's small, it would like disappear in, let's say, just an hour, I guess. Which is pretty cool. It's like the first time you hear about it, it's like you get the same reaction from it than if you first hear about flat Earth, I guess. But it's really, it has really very much supporting evidence behind it, and I can testify that it definitely works. Drink it every day.
Really, yeah?
Yeah, I do. Doesn't taste bad, actually.
It's interesting. No, I've read about it. I haven't really delved into it. I will probably not get into it, but it's interesting, though, man. You know, especially if you could testify to it, it's like a first-hand account. How can you knock that, right?
Yeah. You can also watch. I think allegedly Dave has a 2-hour video on it with plenty of good information on it. And you don't need to drink it either. You can just use it on your skin, and most people move on from there and start drinking it as well. Because we are kind of taught to believe it's a waste product, but it really isn't. But yeah, do your own research first, of course. Not that I believe anyone would just jump into that either.
Yeah. I was recently looking into something. You ever heard of colloidal silver?
Yes, my dad knows a bit about it, actually. He's not into conspiracies much, but he knows about that, I guess. I don't know much about it. He knows more, I think.
It's basically an antibiotic that's been used for, I guess, hundreds of years. But it's I mean, you can still buy it. It's good for everything, apparently. Kills viruses, bacteria, bad bacteria.
Is this
natural?
Have you watched the end of germ theory video?
No, I actually haven't even heard of it. What's it called?
Okay, the end of germ theory. I recommend watching it on Odyssey or LBRI. It's from Spacebusters. There's a channel there.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, I can just send you the link in DMs if you want.
I'll just write it down. End of germ theory. It's a documentary?
Yeah, it's a documentary, 2 hours.
I'll look it up when I get a chance.
You don't need to watch all of it, but it will basically disprove anything about contagion from bacteria or viruses. It doesn't say that they don't exist. Bacteria definitely exist, as far as I know, and viruses are, as far as I know, dead cell debris or nucleotides or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure colloidal silver has some good benefits to us. But also, I have to explain the bacteria they find in a diseased area of your body is your body's own cells trying to repair that part of the body, and they falsely attribute the bacteria to the thing that causes the disease or injury or whatever it is to those cells. That's the takeaway from the video for the most part.
Yeah, I briefly looked into that as well. That's interesting. It's actually interesting. It's hard to find information though.
Yeah, that's why I recommend that video, because it covers basically every major disease out there that is blamed on contagion. Like
I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm gonna look into it.
Awesome.
There was a guy actually maybe 2 weeks ago, Waters World, I think his name is. He mentioned this too, and that's what first time I ever heard of it. Exactly what you're saying. The guy's name was Waters World. Just the guy that's on here, the Discord here.
Okay.
But he mentioned exactly what you're saying, and that's the first time I ever came across it. Maybe even 3 weeks ago. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely check out this documentary. Exactly what you're saying. It's the body that takes care. It's not necessarily the fault of the outside virus. It's the body taking care. I don't even know the details, but
Yeah,
I
I think our bodies are like so good that they can just kill anything that isn't the body's like bacteria or whatever, unless it's like specifically designed in the laboratory to like duplicate in your body, which I think is happening with stuff they put in people over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's contagious. I mean, some people say it is. I don't know. I am not going to claim anything about it, actually. We call it shedding, I guess, but I don't know. I've seen some people who say they have reactions to it, so maybe it's real.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Also, another thing regarding diet and such. I was on like eating keto and stuff earlier. It worked totally fine and such. But I had like mucus a lot, like I always kind of had. And when I stopped eating any kind of animal products, that went away. And I even did fasting and urine therapy when I did keto. So yeah.
I wonder if the mucus is your body detoxifying itself, getting rid of the toxins.
Yeah, I believe it's from the animal products.
Well, maybe not so much the animal products, but the toxins in the animal. Like because of
yeah, they are
farming.
hormones not meant for us, I would say. Especially milk. You should especially avoid plain milk or pasteurized or just milk in general, because it has growth hormone meant for little baby cows that are meant to grow up to like a ton, a literal ton actually, I think, and more. This is like 1.1 ton usually. So yeah, you can build muscle on it, but it also, from what I heard from what Marcus Rothkrantz had researched and such and shown in his videos, I think he said it was causing higher levels of DHT. That's a testosterone, but it's like a testosterone that's not too easy for your body to get to like balance. Don't get me wrong, testosterone is good, but there are several types of it. DHT is like a potent one, but it causes baldness, and it also can cause prostate problems. So I wouldn't recommend it, even if you get like swollen stuff.
And that's where do you get that primarily from? Animal?
Yeah. I was mainly talking about animal products and also specifically milk. Milk's the worst one. They claim there's a lot of stuff you miss in a vegan diet, but there are lots of people who are vegan and don't take those supplements and I still live pretty fine. I've lived on it for like 6 or 7 months now, and no real problem.
I'm not a vegan myself, but I find that when people when they knock the vegans, it's kind of like when they knock flat earthers. They go for the character. They make you sound like you're depressed, so you need something like flat earth, or you've endured some kind of drama in your life, so you need flat earth. Or you need the community. That's what they do with vegans.
I mean, they're not wrong though, for my case. But yeah, that's not how you're supposed to debate it.
Yeah.
Or talk about.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good things in veganism. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's Marcus. I'd recommend watching some Marcus Roskrantz if you're interested. He's only on YouTube, I think.
What's he talk about? Never heard of him.
He talks about lifestyle and diet and a lot of other stuff. Eric Dubé recently recommended him on his channel on his last video, on his most recent video about veganism.
I'll write his name down. What's his name?
I'm
Marcus?
just Marcus Rothkrantz. It's like a German name. I think he comes from Germany, but he speaks perfectly fluent English. So it's like Roth, like in Rothschild, and Krantz with a K and a Z at the end, or Z, depending on if you're Canadian or American.
Rothkrantz.
Rothkrantz.
Rothkrantz. Okay.
The channel is actually called The Healthy Life. Actually, I forgot. He has like a secondary channel with his name on it.
Yeah, I'll look that up when I get a chance. Sounds good.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished man too. Very interesting to find out about him. He was like a filmmaker and stuff. And he's like done a lot of coding and stuff very early on in the computer era, and very interesting what he has accomplished. He's also 60 years old, by the way, and he looks like a 30-year-old Australian surfer in Chad. I sent you the channel. Just open it and look at him, and say if you think he looks like a 60-year-old.
You sent it to me, Kovac?
Yeah, I think it's I am Kovac. I sent it to you.
I don't even know. Where do I look this up? Sorry.
I sent it in DMs. Direct message. Okay, if you go to the left-hand side of your Discord application or your browser, scroll up, and you see like a message from me. Like on the left side. I'll send it in voice text to you. If you don't find it.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm on my phone here at work. I'm just trying to.
Oh, yeah. No pressure.
Yeah. Not seeing it. Debate text. Lobby. No.
No, not in the server. And well, I just uploaded it in live stream voice text now, but I sent it to DMs. That means direct messaging.
Yeah. It should pop up, but it's not. I don't know. I should get like a little red dot or something, right? To notify me.
Yeah, you should. That's weird.
No, you know what? You probably did it. I just don't know how to get
I'll
around to it.
send it in. Where are you at right now? What channel?
I'm in the 24/7 Discord. I can go to the text here. Can you just put it on the text, the voice text? The healthy life.
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah, I put
Mark-
it there and in DMs. So yeah. Does that look like a 60-year-old?
Oh, yeah, he's got the long surfer blonde hair, kind of. Yeah, I see him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's he's 60 years old.
Yeah, no, that doesn't look 60. That looks like
You
maybe
think that?
35, 38, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a 60-year-old. Yeah.
No, not at all.
It's been living very healthy though. He says. So he's very good at making videos too, because he has been a movie producer and stuff. Also, his videos have like a mid 2000s vibe to it. In a way, I like Disney, Disney Channel. I don't like Disney Channel, but like it's okay. Never mind. Just rambling. He also covers fasting and other stuff.
Wait, YouTube is crazy.
Yeah. So you're a glober or a flat earther? I don't know. My intonation is not working today. Sorry. Are you a glober or are you a flat earther?
Bro, I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle, just learning. I don't choose a side. Don't really want a title, honestly, because I don't know what I'm talking about. So I gotta know what I'm talking about to to know what's happening. I don't know what's happening, but I just listening. So I don't want to be like these stating unreal facts or baby facts. You know what I'm saying?
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to really be like.
That's the true scientific position. That's how every scientist should be. You're way ahead of most astrophysicists.
Right, because I'm listening to both sides and I'm taking everything with just like a grain of salt and everything.
That's the way you should do it.
Kind of like that's how you gotta be sometimes. So I'm not. Well, I could be one, but I mean, why be that when I could listen to both people state facts and you gotta go mute.
Okay, bye. I think I gotta go too. Goodbye.
All right, man. We'll see you later. Have a good one.
Right.
Hey, what's going on, guys? We're still there, Kovac?
Sir, what's shaking?
Not much, man. Just kind of working in the background in my 3D generating program. Having a blast. Never work a day in my life.
You got the right attitude, man. You're a teacher, aren't you, Chris?
Yeah. But, it's kind of off season for me right now. Get to enjoy that winter break.
Got the holidays, right?
Yeah, which is nice because we get the holiday too. Don't have to go back till mid-January.
There you go, man. Another 2 weeks or so.
Yep. But yeah, I kind of overheard you said you were still kind of like on the fence.
No, I think that was the other guy. I'm fairly new to Flat Earth, like just this year. No, I'm not on the fence. I'm Flat Earth.
Oh, gotcha.
What about yourself?
Oh, definitely Flat Earth. And stationary. Again, I haven't seen the entire thing, but it took me a little while to get to like the know point, like where you actually know, and you test it for yourself, and there's just no way around it. But yeah, I just kind of heard somebody say they were, I don't know, kind of thing, but.
How long have you been looking into it?
To be honest, since 2013. Actually, in my architecture master's program, we had to create a thesis statement, and I was studying basically violet light hour. Like the golden hour of like all photography. Is basically when the sun is at anywhere between 1 degree and 18 degrees of its inclination. And it got me thinking, like the perspective aspect of it. And, I saw a lot of moon phenomena and sun phenomena and recorded it, because it was for my studio.
Yeah.
And, one thing led to another to where I was beginning to realize at first the heliocentric model was wrong. But this also came after 2012. And I was totally, I was a NASA fanboy, but I was also a conspiracy theorist, 9/11, all the stuff. But so the end of the world 2012 was, huge with me. And I looked into the Mayan calendar and did a lot of research with that and realized that the flat Earth cosmology is a really old topic, right?
Yeah.
But then once 2015 hit, that's where I was starting to like, oh my gosh, there's these other experiments, Samuel Rowbotham, Charles K. Johnson. There's like all these authors, even experimental scientists, you know what I mean? Like doing these observations even as early as the 1850s. And, cried a little, because I was never going to be an astronaut. And I did. I grew up as a little kid going, I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm smart enough. I can do it, kind of thing. And I love it. Watched Cosmos and all that stuff. So it did tug at the heartstrings, but I'm glad it was just kind of this adolescent phase, if you will.
It's crazy, eh? Like once you learn how many pages or chapters in your life, you got to shut down. It's like, no, this was never even a possibility. But I was living in fantasy.
At the same time, it's okay too, because that's just kind of the way it has to be. I don't know. For some reason, that's just kind of what I say. The creator. A lot of people say God or all sorts of names, but it's the way it was designed.
Well, what are we talking about?
Sorry, what was that?
What are we talking about?
Oh, I was just kind of spitballing my journey into Flat Earth.
Ah. Well, I'm not even mad that there's a lie.
Yeah.
Doesn't even bother
totally
me.
Get over it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not just that, but it's almost like necessary. Because how do you wake up? If you already knew, if you knew everything,
would there be to wake up from if you knew everything, and everything would just nothing?
What would your human journey be? While you're driving around your meat sack, right? What would your human journey be?
Absolutely boring.
I hate getting behind these people at these T-junctions and there's a quarter mile between cars, but they won't go. That's the only thing I really hate in life. They're waiting on this golden ticket. Come on, hombre. Ice ain't even close by. They ain't gonna catch you. Just go. Come on, man. Bro, he's waiting for like half a mile. Jesus. Oh my God. All right. But yeah.
Dude, use it as an opportunity to grow. It's stretching your patience.
Bro just stopped on a red light too. He's turning right and he stopped at a red light. Holy shit. Oh my God. If I had a bazooka.
No, you wouldn't use it, right?
He stopped. And it was a yield. There's a yield lane. And it was a right on a red light in a yield lane, and he stopped. And he's looking. You raised by wolves? Raised under the sea? Holy cow. How do you not know that? Our great contribution to the world is we have right turns on red.
Driving gets me too, especially in Texas. I mean, even just somebody not using their blinker gets to me, but I don't know. There was this one time, this guy, you know, I think everyone's kind of experienced the guy who flicks you off and is like clearly speeding. He's in the wrong, but he passed you up anyway. And he gets into a car wreck for some reason, or his tire pops and you see him along the way. And you're just like, that could have been you. You could have hit the nail that he was going to hit, you know. And,
The best thing to do is stop and help. That's the best thing to do is stop and help.
That's true, but he's a man. He can do it.
Oh no. Not to actually help him.
Right.
To get out with a big shit-eating grin on your face. Howdy. Got some problems?
How about that?
Oh, gee, is that profile? Is that Beetlejuice?
That is Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice.
Oh crap! He's here at the door.
Whatever happened to him?
That's crazy.
He's still kicking or what?
Oh.
Huh?
Oh.
Beetlejuice.
I couldn't tell you. I remember that cartoon.
No, who was it? What's that? That guy's name? Radio show with the big black hair, curly.
Oh.
Oh no, radio shows.
What's that name? Rod Stern or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Beetlejuice was on it, man. They really. He was a brunt of a lot of their jokes, man.
What the shit is that?
And he was one of the hosts as well for America's Got Talent, I think. Not Seinfeld.
I don't think Beetlejuice was ever stupid, in my opinion. He just played dumb so he can get national, you know, what's the name? I can't think. And I think I got us with it. I'm not waste of time. to my new ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Bruh, I gotta get up, man. This damn thing, dude.
What's going on, OG fan?
Oh, not much, man. I'm just in here chilling with you boys.
Sounds like you're typing, maybe researching of some more flat Earth.
Doing something for another Discord. I'm just in here right now, just looking up some stuff, man. Nothing much.
Fair enough. Could I ask you what brought you to this topic?
I don't know, man. Just being, I guess, one of my friends. It's funny because you'd be surprised what people do. So, one of my friends invited me because he was making fun of a flat Earth, right?
Sure. Yeah, it happens all the time.
So then he stopped. He left the server, I guess, or whatever. And then I stayed. Yeah, I didn't even know what was happening. So I just stayed. I left the Discord dormant for a while, and then I didn't really care for a lot. And then I just came back, and then I just started listening in because why not listen?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a lot of great information here every day. I mean, even if somebody is myself, I'm pretty professed in architecture and whatnot. But, I mean, now I think I'm going on my second year here. Like, it's damn near an academy, man. Learning about really just all the arguments and even diving into psychology here. Why and how, right, we relied with all this about this ball, you know.
Hello, boys. How you doing?
What's going on? Is that Satoshi Nakamoto?
Yeah. Are you serving Texas?
Am I serving Texas?
Yeah, in the Marshals.
No, man. This is a role play. It's a role play server.
Oh.
I was like, I'm from Texas, but
I mean, I've lived in Texas, but never really become a marshal. That's too much work, honestly. It's a lot of work, actually. You got to hunt down people, or you join whichever division you want to, and it's just a lot of work. I'm not willing to put in. Can I make a tip support? Yeah, I mean, this. I think only reason I got into Discord is because of this. Like, I don't know how to say this. Like this server, and not this server. Cause again, I mean, it would be because my friend, he kind of invited me, and so then I got into Discord and I got into video games with that had Discord in with mixed in with it, and yeah, that's how it worked.
Well, nice.
Hello, Timbo.
And I'm just typing.
So what's going on with you, Satoshi?
I just got home from work, bro.
Nice. I feel like you've told us what you do, but I can't remember for some reason.
Construction.
Nice. I knew that's what it was. It's the best place to be.
Right now, yeah, it's pretty good. Not a lot of young people
it's like
me are doing
it's an
it
honest
right now.
work. True. Are you like a framer? Or?
I do everything, like everything except for plumbing and everything except for HVAC. I know a little bit of plumbing.
Nice. HVAC
Well,
is pretty easy until you get into skyscraper infrastructure.
Mostly, I just do plaster and electricity.
Nice.
Electricity is my favorite trade.
It's funny how plumbing or really just MEP in general are so overlooked and yet are the most important parts of any architectural building.
Oh yeah, always gotta have a place to unload your pooper.
And thank goodness gravity just pulls it down into that sewer. Nothing to do with the
it's not like the
ventilation.
water. It has nothing to do with water pressure.
Exactly. Or, hydrothermal dynamics, nothing. Just tack it off as gravity, right?
Little
Just
do
making
we
all
know,
those
we already
buildings work.
unlocked gravity technology decades ago.
No worries of gravity pockets.
Chris, you seem well versed in all this. I'll ask you a question for clarification.
Sure. Who's this? Sorry, I'm not looking at my phone.
Kovac.
Oh, what's up, Kovac?
Gravity. What are they saying about gravity? Gravity pulls to the ground, pulls to the center of the globe Earth. Is that the idea?
They claim a lot of things. To the best of my knowledge, there's actually quite a few gravities, and then the way that they're even calculated, like specific gravity versus general gravity, as a constant value. And to me, as somebody who's taken that physics class, honestly, many times, because they make you take the first physics, they make you take University Physics 1, they make you take University Physics 2. And yeah, you sit through it while you're learning about flat Earth, and you just you take it in, you analyze it, you still get an A in the course, right? But you realize what they're attributing these variables to reality and how it starts to become a bit farce, right? So in order to get the gravity that's needed for this equation of this little toy car that you're trying to measure the acceleration of or work or anything, right? You have to first weigh the car, right? You have to find its quote-unquote mass. Again, another variable attributed to reality. This is where people actually, I think, get really confused because they're taught that. They're taught, hey, this equation matches reality. And I don't blame them for that because I was right there too, in the classroom. But if you pay attention closely, all they're doing is reaffirming a letter for an attribute or principle or characteristic that can be measured in reality, right? Due to pressures or, anything. So to answer your question, when it comes to gravity, honestly, it's a bit cherry picked for the situation. Like, so for instance, if it's something orbiting the quote unquote global Earth, right? They use general gravity or even sometimes a specific gravity in terms of, central physical forces. And we'll say that it's the attraction, right? I've never been in a physics class and then go, well, according to relativity, right? It's funny how often, even in education, that one's really shied away from. They really do kind of go towards more Newtonian and saying that mass is actually attracting mass. But then at a certain scale, it doesn't anymore. So we're not going to talk about that unless you guys take this advanced physics course. And, I'll arguably say I don't know about that course because I didn't take it, right? But to the best of my knowledge, I would probably have to consider that they're probably using the same sort of logical fallacy of attributing something that isn't to reality, if that makes sense. But yeah, that would just be my 2 cents on at least the take of gravity.
Well, that's good. That expands on it quite a bit. A lot of information. What I was asking with the idea behind it that, like, you need a globe for it to work, right? You need
You need a radius. Yeah, you need the geometry. You need a lot of pre-assumptions. Yeah.
Like
You need a center.
work on.
You need a center of mass.
That's right.
Right.
So it won't work on a flat plane.
Well, why would you need one? Why would you need gravity on a flat plane? You got up and down.
Well, you got up and down, yeah, but that's what they explain is gravity. Up and down is gravity, right? Or the down anyway.
Yeah, so what they say about gravity on a flat Earth is that as you get towards the edge, you'd be leaning. It's so stupid. You'd be leaning over walking, so to be essentially like you're walking uphill. This is how they explain it. That's when they say if we're on a disc in space, which we all know we're not.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That if gravity still exists, then mass still goes to the center. So as you get to the edges, you're walking uphill. If you can kind of picture that, yeah.
Yeah. I've heard that.
How that works, because you start leaning towards the center. It's silly. It's dumb. Because then you need to be a disc in space with mass accumulating to the center due to gravity. So it's dumb.
It would also make construction and leveling a foundation fairly difficult, right?
I have a question off related.
I think keep going with that, because there's 3 of us in here right now that are in construction. So,
which construction you do, Timbo?
I'm a builder. I build houses.
So, do you do are you like a rough new construction framer, or like what do you? Are you the finishing?
So I run the company, but I was a carpenter, and now over here you get a builder's license. So I run the whole
rough or
job.
finishing carpentry?
Everything, man.
Okay, so you're good.
My peoples. I'll go ahead and design the flat Earth museum.
So you probably do other shit. You probably do drywall too, right, Timbo?
I do everything, mate. I can do anything.
All right.
Yeah. Anything that you see in a house, I can do.
Nice.
Apart from electrical.
What?
I touch electrical.
Electrical's my favorite.
I don't understand it, mate.
Dude, I touched some HVAC in some lady's house a year ago when I shouldn't have. She asked me to redo her furnace, as well as the thermostat. I rewired the thermostat, and I never did a thermostat before, and for some reason this thermostat had like the cooling connecting to the heat on the connection. I don't know why, and I forgot to do that, and I left the house. The lady was in the cold in the winter for 4 hours, and she texted me and she said the furnace isn't working, and I had to go there. And I took
light back on.
No, it was the connection, bro. I didn't connect the H to C. I didn't know you had to do that. I never connected a thermostat before.
Yeah, I'm a licensed plumber as well, so I do all my own
You ever
plumbing.
had shit fly in your face?
Yeah, fucking oath, man. Yeah. When I was a youngster, we were replacing what we call as a boundary trap. So on the boundary of a property, it goes into a water seal, like a trap, before it goes into the main sewer.
Okay.
So we were working at a retirement village. So try telling 100 old people not to go to the toilet for 2 hours. Yeah, yeah, it's not going to work. So I was in the hole preparing the trap, and I hear this glug, 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 glug. They go, get out, bang. I run for the edge of the hole, gumboot gets stuck, and just ran up in my socks up the edge of the hill, and then about half a second later, all this shit came flying out of the pipe. Didn't get me, so I was lucky there, but I had to get back in the hole, so.
Yeah, that's why I just stick to the design. of the houses.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I mean, I like building and working with my hands, but not when somebody's rushing me or deadlines or money.
The worst is chasing money, mate.
Oh, it just, man, eventually it just finds you and you don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
You have to spend it or you have to give it to the government. It's like, oh man, I guess I'll spend it.
I know what to do with it. Send it my way.
I can't write that off.
Actually, you can write off cash. You can write off cash gifts in America up to $16,000. In Canada, there's no limit.
Is it 16 now?
Yeah, in America it's 16. And
what do you mean by
in Canada it's infinite.
Actually,
so you
can cash
say
gifts.
for
Why don't they
example,
just give you
I
cash
sell a
and then you
bunch
don't
of
need to
marijuana
tell
on the
anyone
black market illegally. Right, I got $5,000. I need to $50,000. I need to clean. Right, it's dirty money because I sold some drugs.
Hypothetical situation.
I can go to you, my boy, and say, "Hey, I got some money here. Here's a cash gift." And then after I give you the cash gift, you write me a check for that exact amount, and we write it off.
Actually, in the States, I believe it's up to 150,000 in cash donations.
What? I thought it was 16.
No, there's actually a major trafficker that was speaking on this when he was talking about laundering money. But
it's per person per year, right?
He would have utilized that more before he got pinched.
There's another way too. You can just go to the casino, take it to the casino, change it into chips.
That too. That's actually smart too.
And then have a bit of a gamble for a few hours, have a drink. Don't gamble it all away. Go back and go, I won this. And then they put it directly in your bank account under casino winnings.
Not financial advice for anyone listening. Don't do drugs.
No, sorry.
Okay, because drugs are bad. Okay.
And gambling will destroy your life. So I saw a couple of new people in here before. Who's this? Ross.
Ciao.
You there, mate? Oh, you're not new. Who's this as well? The Staggy. Thy Saggy. We've spoken to him.
The only new people are OG Fam and Kimmy.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just I just have like dual attention. I'm just watching some Breaking Bad. That's all
right, man. I saw your tag on the fence. Is there something stopping you? Something
I there's some questions. There's some things that I found interesting. One of the biggest ones recently has to be I forget what it's called. It's like some sort of luminescent thing. It's like how the light. Okay, like if you were to like take angles that the light is coming in at the Earth, and you were to like make them go up and like almost like a pyramid. I mean, you would see.
You mean divergent light from the sun?
That might be it. Hold on, I saw it in one of the I saw it in one of the additional information tabs. I thought it was really interesting.
Okay, so when you see the sun rays coming through the clouds and they go up to a point from the source of the light, is that what you mean?
Yeah, like the light source is much smaller than you would think. I found that to be extremely interesting. But
that's called divergent rays.
Okay. That's cool.
So what the explanation is there is if you have an X and a Y axis, so the globe earthers will claim that it's just perspective, but perspective doesn't work on that up and down axis. It only works to and away from you perspective. It doesn't work on that vertical axis. So that explanation goes out the window for them. So we never see parallel light rays. So that's why we argue about Eratosthenes. Doesn't work because he needs curvature of the Earth, and then he needs parallel light rays. So that's why his observations don't work. Do you know about Eratosthenes and stuff like that, or?
Nah, it's just when I think about this piece of information, it just shows that like the light source may or may not be closer, than what how far away do they say the sun is from the Earth?
We don't have a claim, but they say 93 million miles.
Yeah, so I mean, you look at the sun rays. I mean, it doesn't look like 93 million miles is where the source is coming from. So
If I may, the distance from the Earth to the Sun has changed over time from 3 million up to 93 million, and all sorts of distances in between those two over the history of heliocentrism. Continue.
I think we have a meme for that as well. It gives the years on when they changed, and there's some pretty close together as well, isn't there?
Didn't Newton even say it doesn't even matter how far the sun.
Yeah. He said it doesn't matter because we can make the maths work, which is strange.
But
yeah, but then you get into the mass of infinity, and you kind of get mumbo jumbo.
This is true. This is why they invented limits in calculus.
Luna! Sorry, I'm yelling at the dog.
Is your dog named Luna?
Yeah.
Nice.
We got two of the crazy buggers. One border collie and one coolie. So coolie's like an Australian cattle dog.
Nice.
She's crazy.
I had border collie growing up.
Border collies are relaxed compared to this other one. Yeah. So, what else have you got? In terms of what's kind of keeping you on the fence? Is there something that the globe tells you that you think makes sense? Or
yeah. So one of the things, sorry, I'm mostly using the chat as kind of like background chatter, just so I don't feel so alone. But
yeah, I do the same thing, man.
Yeah. One of the things is I heard this really recently, actually. So we see the sun as like not only a source of light but also like a source of heat. You're outside, it's sunny out, it's hotter. But when you increase altitude, when you get closer to the light source, it somehow gets colder. And how they explain that is that the heat gets trapped like within the atmosphere. So when you go up, as you kind of like leave or something like that, it's gonna get colder because the heat's like not trapped in the atmosphere. So
it's got to do with there's less particles to heat up and bounce around off. So I think it's got something to do with that. As you increase in altitude, the atmosphere gets thinner. So
yeah,
that's why it's
over 50,000 feet, the air is twice as thin.
Yeah. So this keeps you on the globe side. Why?
Well, it's just how it was explained to me is that when you get closer to the the heat. Let's say that we used flat Earth or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we would think going up closer to the heat source would make it hotter. The higher you are in the air, the hotter it would be. But that's not.
Well, it works exactly the same. Whether it's flat, we still have altitude, don't we? So as you go up, air gets thinner. Yeah, it doesn't really change anything. It works on a flat Earth, it works on a globe Earth. Or nothing works on a globe Earth, but their explanation of it.
But by that logic, if the sun was 93 million miles away, wouldn't it be heating up the upper atmosphere more?
There's less particles in the air to heat up. Yeah.
The way they explain that is they say that the heat or something is like trapped within like the atmosphere, keeping everything down here nice and hot. The farther you go up, you leave the atmosphere, it gets cold.
Right, like the greenhouse effect is what they called it in the 90s anyway.
Is that what's keeping you on the globe?
That's, you could probably that's one of the things I would probably say. I'm not the most up to date on this kind of stuff, But
No, that's all right, mate. We're just having a chat anyway. So.
Yeah.
What about no curvature? That must be one.
That was always an interesting one. That where you take a camera, you look, and you see that if you're. I mean, I think it's one of the more simple ones. Is that if we were on a globe, then we would curve. I mean, you would see like a curve after a while. But we can
You'd
see
have
distances. We would see distances that are a lot farther than than what we should see if it
what's predicted.
And then they say something about like light refraction or something like that. I don't know too much about it, but
yeah, well, refraction exists,
Yeah, like I said, I don't know too much about it.
Yeah. So, have you looked down the page more at laser tests?
Oh yeah, I've looked in there before. Yeah.
Yeah.
And refraction still doesn't curve the horizon. I jump from airplanes as well, just in case somebody wants to claim they've seen it from an airplane. Nope.
So that'll throw a spanner in the works, so in order to have a spherical ball, you need curvature in each direction. So if there's no measurable curvature, then there's no measurable ball. Yeah? Kind of logical.
I mean,
Don't you think?
It sounds pretty good. Yeah, that's the type of stuff that keeps me kind of like on the fence here. I'm just not 100% sure about all the information. But I just know that you guys do bring up some pretty decent points. So,
I'm not sure if this might help you to land on one side of the fence or the other, but keep in mind as you progress on your journey that NASA and all these other space agencies are paid gobs of money to show you CGI images and convince you that what they're doing is good for all of humanity. And we critical thinkers in here who would rather be informed rather than influenced are not paid anything to spend our time here. If somebody wants to donate some money to one of us, that's a different story. That's because they believe in what we're saying and doing, and they choose to do so freely. We are not taking money from them through taxes and giving you what we're giving you, which is, as we see it, truth.
Well said. Who's more believable? Someone who gets paid to say what they say, or someone who does it because they believe in it?
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to tell earnesty,
So if you walked outside, no one had ever told you that you lived on a spinning ball flying through outer space, what would be your conclusion?
Yeah, if no one ever told me anything about that, I'd probably assume that it's flat.
So you assume it's flat and probably stationary as well, correct?
Probably, because that's the way that, we experience it,
Yeah. Yeah, so they're telling you that that you're not to trust your senses and, don't trust this. It's this way. It doesn't look like this, but it is this way. Wouldn't you need some kind of extraordinary proof that it was that way to not trust your senses? Extraordinary claims need extraordinary proofs. So, What are their extraordinary proofs?
Honestly, a lot of it, that they give is you're pretty much just trusting that, they didn't forge everything, which is a huge kind of like, it's a huge real blow to their side is why that's why I do have like that's why I am on the fence.
Fair enough. So you can't really. That's the funny thing, isn't it? Like you probably can't name any definitive proofs that we live on a globe, can you? Which is really strange. Because if the truth was that we live on a spinning globe, there should be mountains and mountains of undeniable proof. Without a doubt. We wouldn't even have this argument. We wouldn't even be here. Because it would be clear.
Yeah, I understand. Look, I'll still be in the chat and I'll still be listening. If you guys need me for anything, I'll be there. I'm gonna go back to watching Breaking Bad.
No stress, mate. Thanks for the chat.
Cheers.
Catch up with you soon.
Bless up, brother.
Seemed like a nice kid. Oh, I'm pre-assuming he's a kid.
I appreciate being called young. I'm 20, but
that's young.
That's young.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Nah, I like knowing that my youth is still hanging on. I guess depending on which group I'm in, I guess a lot of you guys are like I've listened to this chat so many times, and I get the idea. A lot of you guys are at least in your 30s. So I guess I am one of the young Johns around here.
Yeah, I'm 41.
Really? Wow. No.
Yeah.
But
you're only as young as you feel, mate. So.
Yeah,
6 a.m. here. I'm out walking the dogs, so keep your body moving and you'll be all right.
Yeah.
I'm 50, feel 35, make at least 2 mistakes a day just to keep myself in line.
Gosh, yeah, I've been here for, let's see how long. It's almost 20. I think I've been here 2.5 years. I think wait, 1, 2, 2.5. I joined in the middle of 2020, as far as I remember. So I've been here a while, just chilling.
Yeah. I believe you're still on the fence after that long.
I mean, I could physically have joined a chat or a server without really being 100% active. So, small brief momentary. What am I doing? Breaking Bad. I'm gonna go watch some Breaking Bad.
Do you wait? One more question before you go. Do you go on to any of the Globe servers to hear the other side?
Globe I don't go any like Globe servers or anything like that. This is the only server related to this type of stuff that I'm in.
Okay, so where do you hear the other sides of the argument from? Just my curiosity.
Usually if I'm just like on YouTube or something,
From debunkers?
That's usually what ends up coming up. I don't think there's many people that make videos on that without, that aren't as a response to, let's say, this type of stuff here.
So like Professor Dave and guys like that, or?
Those are the type of guys, yeah, because it's like those are the things that get they get seen the most because people like drama and they see two people arguing. They go to that.
How do you find their arguments?
Well, they usually just pop up like in the algorithm. I follow, for example, Modern Day Debates, and there's flat
like that
on there, and that gets put up in my algorithm. So with like other type of content of the sort,
I just wanted to share with you before you dip and go back to your Breaking Bad is that in my journey towards the truth and seeking answers, I've gone into the live NASA ISS feed rooms and like at first I'll be like, hey, hi everyone, and everything's all good. My comics are good and I'm getting responses and stuff. And then I'll be like, how come we don't see any airplanes between the ISS and the ocean or the Earth? And then all of a sudden I'm blocked. I'm blocked by the channel owner. My comments are no longer being allowed to be posted. So there's a little food for thought for you while you're on your journey.
Yeah,
that's from people that say no question's a dumb question.
Yeah. Censorship is a real issue. That's something really sketchy. Yeah. Like for question, yeah, that's crazy. Like if they have the answer, they should just give it to you, not just like that. Yeah, that's really strange.
There is no answer. It's not a real feed.
I could think of an
NASA,
answer.
NASA, never a straight answer. Sorry, go ahead, Mimas.
I can say if I worked for them, I would give an answer. I would. I would say like resolution, something.
Yeah, it's too high.
Yeah,
no
it's
flights
too
in this
high.
area at this time.
And
ignoring
and the reason-
it makes them more suspicious.
Yeah, the best thing to do is always embrace what you're weakest at, and come up with just enough of an answer. But never ever just ignore it. So I don't know. My biggest criticisms of them are how they handle their PR rather than their lies.
Ridicule instead of answers.
Yeah, ridicule instead of answers. Like me. If you have critics, it's like the best artists. They don't fight their trolls. They embrace the trolls. They embrace them.
Yeah, like
that's what
Thatcher. It's
well,
not
that's
okay
what
to think the Earth is flat.
I was
going to say the same thing.
That's what Elon Musk does. That's why people who even say Elon Musk is a con man, they still like him. Because there's a wink and a nudge there.
I wouldn't want a nickel from that man.
I would. He can't give me money if he wants.
Damn, I'd have a fleet of Humvees. Are you kidding? Be like, I'll take your money, Elon, but I won't buy your Tesla car.
Well, it's all government money anyway, isn't it? They prop them
Apparently,
up.
the charging stations don't work so well in the cold weather either.
Well, not just that, but those are electric cars are legitimately bad for the environment. So that's a huge issue. That's why Tesla wanted to make a car that had no battery.
It's the battery.
Yeah, he was going to make the towers, and the towers would emit the field, and people could just drive around in the field in their cars because they would pull the energy right out of the air.
I always wonder if that would have an effect on the body. Depends what frequency it was pumping out, I suppose, yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, you live in constant radio waves because there's natural radio waves everywhere.
I wonder if you reckon those stories are true about when he died, the CIA went in and took all his information.
You know, I don't know. You know, who's telling us? Is the CIA telling us that story?
I don't know. There's no real sources about the information. Like it's just,
there's
people go on, they make videos, and they say it, and then you go, well, how do you confirm that?
Donald Trump's great uncle got all the stuff.
Yeah,
you mean the king?
That's where Project Looking Glass comes from. You know, you start going into that rabbit hole. Yeah.
Every time I try and get down to the primary sources of these claims, they just kind of like you think you're getting into like the trunk of the tree, and then it turns into this root system all of a sudden, and it goes out into like nowhere. And you're like, whose claim was this even based on in the first place? And usually when the CIA, when the claim is directly from the CIA, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to ignore it.
Propaganda.
Yeah. Anything the CIA says, if the CIA puts something out, it's not that it's true or false, it's that you just shouldn't take it into account at all. Find another source. They may be telling 100% the truth on some things, but because they lie so much, why would you believe anything?
There was the one guy that had a buddy that was in there, was a spook with them, and he had a barbecue, and he asked his buddy from the agency, like, what would be the one thing you would give me as advice? And he said, like, basically, don't watch television ever.
You know, my dad was special forces in Vietnam. And when he died, we got a call from the CIA. That's surreal, because I was the one who answered the phone. Never found anything else out.
What did they do? They tell you a story about what happened, or they just kind of gave you minimal information?
This is when no, it's cool. It's this because I've told the story before. I was it's like 2 days after the funeral. We had him cremated, and I was sitting there in the living room, and this was in call waiting, or caller ID was kind of newish, and because this was the mid '90s, and I looked down. Now, keep in mind, I was I would read all the books my dad read. So he was big Tom Clancy, and so Langley, Virginia was seared in my brain as the headquarters of the CIA, right? So I look down, there's this phone call, ring, 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 and I'm like, that says Langley, Virginia. I answer the phone. Hi, this is such and such from the Central Intelligence Agency. We're trying to reach, and they say his name. I said, I'm sorry, he passed away 2 days ago. I'm very sorry to hear that, sir. Click. My brother went and found out some more stuff. So, like, my dad was, he was a lodge member my whole life. Never knew. Had no idea. No clue.
You mean Freemason?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not a major one, just like, lower level. Which I don't put a lot of stock. I don't put a lot of stock into that. Anyway.
Yeah, brother. Just because somebody was in there or doesn't mean they were evil. Like,
no,
not at all. At the lower levels, it's a community-based thing as well. So.
Yeah, I actually don't have a problem with it at the lower levels. But like, my other grandpa, my grandpa was on my mom's side. Now, when my mom and dad met, she was in a coven, and he had just gotten back from Vietnam. But my other grandpa, he was in not special forces. He was in Air Force intelligence, is what he was. And he had all kinds of like top secret clearance. And then he worked for, he was an MIT contractor for NASA. So, interesting family background. So, you never know. You never know somebody. Everybody's got these like regions of their life they put up that wall to.
Someone else on here. I think his dad used to work for NASA. Is it either Host or?
I don't know. There's another thing. My grandpa on my mom's side that I just told you about. He also worked at JPL when it was still JPL.
Now, do we call that Jet Propulsion Laboratories or?
Yes, it was
the other one.
I know, colloquially Jack Parsons Laboratory, but it was Jet Propulsion. It was always called Jet Propulsion Laboratories.
Yeah.
It was kind of an inside thing that it was Jack Parsons Lab because he 100% ran it.
And they're all linked to that guy, aren't they? From the Church of Satan.
Oh, Crowley? Crowley wasn't Church of Satan. He was
No, the other guy. There's another guy.
LaVey.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, Crowley was Thelema. He was a Thelemite.
Morning.
And prior to Crowley, was it Blavatsky who was prior to Crowley?
Madame Blavatsky, yeah.
Yeah,
And Crowley referred to himself as the Beast.
Yeah.
And he was a very vile individual.
Yeah, well, there's also a lot of urban legends that when you start looking for primary source data about Crowley, those kind of fade away too.
It's all in that belief as well, you know. Like they want you to think that he's had all this power and magical black dark arts, but you know,
he drew an
just
image
a projection, you know.
He drew an image of a being he claims to have brought through a portal called Lem that very, very much resembles a modern gray alien image.
Well,
into the psyche.
That one didn't it first visit him as a child?
I'm not sure. You might be correct there. I just know he drew an image and it eerily resembles the modern gray aliens.
I actually think there may be some old when they let me check this real quick.
A lot of the time, people get that and witchcraft mixed up as well. Like if you look into witchcraft, they're more naturists than anything else.
For modern, you brought up the Church of Satan and Crowley and stuff. For modern day Church of Satan, it was Anton LaVey.
Yeah, I said LaVey earlier.
Yeah, his daughter was into it too, but she turned away from it because she saw there was nothing there.
Literally.
He's got a lot of links to politicians too, yeah?
Yeah.
And army generals.
No, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. You were saying something interesting before that. What was it? Witchcraft. Yeah. It's for the most part, witchcraft was labeled witchcraft. It wasn't witchcraft. It was naturism. You're right.
Yeah, like you can take it back to
burning sage is not witchcraft.
Well, no, that's it's to ward off evil spirits. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not even witchcraft.
Yeah, white sage purifies and keeps evil spirits away, and you do not want to burn blood sage. That is not good.
Well, it was like a lot of Wiccans. They don't worship like Wiccan, like that. That's like the more modern one is Wicca. A lot of them don't.
I read a book on it.
Yeah, they don't worship anything. They don't follow anything. They're just naturist.
Yeah, it's Mother Nature. Yeah. And healing medicines, so herbs, things in nature that help your body work. That's it. You know, it gets demonized, and it's just a natural healing based belief. You know, weird. Weird. That's weird. I mean, the scrutiny that it gets is weird.
Yeah.
As well, when you're burning white sage, you don't want drugs or alcohol around. Like, it's one thing if you have them in your home for medical reasons or whatever, but when you're smudging, that's what you're doing when you're burning the white sage. You don't want to be consuming them or using them. You want to be having a clean home while you're smudging.
I mean, it's just like the high priest used to burn the incense before the altar, and it was to cleanse the air. I mean, it's nothing new. And like even Israel, they were polytheist before they were monotheist. So It's a little more nuanced than people want to admit.
So what do the Catholic priests burn when they're walking up and down the aisle?
Incense. What kind of incense is it? Is it sage? Probably. I guess.
Yeah, I would think so.
I think it's sage. Right?
Well, a lot of those rituals come from paganism, so I would say so.
Well, that's another thing too. Is paganism? Who labeled what was paganism?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that just an earth? That's just an earth-based thing.
It was like basically anyone who didn't have the Catholic Church was labeled pagan, and so their cultures and traditions that maybe at one time started with the gods, but then had just become cultural tradition and had no meaning. They were just part of a culture and tradition. They got labeled pagan when they really didn't have any other meaning than just the people lived spiritually.
I have understanding that if you had the single creator or God, that would be considered your Christian or whatever, and then pagans were, say, Vikings who had multiple gods. That's how that's how I understood it. If a community or a culture or whatever nation had multiple gods, they'd be considered pagans. Where if you had a single god, maybe not.
Essentially, it was anyone who was outside the church was pagan. So if you even if you had like the gospel, if you were not, part of the church, you were a pagan.
Well, technically, the Catholic Church is pagan, so there's
Well, actually, I would say technically they aren't, since they defined it in the first place. Anything they do would be defined as non-pagan because they're the Catholic Church, right?
Well, look, they were pagan before they became what they are now, right? Because they didn't always adopt the belief in Christ, right? So they did that and assimilate the Christians into their religious beliefs.
I get what you're saying. I'm just being a little nitpicky here in that they invented what paganism was, and so because they're the source of the invention of paganism, they literally can never be pagan.
Yeah, they're the opposite of what they presented. Yeah.
Well, they pretend to be. That's not the truth, though. I mean, that's just the facade, because the religion is a satanic religion, whether people like it or not. Catholicism is satanic, and you just have to look at the history of the entity, and it hasn't changed. It has just adopted a certain form of Christianity, but it's still idolatry, right? They worship idols, Mother Mary, all of this saints and stuff like that. That's not scriptural. None of that is in the scripture. So they've added to the Bible, which is blasphemy. First off, so you can't do that, right?
And they collect tithings, like they take money from the.
Well, tithing is biblical, so that's neither here nor there. Tithing specifically is for the less fortunate in the church, and let's say you become less fortunate, then the tithing would go to help you. So, like, if the church understands that, hey, you're struggling, and so then all that money you put in and other people put in, they would turn that over to you. So tithing is a form of just taking care of its own. That's really what it comes down. It's like, that's all it really is.
Tithing was voluntary, and I believe it's actually still voluntary.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with tithing. If someone wants to devote 10% of their income, more power to them.
Yeah, some places it's 25. So it is what's how you believe, right? So
yeah, the important part is though that it is voluntary.
Yeah.
And anything voluntary, I'm not gonna bust on anybody for.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Like, that's how I see it too. I put where I can, what I can, where I can, when I can, and I don't try to claim or I do not claim none of it. Like, at the end of the year, I won't be like, oh, I gave so much to Operation Smile. Like, I don't care if I'm gonna get $3 back or something. Like, I do what I do, and then I stay quiet about it.
Yeah. No, but a lot of this stuff, a lot of the rituals and the burning of sage and all this other stuff, none of that was there's nothing wrong with any of that at all. But the church would have called it pagan before they adopted it because it was outside the church. It's when they considered that when they brought it into the church, they made it holy, and so it was no longer pagan. Which they did use scripture to justify that, but I also think that scripture doesn't justify the establishment of a central church, because they were meeting in people's homes and all this other stuff.
Well, the church it didn't change until Luther, right? They suppressed the Bible from all the congregations. But when Luther found it and realized that, why was all of this kept from us? That's when it started. That's when all the Lutheran Church was formed, because of Martin Luther.
Yeah.
So all of this change within the church happened because of him. That was the great wound to the beast. When Luther came in and brought the Bible back to the people, that's what happened. Because it would never have got to the people had it not been for Martin. So, I mean, all this stuff is there for history, for you to read. I mean, it's just anyone choose to find out the truth and information. It's all there. You know, they will suppress certain things, like all the massacres that happened in the Catholic, and during that time when they kill Christians and whatnot. You know, you won't find everything, but you will find something. You know, like they found these mass graves in Canada now, underneath churches with Indians. You know what I'm saying? Like, how did they get there? Right? So, I mean, there's a lot of things like this that are going to come to the forefront eventually. The truth will come out. It always does.
Yeah, didn't the Roman soldiers that consider themselves Christian, they started carving that fish symbol, maybe meaning fisher of men, Jesus, but they had to be quiet about it because otherwise Caesar would execute them or something like that?
Well, the thing is just Catholicism usurped the name Christianity, right? That's what Satan does, man. He's really good at that.
Correct.
He's good at disguising himself as a light. You know, that's what he does. So he used humans to further his agenda.
Well, people put too much stock. People put too much stock in the entire plurality of the Bible itself. Think about it like this. Let's say you go to, let's say it was the first century, and you fled Jerusalem and you went all the way up to Great Britain, thousands of miles. You did not have the Bible with you. You did not have the whole Bible with you. All you basically had were some letters from the apostles and the words of Christ. And that's it. That's all you had. All right.
Well, there were only a certain amount that got out of Jerusalem, because after they crucified Jesus, you had the 120, you had 7,000 in one day.
Well,
after the last apostles died, Christianity died with them. That form of worship, right?
I would contend that it's probably the qualifications to be a follower of Christ are laid out on Calvary when the thief who was crucified next to Christ, who was a very bad man, he was probably a gangbanger, because, you know, that's the kind of thief you crucify, right? So this was probably a violent thief, not a good man, didn't know anything about goodness. You probably didn't know anything about scripture. The only thing he did was said, "I believe you." That was it. That was it. That's all he did. And Christ said, "Oh, you'll be with me in paradise." That was it. That was the whole qualification.
But he's already paying for it, and you know there is no way for him to redeem himself besides where he's at. You know, so his you know, there was. Look at Paul. You compare him to Paul. Paul was killed in righteousness, what he thought was righteous.
Right.
But you know, instead of that, God used him to further.
But because what I'm saying though is because you get saved before you change your life. You have to get saved before you change your life. Because you can't qualify yourself, right? So when they would go up to Great Britain and they go up to the Gauls and they'd go up to the Nordic tribes, and a lot of times all they had was words. They did not have scrolls or, you know, complete anything. Maybe they had one epistle, and that was it. That was all they had. And they converted a mass amount of people, right? on incomplete stuff, because all you need is Jesus' gospel. That's all you need. That is literally all you really need, because it lays out the royal law and the qualification for salvation. Because once you have that, you'll change your life, and you don't need anything else. Not really. Not if you're basing your Christianity purely from like a spiritual, principled, point of view. So that's why a lot of the people in the Middle Ages, nobody was religious, but everyone just lived spiritual lives. God was present everywhere, because that's why you were alive. That's why the world was made. Everything. Just people lived their lives that way. Obviously, I'm just talking about the bare minimum. Anyway, back to Crowley. Timbo, you do 4x4ing, right?
Yeah, man. Sorry, I missed the last 10 minutes. I was just talking to someone.
No, that's cool. Like I said, throughout the next year into the next, I want to get into 4x4ing, not mud bogging and all that nonsense. I want to do
just
touring. Yeah, I want touring.
Yeah.
And
that's what I do.
Because I've got endless options for vehicles over here, endless options. So I don't know what's a good starter setup.
I know, man. I reckon your guys' Jeeps are pretty good, but I don't know how big you want to go, because we have smaller four-wheel drives over here. We don't have those big, like F-150s. We've got them here, but no one uses them on the tracks. So, those.
I was thinking of an older Silverado, like 1500, single cab, not a crew cab. Do you know that one?
Yeah, they're pretty big though, aren't they?
They're
it's
not
like a
too
Chevy,
big.
isn't it?
They're a mid-size truck. Mid-size truck.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
Not the newer. The newer Silverados are massive. The older, like a 1989 single cab short bed Silverado 1500.
Oh, perfect. Diesel?
No, that's another thing I wanted to ask.
So
diesel or gas?
Well, diesels are better if you're going to do river crossings and stuff like that. Diesels are much better. Oh, mine's fitted with a snorkel, so all the air intake comes from up above.
I don't think there's much river crossing where I plan on going. There would be rock. No,
okay. So you're talking more like a desert kind of area, yeah?
Appalachian. So forest, rocks, roots, dirt.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. I don't know. Something a bit, like it depends, because diesel over here, pretty much if you're going to travel long distances, you need diesel, because most of the truck stops and outback kind of service stations where you get fuel from, they all keep diesel because of the trucks. So, that's better for over here, but I don't know how popular. Most of your cars are on gas, aren't they? They're all like big V8s and stuff.
Most are gas. I know diesel doesn't run at as high a temperature.
Yeah. Yeah. The engines last a lot longer as well.
Yeah.
They seem to, anyway, if you look after them.
Because if I go diesel, I know I'm going to have to instantly drop 4,500 into it to have it bulletproofed.
Yeah, putting your glow. If you got an older one, then put straight away do all the glow plugs and stuff.
Yeah.
Try not to increase the power because you're just gonna, come in and damage the motor. How much power do you really need when you're just going off road?
I really just need torque.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But I think they're, what are they called? Jeep, Cherokees.
Cherokees, Wranglers. There's so many Jeeps over here.
Wrangler. That's it. Yeah, Jeep Wrangler. They're good. They're good off-road cars.
Yeah. Yeah, they are, and they come as good off-road cars.
Yeah, they've all got independent suspension as well, so they're good on all those rocky conditions.
Yeah.
Nice high. They're already jacked up, but you can jack them up more and put bigger tires on them.
I just don't want to get something and go to a trail and look around and see, because I've been up there and everybody's got a Wrangler.
Yeah. Yeah, that tells you something, doesn't it?
I guess it does, yeah. And I did see a really nice, I'm not a big fan of them, but he said if you set it up right, it's great. He had an H2.
I see. Oh, the Hummer.
Yeah, the
smaller.
Yeah, the smaller Hummer. Yeah.
Yeah. They're supposed to be good.
And he really liked it. He said it's a piece of junk. He said, but if you drop money into it, it's just the best. What was he? 4x4. He said because his was also an off-road 4x4.
Yeah,
so it wasn't
go
just
anywhere.
It wasn't just for rough trails. He could do the rough trails, but then he could go and do like 30-degree climbs, and he had it all winched out and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a winch if you're doing stuff like that, just so you can hook it up over a tree and get up a rut. So
I was thinking like I feel like you get a better if you don't go with big tires. If you get a lift and don't increase the size of your tires, I think that's not too much anyway. I think that's better than if you put big tires on there or larger tires.
Yeah, so the bigger the tire, the less the torque. So
right.
Yeah, but if you've got the thing about bigger tires is their clearance over the axle.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It might not seem like a lot, but if you go, if you get an extra 2 inches out of the clearance over the axle, then it could mean you're getting over a 4-foot rock or getting over a 3-foot rock. So
I figured
big difference.
Maybe a 4 to 6 inch lift kit, an exterior roll cage, and a winch setup. That's what I'd want.
That's huge. I've got a 2-inch lift. That's and then I just put 33-inch tires. That's I didn't want to go to 35s.
Yeah, because I've got
that seems to be pretty good.
I've got an F-150 Lariat, and it is a street truck all the way. It's a work truck, right? So that it's rear wheel drive. It's got the 5.4 liter in it, but it is not set up for anything other than driving from job site to job site.
Yeah.
It's a comfy ride, though.
Yeah. You can also, if you're going to do an off-road car, you can have a spare set of wheels.
Oh,
and you can just change them out, like put some muddies on there, and then you can put some mud tires on a set of, just a set of steel rims. And then when you come back and you're not doing any off-road, just change them back to an all-terrain.
I guess what I would do is I'd take a trailer with me. Keep my tires in the trailer, and then when I got there, change my tires, go have my fun, and park back, put my tires back on, and go home.
Yeah, because it's not that hard to just change over 4 tires, like 4 wheels. It's it'll take you half an hour.
Yeah, like I'm 30 minutes from off-roading, and anywhere you are, basically anywhere you are in the States, you're 30 minutes to go off-roading from somewhere.
That's awesome.
So yeah, because we have roads out the rear end. So
yeah, I've got to travel out of the city probably maybe an hour and a half to get some decent tracks. But
you find a nice quiet spot out there on those trails, start grabbing some pallets and start building a little off-grid spot maybe.
We'd get arrested here for doing that.
you can only do that in 2 states here.
What, just claim a piece of land?
Yeah, you can do it in Montana and you can do it in Florida.
Up here in Canada, if you can stay somewhere without being discovered for 5 years, you have squatters' rights. It's yours.
Yeah, we have squatters' rights here too. So you can do that in Florida. Why you would do that in Florida, I don't know, because you're going to melt to death first.
The thing is, now there's eminent domain. Though. You can't just you can think you own it, but they can put you off, and they've done that in Florida already. So.
Well, only if they're going to build a road. If they have an infrastructure project, they can invoke eminent domain.
Yeah, but it's always especially in Florida, because I've lived there for most of my life, and they grow all the time. That's why I'm glad I don't live there anymore.
So if you went in, claimed that land, and then they wanted to build a road there, would they still have to pay you for it, or they'd go, no,
That's the option you have, but you can't hold your ground. You see what I'm saying? You have to take the money.
Yeah.
You have to take the money. You have to take the money. It sucks. I mean, at the very least, they do offer you money, but...
Damn, I gotta go cash this check now?
Well, the thing is, if you've had family, you've owned this land for generations, people get attached,
Yeah. No, I was talking about because of the squatters' rights. So if you're a squatter and then you get squatters' rights and then they reacquire the land, do they have to pay you for it?
Yeah, because it's your land.
They still do. Okay.
Yeah. So like if I squatted somewhere and was there for, in some states it's 3 years, some states it's 5 years. Let's say I got there 5 years. After the 5 years, all I got to do is provide proof that I was there for 5 years, and they give you a deed. It's your land.
What if it's owned by another private individual?
Interesting thing. The only place I know of that you can do that is Florida, where if there's a house that sits empty, if you can go there and live there for 3 years, you'll own it. So, no, I don't know what the rules are in other states.
So in Florida, if you own more than one house, don't let one sit idle for more than 3 years, otherwise you might lose it.
Yeah, you might lose it. Which, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's something really there's something that like touches me about that. Like, that might not be a bad idea. Because I think the main protection, I mean, if you've abandoned something, like if you abandon a car, right? You clearly do not plan on using it. What, why shouldn't someone be able to just pick it up? If you abandon a boat in Florida,
so in Florida, like what's the gun laws like there? Because if you go to your property and then someone's living in there,
you can blast away in Florida.
Blast away.
Ground level.
Florida
Ground
is
level.
Florida. I'll tell you a story about Florida. A man got off on a self-defense charge because someone threw popcorn at him in a threatening way. Yes, Florida is awesome when it comes to guns.
What?
Yes. He threw popcorn in a threatening way.
Isn't self-defense recognized as using reasonable force to protect yourself?
Reasonable force only applies to law enforcement. Because if a citizen is being threatened, it's not the physical threat that harms someone. It's the threat. It's just the threat. If someone is like in Georgia or Florida, South Carolina, if someone is threatening you, you can blast them right then and there. If they're threatening force against you, you can defend yourself. And because we recognize that once somebody inhibits your movement, that's a violation of your freedom, of your individual freedom. And that's the thing we hold sacred the most, which I like.
I suppose in one way it's kind of keeps the peace, but in another it can be used as an excuse to shoot someone. Yeah.
In practice, though, it works. Like
because people aren't going to go up and throw popcorn in people's faces because they're running the risk of being shot. Yeah. So but like if you don't like someone and you go, oh, you threw popcorn at me, and then you like.
No, you in that case you do need some eyewitnesses to attest, or you'll get arrested for murder. Right, and that does happen, and those people get arrested for murder.
Yeah.
So and
you run the risk.
Yeah, I was saying earlier. I was saying I would rather a law be, because if you make the law more and more restrictive, people won't defend themselves because they're going to be scared. How much can I defend myself? And they'll allow themselves to be harmed because they think the law isn't going to protect them as victims.
Yeah, you're right.
So I would rather the law be so extremely out there, like, don't throw popcorn on my man. Because then, one, your society's a lot more polite. And two, people aren't afraid to defend themselves. And that puts criminals on notice too. People aren't afraid to defend themselves. There's no break-ins where I live. There's no break-ins. If you break in a house,
knows a gun?
Yeah, if you break in a house here, you have a death wish. I am not even joking. Everyone here is armed. Every single person. And there's just no violent crime where I live. There's a town in right up above Atlanta, and they've had one murder in 50 years. And one of the town's bylaws is you have to own a gun to live there. One violent crime in 50 years.
And if you don't, are they going to make that a law not owning a gun?
Can you what?
Go, Ryan. I butted in.
Well, I was just saying, so in a town, local ordinances or whatever, you can mandate gun ownership.
Yes, you can mandate gun ownership in a bylaw. Yes, you can. In the city limits, within the city limits. So it's a little incorporated town, and they run that town like it's 1950. It's like everybody here's got a gun. Ain't no criminals in this town.
I wonder if there are any other towns like that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's one in Utah.
If there are towns like that, then they're probably not in the press.
Whoa, hold up there, stranger. I see you're new to this town. You don't have a gun on you. Here you go.
Here you go, buddy. I recommend don't break into anything. It's kind of like, brazen people rob a bank, but really brazen people rob liquor stores. Because the liquor store owner, for all you know, he could have a federal firearms license, and he just pulls out an automatic. That's Timbo. Do you in Australia? Do they think that like automatic guns are banned here?
Do they think what? Sorry.
Like, would the average Australian think that machine guns, automatic guns, are banned in the U.S.?
I think most people here would be ignorant to gun laws in the US, but I would think that automatic guns would be banned. Yeah.
Well,
It just depends
it's
on
funny
the state.
because, well, it's actually a federal. It's a federal license, and if you have the federal license, it's going to trump any state law.
And
Once you get a federal license,
there's a
you can have.
confusion between automatic and semi-automatic.
Semi-automatic,
Pull the trigger once, release, pull the trigger again, release. That is a semi-automatic.
That's semi. Yeah.
Yes. An automatic.
So that's
is
an AR-15 is like that.
AR-15. Yeah. The platform it's based off of, which is the M16, is a fully automatic.
Yeah. So they say that's useless for hunting, but an AR-15 is a hunting gun.
Oh, AR-15 is an excellent hunting gun. A lot of people say it's not, but they're stupid. It's lightweight. You can attach any scope to it. You can put any setup on it. Like, it is just the most versatile gun. I mean, it's the modern musket. I mean, the AR-15 is the receiver. And that receiver, you can attach anything to. Hell, somebody's got a chainsaw attachment for it. Not even kidding. There's a chainsaw attachment for the AR-15. So you can go out like full Warhammer on that thing. Get the pistol grip on it. Your short barrel, and now you've got a home defense gun. Pop, pop, pop.
If it gets submerged in water and you pull it out of the water, does it fire very well?
Fires just the same from what I've never done that before, but just because it's like a law, you don't get your guns wet just because. But from what I understand, it fires right away.
That's cool.
That stands for Assault Rifle 15. It's like some dumb shit one of my sisters said. Like, no, it actually stands for Armalite. It's like M16. M16 was Browning, I think. Browning designed that. And keep
That's
in
one of
mind,
the primary reasons why I like Glocks, because no matter how much water you get around them, they will always function, even if they're completely submerged underwater.
Yep. Yeah, what's funny is I'm not even a gun nut. I'm not even into guns. I got 3 of them. I'm not into them. But like, you grow up, you get taught how to use them, and they're just like it's like having a spatula or a stove. It's just something you have. I see AI posted that to H1. I do not have $250,000, but I can purchase an HMVEE, the actual Humvee, for anywhere between $1,000 and $5,000 from the military. It's just about a 3-month process you got to go through, and you don't get a battery and you get no armor. So they strip the armor off of it, which means it comes with no roof, no 4 doors, and no battery. And you don't get to inspect it before you buy it. But the good news
I got a
is,
question about the battery. Do you think they're taking out the battery because the technology they use in those batteries is classified?
no, it's the setup. It's the setup because there are plenty of I live in an army town, Army and Air Force town, and it's there's plenty of like mechanics that I've talked to, and they say it's just a different battery setup. They just say it's mil spec. So they're basically, it's just a marine battery. That's what they tell me. It's just a marine battery.
So you can like pay to get it replaced.
You can't get that battery because it's proprietary to the military.
Oh, okay. Oh, so is that what it is? All right, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's not like a secret technology. It's just its setup is a little bit different, and I guess they just don't. They don't. It's the same reason there's no technology in the armored doors either. I mean, they could sell you the armored doors. What are you going to do with them? They're just regular. They're regular materials, but they still strip it all off.
It's probably just stuff they reuse. That's probably why I gave you some of that. If I could put it to use, they don't need the chassis probably because like I say, you can't inspect it, so there's probably some kind of defect that's over time. So.
Well, most of the problems when people buy the Humvees, they start driving them, and like the first month or so that they have them, they run into a lot of weird breakdowns. It's mostly like overheating and like the engine shakes and stuff. It's really
they're just uncomfortable to ride in. They're not.
They are uncomfortable. Oh, that's another thing too. They take the seats out. They don't come with seats either.
Even worse.
But there's aftermarket companies that will sell you a hard canvas top and hard canvas doors. And you could basically have your pick of what seats you want to bolt in there. That's why I'm looking into getting a Hummer. Humvee. I'm sorry, not a Hummer. I'll take anything between the years I was recommended was between 80, 89, and 94.
I don't mind getting a Hummer myself.
Yeah, none of us do. None of us mind.
So a Hummer, isn't that what the Governator drove?
Now, he drove, the first thing he got was a Humvee. And the company, was it GM? I think, made a civilian version for him. They made it for him. Right? So he had the first one, but it was a civilian Humvee and they called it the Hummer. So, strange name. But no, I don't want. Hummer is the civilian version. So you've got the Hummer, then you've got the H1, which is the luxury vehicle, the luxury Hummer. It's an off-road beast, though. I mean, it is, it could do everything a mil-spec Hummer could do, except, take a round. And then you've got the H2, and now the very ugly, disgusting, vile-looking H3. Oh yeah, meme the real armor doors and plating are depleted uranium. Oh yeah, that decontaminate the Humvee when I buy it, right? Or they're taking it to because they did de-armor all of them. We don't want everyone to know that we've been sending guys out with no armor. Because I remember lots of stories about them wondering why rounds were passing through both panels and the Humvee doors. I would almost think that they wouldn't sell the ones that had depleted uranium in them for the plates, even though it's in a stable form. But I don't know. I just figured if they had it, filled with the DU, they wouldn't even want to go down that route, just in case someone was like, I got this from the military and it was full of depleted uranium isotopes, and I'm going to CBS.
Now I have a second butthole.
Huh, that's funny, by the way, about the gun laws in Florida. If you fire a warning shot, that can get you 20 years. I just saw somebody's video about a negligent discharge. If you fire a warning shot at someone, you can get 20 years for that. All these people in here, and I'm trying to keep it going. I like that old dude. I've seen that channel before. It's one of the ones I watch when I started looking into the Humvee sales. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the roof air conditioner instead of trying to retrofit an air conditioning unit, a conventional air conditioning unit. I'm just going to get one that attaches to the roof. Nobody complain about how I say roof either. I know it's roof.
No, hoy, hoy, 24/7. How's everybody doing?
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
What's up, gamers? Hello. Can you hear me, gamer? What's everyone up to?
Hey there. I'm driving, so I can't really unmute too much.
I'm eating goldfish.
I think I just wrote a little tune about flat smacking.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah. It's like, I've been flat smacking today, and I was flat smacking yesterday. I will be flat smacking tomorrow. No mind these scripts, these globals follow.
Oh, that's nice.
Just driving and coming up with a tune.
They want clearly to speak. Clearly speak. It's time. I'm writing a song right now. Don't have much lyrics, but I'm recording the guitar and bass, and the drums are pretty much done.
And when I get home, maybe I'll write the tune on guitar.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a song about the microcosm, the macrocosm, and then the macrocosmos, and then the heavens. Like in that order of, I want that in the lyrics like that. Because I got a verse, chorus, verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, and then an ending. Yeah.
Yeah, mine's just like a gimmick tune.
No, it's all good. Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait to hear it.
Sweet. I'm glad somebody was on here to hear it.
Don't forget it.
Yeah, I've been kind of going over it and over it. I changed some of the lyrics up because it, but I figured it out.
Yeah, I'm not a good lyric writer, so I started using that it's like a little AI bot where you put some words in there and then it figures it out. And it usually doesn't make any sense, but I like that it rhymes. But then I can fix the words after. So yeah, it's working out pretty good.
Yeah, I'm always writing little tunes. I have a little boy, and I write tunes, so he'll do stuff like brush his teeth, or brush his hair.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
I have to write little tunes so he feels good about doing it.
Hey T-Wad, who's that? Is that you?
T-Wad's cool.
Is that a funny GIF?
He's from Australia, right?
Oh, he's not in the chat. He's just typing. It's like, get out of here.
I'm about to have to mute again. I gotta go to the bank.
All right. Nice talking.
Yes, thank you for listening.
Yeah. His lady's not going to be dead today. We got 40 minutes. We'll see.
What are you saying about ladies' night? That's today?
Yeah.
Okay, where's the ladies? Come on in.
Should start in like 30 something minutes. Maybe.
Hard to find girls that are looking for information like this. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey guys, let's talk about flat Earth.
yeah, we can pretend.
We're here.
Name's Sally. We can make it up.
Where's the globies at?
I'm sure I saw the curve one day when I flew to Cuba.
Well, you at least got one girl here.
Ah.
There you go. I mean, you already believe, so you pipe down.
Oh, okay.
We need a non-believer here. We need looking for some. We're trying to save souls.
Don't talk to me like that, or my
demons come out.
Shit, that actually sounded real. Wow, it's true. People don't realize one day you'll all find out how real this shit is. Worse than you think, man. Just wait. Yeah. Start talking to God, man. Start talking. This is not funny anymore. Oh.
Timbo. That's it.
Yeah, I almost believe that. Oh. All right, so yeah, ladies of the Discord. I don't know. I can't see that many gals being on there. It's just it's a guy thing to go blasting through this platform. I mean,
Wait, have you listened to Ladies Night before?
I know. I've heard girls.
Oh yeah, sometimes we get a good amount. Sometimes like 5 will talk, or maybe we get lucky. There's like 8.
I'm sad Dandelion won't be here.
Yeah.
Repeat that. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
I'm sad that Dandelion won't be here. She said that she couldn't come in tonight.
Right. I've heard that young lady, and I've heard a couple others on here, but they're already on board. They're on the ship already.
Well, last ladies' night we did have some either on the fence or some of them were Globers, and they were ladies.
I'll say this much for the gals: they don't just outright, flat out deny everything and start piping up their little ideas about what they were indoctrinated with. They actually listen and say, okay, you're going to tell me something different than I already know. Let's hear it. That's all right, but some people are set in their ways to the point where,
Well, ladies have a thing about details where guys are more like to the point. They want the point.
Yeah, I agree.
And ladies care more about details, not really the point.
When they care, they do. Yes, I'll agree. But then to me, there were the few that I've talked to in the public or whatever, it's just like, that's totally unimportant in my life and doesn't matter is essentially the answer, right? Because they got bigger plans.
When they start, when the guys are starting to think, the Globies, they're like, that's when they bring up, why would they lie? They're like, it's your chance.
We all do the same thing. I'll admit it's hard, especially now if you're young, you're just getting your first jobs and stuff, and you're trying to struggle to pay for ridiculous high rents and whatever else. I know what it's like. There's no time for looking for action or truth.
Yeah.
Gotta make time.
Hey, fellas.
Hello, Seer.
I have a rather off-topic question, if I may interject. So, is there anyone here that would give me an answer from a biblical perspective?
Like what?
Certainly.
I was wondering about like oil in the ground and how it got there. And as one would understand from a few minutes of research on the old Google and whatnot, millions of years, this and that, heat, pressure, oil. Do you think a particular water-based event on a cataclysmic scale would have had anything to do with that at any point? Or some things, as we understand, were? That's
the right answer, in my opinion. From what I've found out in ancient cosmology, ancient texts, ancient things that speak of such things, oil and water is the two most abundant things on this place. Well, it's the lifeblood of the earth, if you will, right? Now, some people want to go so far as to start giving the earth a title or label and start worshiping it, and that's a mistake. Yeah, my opinion is that those who know what's going on tell you, oh, that's rare, we're going to run out soon, you know what I mean? Going to jack up the price there. Meanwhile, you can go into like Beverly Hillbillies, dig in your backyard, and become a Beverly Hillbillies millionaire. How many oil rigs do you see? Texas, Alberta, just Canada. They're just peppered everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does seem rather abundant. And if
Saudi Arabia, gold Lamborghinis and shit over there, trust me, they don't have no shortage of oil coming out of the ground.
Assuming the ground is doing its processes as it has been for a while, you can see the oil is still kind of being made at a certain rate as we speak.
Exactly.
Too.
Yeah, like your blood. You can give a pint of blood away and you're going to make it again.
I don't know how long it takes to. I don't know how long it takes to make oil in the ground, though. Realistically, for like a certain amount. That's something I wonder.
I don't think we can put a dent in it. Let's just say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, how quickly can a guy with a straw suck it out of the ground? I mean, we're talking about tiny little things compared to the size of the earth.
I hear numbers thrown around like we got 50 years left before it starts drying up or something like that.
Yeah. I've been hearing that since I was a teenager, though.
I take that with a grain of salt, though, too.
They've been telling me that the world's going to do all kinds of things. We're supposed to be frozen by now, okay?
Well, I
Just
would like a
become
little bit more
moonshiners.
snow.
Remember the 80s when they brought up global cooling?
Yeah,
We're
we
gonna
were gonna
freeze to death.
And the Day After Tomorrow movie and all that other stuff came out with it, and you're going to freeze your balls off. I mean, listen, this is not funny anymore. This is an up and down roller coaster game. It's at the point where, look, it's like anything, right? The story of the child, the crying wolf. I mean, unfortunately, most people would say the same thing. Like, he cries wolf a few times, and then after that, he gets eaten because nobody goes to check and see if there's a wolf. I get up every time. I don't care. If the kid says there's a wolf 1,000 times in a row, I'm getting out of my seat and I'm going to check, okay? Like, that's all there is to it. Some people, they just, after 3-4 times, they're like, no, there's no wolf. We'll just forget about it. And that's it. That's a game. That's a tactic, and it works.
Here's a picture of me when I was a baby.
Casey.
Well, if it's about cooling or warming, I sure would like some more snowfall this winter because it's very lacking.
We're at the warming part. It's just a cycle that it goes through. That's all.
Yeah, today they could convince me. They could convince me today that it's global warming because we just had this crazy freeze out there for a bit. And here we are now. It's like +7 or something outside.
Yeah.
It's like 50.
It's just
It's snow. It's a slush bath out there, which is fine with me. I'm okay with the snow melting, but yeah, a whole week now worth apparently of brand new warm weather. Terrific, yeah.
They used to call it the 4 seasons. Now they call it climate change. Now it's spooky.
They're messing with the sky too much, and they're screwing with the jet stream and everything else. I mean, it's obvious that they're manipulating the weather, and it's affecting us. So. Crops don't like being messed with like that. Nothing's been normal for 10 years. Like, at least anybody looks in the sky, any farmer, any old man can look up in the sky and tell you that's not normal. And anybody that's been born before the 80s, for sure, can tell you this is absolutely abnormal. It ain't just climate change.
Hello, Holy.
Holy, let's see. Holy, hey, that's a good name, It's got to be holy if you're going to make it out of this hellhole.
Welcome.
Lovely.
So I was going down a rabbit hole today about vegan-related things, and I know some people have a certain predisposition to that word. And I myself don't eat meat, but not that I can't, but I just so whatever, screw it. But I was thinking you could really go down the rabbit hole, like, oh, should I wear leather now because you got to kill animals, and animals are going to die at one point or another. But it's like then some people take it to an extreme, like they won't wear anything from the animal even if it doesn't hurt it, like
just wear pleather,
like shaved fur and stuff that.
We'd all be dead. None of us would be here today if it wasn't for people killing and eating animals and wearing their skins.
Yeah, well,
not one of us.
You can't grow linen and cotton all the time either.
Let's set a baseline. You got to define animal.
Well, even with like my polyester-based whatever shirt I'm wearing right now, that's based on refined oil, and oil is just a bunch of old dead animals and plants, right? It's just something like that. So it's all full circle, I guess.
I dated a vegan once. I'll tell you a funny story. I meet this girl, and she's just like the girl of your dreams as far as seeing her. I was just in love with her right away. I was a biker at the time. I'm like, yeah, hop on the back, let's go, right? And she was just totally cool and everything. But first time I go to throw a burger down her throat or whatever, she's like, no, I'm a vegan. I'm like, a what? She's like, a vegan. I'm like, what does that mean? You're vegetarian? She's like, no, vegan. I don't eat nothing from animals, da-da-da-da. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, so what are you going to eat, But anyway, I can't personally attest to having seen her eat a full meal ever. And I can't personally admit that I've ever purchased her a full meal or even gone to the grocery store. I think she was an alien. She lived on nothing. I'm not joking for a second. She told me, I don't eat cheese because there's rennet used to make cheese, right? Which is true, but
yeah, and Parmesan has bone marrow.
It's not in the cheese. It's wrapping the cheese to age it and stuff, okay? It's like I try to explain things to her. And I tried to get her to eat fish one time. No, and no, nothing, dude. I saw her eat a bagel. I saw her eat some fiddleheads.
Yeah.
So you know what fiddleheads are? And one day she brings these home from the grocery store or something, and I'm like, "What in the hell is that?" And she's like, "Fiddleheads," and there's like 3 or 4 of them in one little package, and I'm thinking, all right, like I could gobble down 4 of those in a second, and then what? What's the main course? No, she was surviving on literally air and nothing. I don't know.
Cool.
Was good at the time, but now I realize now later that it wasn't.
And she was lying. And she was.
No, man. She literally.
She's at home eating a cow.
Oh, she was with me all the time. So
As soon as she turned around, she'd gobble a steak.
All the time, huh? All the time.
She would try to cook, like I'd buy a steak, right? And she'd try to be nice by preparing it for me or whatever. I come in the kitchen one day and she's in there poking at this thing with a fork and looking at it funny. And I'm like, what are you up to? And she's like, I was going to make you this steak. And she's kind of, I don't know what to do with it, though. Like, I'll take care of the steak. You deal with everything else. No, she was funny, though. I don't know. I can't say what she ate, though. I really can't.
I can. In the 5 minutes you weren't with her, she downed 2,000 calories in a Twinkie.
She was super healthy and everything, too. She was right into all that stuff. She wore hiking boots. This was not a girl with high heels.
Is she alive still?
She could fix your bicycle. She was, one of them doer girls, Vegans puzzled the hell out of me. Every girl that I ever introduced her to, my buddies' wives or whatever, they're like killing a pig and roasting it on a fucking fire. And she shows up, and I'm like, "Hey guys, here's so and so. You meet her." And they're like, "Oh yeah, come on over and have some pork." You know what I mean? And she's like, "Nah, I'm a vegan." They're like, "Oh, what?"
Hey, well, I got a question for you.
Only ate meat.
I got a question. Are lions ever embarrassed when you see them on the Serengeti of what they eat?
Yeah, really?
No, they're not embarrassed. They don't give a fuck what you think about what they eat.
Animals are animals, like it or not. I mean, they only domesticated because we made them that way. We got friends with guard dogs that are mean enough that would rip apart whatever you throw over the fence. So, never mind a lion.
Right, but we still haven't defined what an animal is yet, so I'm confused.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard don't eat animals. Some people say, all right, don't eat animals or animal products. But how do they define what an animal is?
Then ask them if they don't mind eating humans because they're usually holding a bottle of Pepsi or some other bullshit. And I go, well, there's Cenomix in there. And they're like, what, Cenomix? I'm like, yeah, you better go Google that.
There's an old comedian that used to say, you don't actually care about not eating animals. You just don't want to feel bad about eating the cute ones.
Possibly, yeah.
So what I mean by that is a lot of people have these moral high grounds that they stake their claims on, but they don't actually care about the other. They only care about how they feel about it. And that being said, they're not moral, they're just selfish. Now, that doesn't apply to everyone, but it definitely applies to some of them.
Yeah, people only make these claims when they're having food in their fridge and they've never been hungry before. You throw them out in the wilderness for a little while and let's see how much lettuce you're going to be interested in then. I'll be looking to fry a squirrel if I starve you out enough.
It is fortunate for the day we live in and the living standard that they're afforded that opportunity while they can, but otherwise they'd be screwed.
Thank God every time I go to the store and I'm able to just walk in and buy something. I know it sounds cuckoo, thinking this could all end in one flash of a minute.
I saw a video one time. This guy went into his store and shot everything he put in his cart with a bow and arrow, so he hunted it.
That's funny.
Well, YouTube video people, you can't throw anything by them. There's always something on there.
And he's put it on the checkout line, and the lady's just like, okay.
You can find anything on YouTube.
Did she try to scan the arrows? And then he was like, no, I brought those with me.
No, I don't think so.
These are tips. You gotta get that food off the shelf there.
Free range on the shelf. Free shelf.
He's sneaking up on the cans of soup there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Real quiet now.
think about our ancestors, though, and people. You had a homestead, and most of them, or a farm of some kind, or you knew people, or whatever the case was. You had the guy that made the meat, and there was farmers, and then that was it. There wasn't a whole lot of fancy nothing. There's no plastic packaged garbage, sugary snacks, and everything else we eat now. If you eliminate all that crap out of your diet, and you just go back to the basics like potatoes and meat and vegetables and what have you, you'd find out real fast that you'd be healthier. You might not be as happy with your choice of tasty things, but
the thing is about all of these ideals is that none of them are practical on a large scale, right? They require a very small amount of humans for them to be sustainable. Like, for example, like how many calories can you get off a cow versus a field? And how many animals have to die for your field to produce enough crops to sustain enough people, right, for it to be in a moral equation, right? Even if you say it's immoral, like you have to then say, okay, if it's wrong to kill animals, how am I going to get fed without impacting the environment that causes death to animals? Then you have to make a cost-benefit analysis.
Just imagine.
And on a society, but on a society scale that we have today, right, agrarianism requires mass production, right? And if you research any of that, to produce mass amounts of vegetables and stuff, and all these things to sustain a population causes deaths of animals, period. So no matter which way you go, animals are going to die. There's no option.
The answer to that, though, the farmers have made that clear. You need 40% of your people to be involved in the agricultural, animal raising, or some form of the system that produces. Like the other 60% can be builders of whatever, but the 40% have got to be producers. And that would have been naturally normal. Back in the day in the 50s, that's the way it was, because people wanted. If I asked everybody right now, if I gave you free range to go do what you want right now, no money needed or whatever, almost everybody would say the same thing. Oh, I'd love to have a little ranch in the middle of somewhere and then have some animals and have a whatever, right? In other words, you're saying I'd like to have my own homestead where I could do my own things on my own land and then have animals and what have you. Animals reproduce on their own, especially when you give them a comfortable environment and so forth, and then you don't need a mass production of anything. That's one of the reasons you get vegans, because they see the conditions in these places and they're like, oh, well, look at this. And it's like, yeah, because everybody can't be a YouTube influencer or whatever we call it.
Correct. So let me stop you right there.
Sure.
So the majority of the masses, right, in the modern day would look at this problem. They say, oh, I'm just going to opt out and create myself a niche diet in the macrocosm, right? But I'm not actually going to become a cog in the wheel of effectuating a new society of agrarianism that can actually provide for enough people.
No, you're getting your hands dirty.
Exactly. They're benefiting from the mass scale production.
They can print it. They can 3D print the fucking steak. That's the thing. Is that people get this genius idea that they're going to defeat God or defeat the purposes of how we even became to come here in the first place. Like you wouldn't be here if your grandpappy didn't ride a tractor, okay, or carry a rake and do some work in the field. Like
I'm going to release spores and reproduce.
Just completely pathetic. It's the truth. I mean, we people won't even get their hands in the dirt now. That's simple. They will not do any work. They can't lift up something and throw it in the garbage can. No, it's difficult. It's too difficult. They can open a can of Monster Energy drink and they can fucking unwrap some plastic stuff and order shit to their door. And that's where we've gotten to. And unfortunately, whoever capitalism, the whole market of convenience, I'll call it, you know what I mean? People thinking of, there's an easier way for everything, You can just eat this sugar puffballs instead of actual food.
As the kids say today, nah, you're trying to do the most.
I mean, I worked hard my whole life quite a bit, and I've realized it's not about getting up the ladder to be rich or anything like that. The fact is you want to eat steak every night, you want to have the things you really do enjoy and value, then they're really staple things. They're not accoutrement, luxury items. They're just the staple items. You're going to wish you had a steak and potatoes at some point. This is getting really crappy now where we're going to be running all this crap and there ain't going to be nothing real coming across the counter anymore. It'll be like, that looks like steak, but it isn't. It's been printed in a machine. Probably made with human meat, Bullshit. Watch out, man. This is getting bad.
Well, think about it this way. If you are what you eat, and you are a human, and you need to be a human, then doesn't it make logical sense that eating human would be the best thing you could ever do?
Well, shit.
Well, the answer is no. The answer is no, because lo and behold, nature has a failsafe where if you eat the flesh of your own species, ad infinitum, you become brain damaged.
Oh yeah.
Like there's something about the proteins and whatever that cause your body to become damaged over time.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's a reason Adam was created to plow the fields and raise animals. That's exactly what it says.
So that disease that you get is called Kuru, which is basically a brain degenerative disorder where the parts of your brain just disassemble themselves because the human protein fragments are basically, I think they're called prions, are basically telling your brain disassemble itself.
Yeah, I watched.
Right, and then it causes you to be shaky and blurt out loud noises. You know, kind of like pretty much how Hillary Clinton acts.
There you go. That's where you get these, like I said, the cannabinoid things in your body and all kinds of connectors between these things that keep you. The word is more elasticy, I guess. I don't know how to say it in English, but that would be. Watch some stuff on that where, yeah, you got to keep things springy and active, and then they get old, crusty, and dusty instead and fall apart. It's the water, too, the fluoride in the water and stuff like that. There's a lot of things you just shouldn't consume right now. I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, I hate to say it myself. I mean, it's a war we're in at this point. I can't call it anything else.
Speaking of fluoride, is it stupid that maybe I had a question about maybe not using certain toothpastes or just like...
Yeah, I wouldn't touch any of it. I mean, look, I showed my own dad the back of the toothpaste. I'm like, what does it say, Dad, on the toothpaste tube? He's like, I don't know, I can't read it. I said, exactly, it's in microscopic fucking writing for a reason. They don't want you to read it. So I'll read it for you. And I read it to him, and he's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, it says right there. Call the Poison Control Center. And he's like, well, that doesn't make sense. And I'm like, yeah, it does make sense, because they informed you, they let you know, they told you, and it's if you stick a whole big wave of this on your toothbrush like it shows on the TV commercial and shove it in your kid's mouth, it's up to you. It's your fault. It's your onus is on you. You didn't read the instructions. You didn't read the instructions that said don't put the smartphone next to your melon. You know what I mean? Like, that's the onus is on you.
But if it's in my pocket, am I going to get infertile?
How many people ask your great granddaddy if he had any toothpaste? Okay, that's what I'm saying. And people have perfect teeth and shit. I mean, I don't understand.
I read something about, I read this, I read that, whatever. A certain amount of milligrams above starts having effects on you from fluoride, but if it's below, it doesn't have any effects. But
right,
put that over an entire lifespan, though. How does it add up, though?
Yeah, but medical grade fluoride that's going into your toothpaste is not the same as hexafluorosilicic acid being poured into the water. So that's two different things right off the bat. That shit eats through concrete, and the stuff that you're talking about medical grade is actually caustic too. But they tell you right on the package, don't put more than this amount, and you're rinsing it out with water and so forth. There's no benefits though.
So if you install a filter under your sink, would that at least filter out most of the fluoride?
No, not at all. No fluoride. You have to distill water to get fluoride out of it.
Oh.
I don't touch any water unless it's distilled. It's that simple. And it all shows in the bottom of the pan when you distill it. You should see how gross it is of tap water. I'm in a city where the water should be good. It's bad. I mean, the water is really fucking gross, man. Even in the shower, you're sucking up about a liter or more in your skin as you're standing there.
So my showers now are going to prematurely off me?
You can get those filters and take out a whole bunch of stuff, which is mostly solid.
Oh, I have well water, though. So I think...
Well, that's a little better. Yeah, nobody's shoving shit in it. Great, yeah. But if it's through a city pipe, then it's definitely got a whole bunch of garbage in it. It looks good in one little bit of it, but if you get it more than get a good bucket full in a glass bucket. If you had a glass bucket and you could look through it, you'd see what I'm talking about.
All right, let's keep rolling with this. hand soap, dish soap, shampoo, body wash.
All of it, yeah. I'll use a bare minimum of everything. Some people put everything on like it's fucking ketchup. You know what I mean? Like, I laugh when some people use products. It's like, if a guy uses WD-40, he uses half the can on one nut. It's like, dude, do you think that half the can is going to make a difference over the little squirt you gave it at first? All you did was spilled it all over the floor, essentially.
Let it soak for an hour, then get another squirt.
There you go. So, and like bleach, you know what I mean? You can use a little tiny bit of bleach in some water and throw something in the bucket, leave it sitting overnight, and it'll be white as shit in the morning. Don't expect instant results, you know? Everybody wants instant. That's the thing. Everybody has to have everything instantly now, right now. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh.
You can walk out the door right now and go buy yourself a piece of furniture, you know? I need a chair, and go buy it. Back in the day, somebody would have went, I need a chair, and they'd go find some wood, and they'd start making the chair. It would take them a couple months, make a nice chair. That's it. You got to get back to that.
It would be great to live in a perfect society that was the perfect balance of new and old, but as things are newer, things get worse too as they get better.
You just can't outsource everything because of the dollar. That's what happens, you see. It's all about the cost. You know, if you have a garden tool or a shovel or whatever, if it's made in the USA, it's 1,000 times better than the one that comes from overseas somewhere. Everybody knows that.
I've been getting really annoyed with outsourcing and stuff because I've been buying some different winter like active sportswear jacket, pants, gloves, whatever, and it was like, oh, it's this like high-end European company made in Swiss Alps, whatever the fuck, but no, made in Bangladesh or wherever else. Which, if they make the same stuff, you can't complain. But that's maybe where it's made, but like, where are the source materials from?
That's the thing, it's a copy. A copy is never as good. It's like leather and pleather. They look the same, but they aren't.
But that's where they outsource all their stuff, though. Like, if you made stuff in some of these European countries, it would just cost way too much to produce because the wages there are so much higher than South Asia. So, is it really... You might want to pay 3 times as much for the same thing, I guess.
That's greed, though, right? Like, if you produced a widget and you were just so proud of your widget, and everybody that likes your widget came over and said, "Oh, I'd love to have a widget. Can you make me one?" It takes you 3 weeks to make a widget. Well, everybody's waiting 3 weeks plus for their widget. That's all there is to it. And you're going to tell them that's how long it takes to make one. I can't rush them out. If I hire a bunch of people in a foreign country to do it, it won't be the same, and it won't have the it won't be the same thing.
And there's things like quality control and like sending samples back and this and that, which I guess works to a degree. But
I've dealt with it in vending business and other things in this world where it's just not. It's a total mistake. I do wood boxes right now. I make like jewelry boxes and things, but I put 40 to 50 hours into something. It's not. You're not making money doing it. I'll tell you right now. It has to be a labor of love. If you didn't want to do it, you wouldn't do it. Thinking about just making profit, you're screwed. You can do it now in this world and claw up everybody's back, but it ain't going to benefit you much in the end. I mean, like I said, whatever profits a man in this world, never a solution in the end. It seems good at the beginning, but up the mountain. Trust me, I was at the top of the mountain for a while. It's not a good idea. I don't want to go there.
I could use some mountains. I'm tired of my flatland.
Right. So you have to charge like $2,000 to $2,500 for that thing to make it worthwhile. But nobody wants to pay that.
That's crazy talk, exactly. But if my sister calls me right now and says, "Sell me one of your boxes," I'd say, "Give me $300." Okay, and there you go. And I'd make $1 an hour. Doesn't matter. Again, I didn't make whatever I made because I wanted to make money. I made what I made because I wanted to make it. In other words, I had exotic woods, hardwoods, whatever laying around, and I just, in my head, said to myself, this is going to make a fantastic looking box. And I went and made it, and then made more because I like doing it. challenge, man. I'm a machinist, so working with wood is a challenge because if you cut anything too short or you make it too small or anything, you're totally screwed. A metal, I bring out the welder and I make it back for you. We just don't do enough stuff for ourselves right now. I can't find somebody, like we said earlier, to even change a tire on their car. It's only 5 o'clock. The sun's already down. Mm-hmm. Yep. Days are getting longer, at least, though. So, okay. 6 minutes a day. Start adding it up. And it's raining. Yeah, it's funny. Climate change. Oh, flat Earth's fault. And flat earthers. Trying to ruin our global utopia. You guys want real food with real animals and real vegetables and plants and stuff? What's wrong with you? You can just order it on Amazon and have it printed in a factory and delivered to the door in plastic. Fuck, what's wrong with you? It's more convenient. You can afford those $400 running shoes you want.
Do you remember Dune, where they had a heart plug, where you could drain someone's blood?
The old one or the new one? Wasn't there two? Yeah.
The old one I'm talking about. So they had.
I think I know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
He had all the people he enslaved have like a plug implanted directly into their heart, which I suppose you could use to administer things. But in the movie, he mainly used it to punish people.
Yeah.
But you could have one. You could have one theoretically right into your stomach. And then you just show up, and take a hose, connect it to your stomach, and it pumps in like half digested nutrients right into your stomach, skips your mouth. And then you're off to work. And then they give you a piece of candy so you get the satisfaction of flavor in your mouth.
When you think about it, the Dune thing was kind of transhumanistic, and it all falls in the same category where you're trying to play God for yourself. You're trying to extend your physical life. And again, all pertinent texts, in my opinion, tell you that this place is temporary and you're not supposed to be here, in my opinion. But that's questionable to a lot of people. But I think we've been bamboozled into this physical host body system. And anybody who watches Jonathan Kleck would probably understand what I'm saying. But that's a little bit of a deeper ecology hole. First, I'll lie to you on Sunday.
Am I the only gal in here?
Oh, we got a girl? Okay, go. Fire.
Well, I'm not the only one. I've been here.
Well, there. Cowboy.
Well, maybe you'll have to play two parts then.
It's a globe. No, it's not a globe. It measures flat.
Silly questions. And pretend you're the Glober tonight. That's all. You just ask a lot of silly questions, and we'll pretend to answer them.
Well, look, Mary Mom said she'd be in later. I think KJ is around.
All right.
So if you want to start the event, we can. And then that puts you in charge since you're the lady. And then you get to dictate what happens next.
I don't want to be in charge.
What?
Well, I don't know. I don't take charge very well. I do over my own household, but only just to make sure it's in order for the family.
Well, the best part about being in charge of what happens is you can just declare that you're not in charge since you're in charge.
That I do that.
All right.
Man, Dandelion does it the best. Or I don't know. She really took charge last ladies' night, anyways.
Well, a lot of times the event when it's created and started sends that we do a ping out to everybody, which kind of ruffles up some attendees, whether it's globe or flat, male or female. So we could do that and see what happens if you want to try that.
Sure, that's fine.
All right, we'll do it.
I'll be here regardless of ladies' night, anyways.
Starting the event. All right, the event is started. The ping is sent. We shall see what occurs. It is now ladies' night. Deal with it.
I never mind that you guys, chime in.
Got margaritas on the patio.
Yeah, I got a question about the chat and some months ago I tried to say something like a meme was like a boomer meme. The word boomer got censored. Has that been a problem in the server? People throwing around the word boomer. Okay, boomer.
Not that I know of. I don't know.
So, a server like this, you get a lot of trolls who just like to spam the chat. And there's
fair.
keywords that they use to spam most often. They've generally populated automatics, on the list. But yeah, that's basically what that is.
I like the word geezer. I think that's a funny one.
Who's offended by boomer? Is that offensive to someone somehow? I don't understand.
What, some kind of geezer?
Yeah, I am. More importantly, like, you can call it Globers big bangers, bangers thing instead of
gangbanger.
Bangers, big bangers. Came from a big bang, bang.
I think that's what the Vatos say. Oh yes, sir, you bang.
A banger, eh, man? Don't you know I'm loco? Fucking bangers. Big bangers, monkey bangers. Talk about reversing the whole procedure, though. I mean, seriously. Have you ever seen a side-by-side comparison, like God's flat Earth versus Satan's globe? There's a meme or somebody put it in writing side by side. It's pretty funny. It's literally polar opposites. It's pretty funny, actually. Let's see if I can find that one. I put it in my folder. Hey.
Sometimes I get kind of sad because I really loved playing the video game Halo, which, if you know, takes place in space. And it's just so whimsical and magical and wonderful. But will we ever find alien life then?
What platform? Like, the last gaming platform I owned was Sega Genesis. So I wouldn't know anything past that. But
I just think like Space Invaders or something.
Oh, it's the best game, man.
Or anything like Star Trek. Just anything like magical space adventure.
I have a Galaga machine right here next to me.
Mixed with Call of Duty.
I saw a buddy's place the other day, though. He's got this giant setup with the TV and the VR and every damn thing, and he was playing some game. And I'll tell you what, it's like just like those movies that do the animated CGI that almost looks real. I mean, it's legit. I mean, the game to me it's 90% there from watching a movie. You know what I mean? Like, if it wasn't for really looking close at it, you would have thought you were looking at real people killing each other. I mean, pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not too far off.
It's pretty incredible, the technology, which again shows us that our eyes are going to be deceiving us yet again, and they're going to pull some crap on us with some deception here where people are going to believe everything they see.
Well, not even like video game graphics, but just like a movie and like film or movie cinema graphics are already beyond comprehension to
Exactly, and that's why I said to somebody, like, yeah, how can you not understand that when you're watching something, you've got to question it? I mean, if you think that every Hollywood movie is real, then I guess it's not a problem for you. But if you know that Hollywood movies are realistic looking, yet they aren't real, then that tells you the technology is available to make anything realistic that isn't real. That hurt. All right, 5:10. Drinks are half price for ladies. Come on in.
Come on, ladies. Any Globers in here?
Yeah, your buddy Seer is.
So when I go to Norway, am I just at the center of the world?
Well, I'd say you're closer to it.
North Pole.
Well, who knows? You're not allowed to go within 500 miles of the North Pole.
Not if I swim underwater in a scuba gear.
He just wants to get booted. He's one of those noise makers. Comes in, eats, makes noise while his mic's open. You'll see.
Did you hear my chips? I keep muting it every time I take a bite. Sorry.
I'm not offended.
Good evening. Is anybody hiding around?
You sound like an ugly lady.
Oh, I am a very ugly lady. Let me tell you what. I make every leftist happy because I'm such an ugly lady.
Welcome.
I'm just an alright lady. I'm a real lady.
She's a lady. What was that, Tom Jones?
Whoa, she's a lady.
He was
Well, I
probably
mean-
talking about transvestites too.
We're not biologists, so we don't know what real ladies are, do we?
Oh,
You're not allowed to make a song like that anymore anyway. It's gender specific. Sorry, no can do.
She's a maybe. Don't know what she is.
Just look down.
Oh, now you owe me a keyboard. All right, now you. I know some guys that went to the Philippines and thought they were meeting some ladies too.
Yeah, I had my stepbrother did the same thing. I know exactly where you were going with that.
Disclaimer: this is not a fake ladies' night. We are looking for actual ladies. Thank you.
Yep, and I'm happy to take any questions from any Globers.
I'm surrounded by 76 men.
So though I'm not a Glober, I have a question for you.
All right.
So, what do you think it is that makes the Globers so militant and so vile and that they hate us so much? Is it purely just pure and simple that they're trolling? Or is it that they are truly impassioned about their religious views?
Well, when it comes to any group of people, You have good people and you have bad people. You have some people that don't care, some people that do. And then you have some people that may be hired to be assholes. I think that sums it up, I think.
Yeah, after many years of this, I would say that there's at least 6 different categories of people that we're talking about here. Like you said, there's no rhyme or reason to it. They're either highly invested somehow in the information they've gathered and they refuse to let it go. You know what I mean? Or they're just proud, like they're know-it-all. Some people are know-it-alls but don't know shit. In other words, they just think they're informed, but they aren't until you start asking them simple questions and they don't even know how to answer them. You know they've been watching too much TV. And there's those who think they're pretty educated and actually come around with some actual arguments that are reasonable. So I find there's at least 5 or 6 good categories of people, like not including even somebody that's possibly paid to infiltrate and disrupt.
So my next question here is so when I come across a lot of these people, not just globies, flat Earth people too, and one of the things that I see is that some people are learners and some people are memorizers. They don't really learn. They just memorize. They memorize the words, and they don't necessarily know what the words mean. How would you feel about that dichotomy with our globe friends?
In any topic, it's terrible if that happens. Because again, I don't. If somebody asks me a difficult question about a topic that I know there's a lot of people that have much better information and much more study into it, I won't even field the question. I'll say, you know what, that's not my forte, and I haven't educated myself on that subject enough. But there are people that have. No, I'm willing to hand the ball over to someone else. A lot of people don't want to hand the ball over. They just think they can run the whole field themselves and score every goal, and it's not going to happen.
That's true. Yes. I like to learn, so I don't want to talk about a subject that I don't feel like I understand. So, I mean, I can give my best answer in layman's terms sometimes, but I like it when I can do that and speak in layman's terms. So I'm showing that I know, I'm pretty good bit about what I'm saying.
I agree.
I will be the first to admit when I don't know or if I'm wrong.
Layman terms is important too. You start getting fancy there with people, they think you're trying to fool them, first of all. And it's not because it's an idiocracy thing. It's just, you shouldn't try to put yourself over somebody in such a position where you're trying to bamboozle them in a way, and show them how smart you are. Like, I want you to understand what I'm trying to say. If I'm trying to help somebody do some work here or whatever, and I'm trying to teach them something I know, I'm trying to give them the deepest details I can of my understanding so that they can grasp it the way I do. I don't want them to just breeze over, oh yeah, you just do it like this and it's good enough. That's not the detailed enough explanation as to what's going on here. I do want specifics. And I do like it when people can get into stuff. When you start parroting things, like you said, that's not a good idea. Never a good idea.
It's never a good idea because if you get pressed on the matter to, elaborate, you're not going to be able to.
Exactly, yeah.
And one of the things that I notice is, being that I'm in the insurance industry, I notice that a lot of people that I talk to, they have what they think they have the right insurance, and a lot of times they don't. They don't have it set up right. Their agent either didn't understand what their specific situation is or whatever. And I'm one that always wants to set it up right and make sure that carrier can't weasel out of my customer's need. And It's really funny when somebody has an insurance agent that they really, really like, who's done them a big disservice, and then trying to get them to understand, hey, you know what? Your insurance agent might as well have been Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a comedian. He's funny. He'll make you smile. He's probably a lot of fun to sit down at a bar with and listen to. But, he's not the person I'd want to take my advice from. And on the same token, I'm kind of the same way, that I tell somebody, hey, you know what? I could offer you this, but I think you'd be better off talking to somebody else. And my whole long-winded point here is where I see the similarities between the two is that I think a lot of Globies are memorizers, and then they get attached to that source of authority.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll never walk away from that source of authority because they think, oh, wow, this is somebody I go have a beer with. Like,
that's a lack of integrity,
I'm like, and I'm sorry, that's not how this works, my friend.
Yeah, it's a lack of integrity. They just don't really fundamentally care what's right. Like you said, they're comfortable, and that's fine, and that's okay with them. But you're right about anything, any trade. It doesn't matter if it's insurance or anything else for that matter. You've got two different facets there where somebody's definitely going to try and take advantage of you, and somebody's going to actually give a crap about their job. Building or anything, you can find people that build houses that look really nice and all, but they're just garbage when you really get down to it. And then you can find something that's a little more simple, but it's much better built. You know what I mean? Because some craftsman from the old school made it. And there's an apparent difference when you're living in it, So, I don't know. I think that can be said for everything, scientists included.
Yeah, and I tell my customers a lot of times that the key to understanding insurance is that there's no such thing as a magic pill. There's no magic ball. And if something sounds too good to be true, it is. And I find, like you say, it's across all industries. It's
you got to be informed. I'll say that. You sound like a man that cares, and that's nice. And I'm sure you're doing something a little more important, like home insurance and so forth. I'm dealing with a car accident right now. My first car accident in all my driving life. That's actually, I've had to deal with a claim or whatever, and I'm getting screwed really bad right now for being smashed up the ass, and it's not even my fault, 100% not my fault, but I'm realizing that because I didn't keep up to date on my policy changes since I started the policy 30 years ago, that I'm finding out now I'm screwed. So, there you go. You're not the guy that called me and said, hey, guess what? You got policy changes, and I care about you. You're my client. I wish somebody would have done that, but nope.
Yeah. And the reason I'm comparing insurance, and that's a great point that you bring, the reason I'm comparing it is simply because with insurance, you don't, you pay for it, and then when you use it, you've almost forgotten about everything you went through when you set up. And so, with the house build, you can go in and you can kind of look and say, hey, man, this looks like crap. This is not what we agreed on, as they're going, to some degree. And sometimes it's too late. But my point is, I sometimes when I'm dealing with customers, I kind of in the back of my head think about some of the conversations I listen to on here with Globies. And I notice that sometimes they want a magic pill, like, I've been with this insurance agent for 40 years. I know it's good. And, okay, well, when's the last time you've sat down and actually called your agent? Oh, a few months ago. Okay, is a few months ago 50 months ago or 60 months ago? Like how long is a few months ago? I'm being kind of funny, but just my point is, because it's an intangible product, it's kind of like an intangible description of the Earth that
you haven't tested the product yet. Those people, like you said, they're happy because they haven't made a claim yet. The minute they go to make a claim, they're going to find out how unhappy they really are. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm in the same position. My mom's house burned down. You should see that turned into a whole fiasco. And I warned her right off the bat that it wasn't going to go the way she thought. And she's like, no, I have a good company, blah, blah, blah. And this guy told me this and the guy told me that. And I'm like, okay. And everything went all upside down. So
that's a shame. It's a shame.
It's a scam. Honestly, dude, there's no companies or whatever. People that work for a company, like a doctor or anyone else, you got to assume they went to work with good intentions. You know what I mean? And they're part of a bad system. That's a lot of the problem right now. Now, there is always bad apples, but of course, majority, like just when people say, oh, you think all of NASA is in on this or whatever, it's like, no, dude, you're missing the point. With the kind of money you're talking about, they can pay a ton of people to sit around and do all kinds of important things all day that think they're doing whatever they're doing, and it's no big deal. You know what I mean? You can give people $250,000 plus a year and not even feel it in your pocketbook, and have thousands of employees and not even worry about that. Not a matter of
100%. And no, you are absolutely 100%. So when we moved over the summer and I was looking for what insurance carriers I wanted to work with, goodness, I just ran across. I thought I had a protected signal there. Oh, well. Anyway, sorry about that. But they ultimately, ultimately, my point is, it's a shame because one thing looks bad for the rest of our industry. It looks awful that no matter what one person does, it looks bad. And I spent a lot of time, a lot of research trying to figure out which carriers I wanted to work with. And I actually represent some carriers that are at the very last line. And you would instead of catching me saying, hey, go there, you would catch me saying, hey, look, this is our last resort. I'm going to give you the heads up. And, and what I find is you are absolutely correct. All of us go to work with good intentions. We all go to work with darn good, excellent intentions. And that's just how that works. And it's easy to get lulled into a false sense of, I'm taking care of my customer. And you may have all the best intentions in the world, whether you're a plumber or whatever. But anyway, I've kind of rambled on long enough. I just kind of found it. It's certainly ladies' night, so I want to make sure that we're not talking over our lady or ladies there.
Before we end that conversation, though, you guys need to make sure to get State Farm and talk to Jake, all right?
Jake, Flo. Actually, it'd be fun if somebody would make like a one of those little soundboard things where like you could get like Flo and chop up all the words she said, and then call State Farm with that, and then call Jake. Have Jake call Progressive, and then have what's the guy from Allstate, the Mayhem guy?
That's his name, Mayhem.
His name is Mayhem.
Yeah, and then that could be really funny.
All that stuff.
But anyway, give me a few minutes. I got to run in here and pick up some paperwork, and so I'll be back out here shortly.
Okie doke.
Hopefully we can get this ladies' night going. This is one of my favorite times to tune in, actually. So I'll be back here with you shortly.
Find out why am I taking so long with my car insurance claim, please. Thank you. Ladies' night. We got one lady and a whole bunch of guys, like a LAN party from the 80s or something.
I think I just heard another lady.
That's me, KJ. I'm using Glat's account.
Oh, well, good to see or hear you, KJ.
You too.
Always a pleasure.
We got girls in there.
We got a VC verified named Richie. Welcome to the chat.
Feel free to chime in.
Come on, ladies, tell us your story about how you try to flat smack guys and they don't listen. Must be one or two of those stories.
That's like my everyday life with my husband. He does say I make good points, but he also doesn't care. He's like, I still got to go to work. Any Glovers in here? Give me a challenge.
It's almost an insulting term. It's like we almost have to change that up a little. Are there any folks here that believe they are living on a spinning sphere in space, covered in water?
I want to meet a trapezoid earther. That's all I want in life.
Got concavers, donut holers. We got all kinds of different stuff.
Yeah, there's this one guy who comes in the YouTube chat and all he does is just slyly mention concave earth, but he never like implies of how he's a concave earther. He just mentions it, doesn't provide any evidence. Nothing.
I'll answer that for you right now. That's one of the followers of the late Lord Stephen Christ. Forgive us, Jesus, for calling him Lord, and that he now is a dead fucking piece of meat because that's what he tried to do, was deceive a whole pile of people with his concave earth, and then went to jail, then didn't leave jail. He left in a body bag. So rest in peace, his poor soul. Hopefully he figured things out, but anyone that buys that nonsensical nonsense. Got him early too, 2015. That was Hangouts, Google Hangouts. He would come on there and tell us about his rectilineator and all kinds of crap. We did sugar water laser tank tests and all kinds of stuff back in the day. I personally got an aquarium, filled it up, and some laser lights and ND laser lights.
Yeah, did you guys know that we live in sugar water?
That's the funniest part is we were doing all kinds of tests and we were having trouble even duplicating the any type of bends and so forth. It can be done, but again, it has to be manipulated quite a bit. It's definitely not going to go any great distance because it doesn't stay like a laser beam. It should be nice and crisp, the whole way. It's not a good laser, in my opinion.
That's a
Can't
funny
just use
term.
your cat's laser pointer is not good enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen some crummy tests with that where people are using like a dollar store item, and it's like, no, dude, you're missing the point here. It's like, why does it smell like gasoline in here? I'm gonna have to go take a look upstairs. Hang on a second. Yeah, I know I'm not crazy. Someone's trying to kill me here. Spilling gas everywhere.
I sure hope not.
All right, let's talk about NASA. Where's the latest nonsense from NASA? I like to keep an eye on them. Open some windows.
The latest one is the one that went to the moon, supposedly. The new one.
Yeah, the Artemis thing, but I'm keeping an eye on this spaceship leak, Russian space rescue mission thing.
So nobody wants to defend their globe?
All right, here's what I was looking for. It's funny. We're gonna nuke each other, apparently, Russia and the U.S., but we're still helping each other go to this stupid ISS, apparently. So,
yeah.
After the Soyuz leak, NASA talks to SpaceX about getting the ISS crew back to Earth because there's a leak, and they can't just stick some bubble gum in the hole.
Yeah, I like to tell people.
I'm going to
Sorry.
unmute the Flying Dutchman. We have the Flying Dutchman in chat. So we'll unmute and see if he wants to say hello. Would you like to speak to the ladies, Flying Dutchman? Hello, Flying Dutchman. Are you there?
He's definitely a motorcycle rider.
I guess not. Yeah. Sorry, folks. Continue.
All right, I got a freshie here for you. It should take about 300 years for NASA's Voyager 1 probe to reach the most distant region of our solar system. Until then, it's cruising through the void between the stars. All right. So, yeah, get back to me in 300 years and I'll let you know what happened.
Hey, don't worry, bro. They're going to upload our consciousness onto the cloud, so we'll be around by then.
Exactly.
Very efficient.
Hey, get ready.
Mm-hmm. This is too funny. Oh, here, it gets even better. So hang on a second. I got fantastical numbers for you. Alrighty. So NASA launched the twin probes in 1977 for a 5-year mission to trek across the solar system. It should take Voyager 140,000 years to reach another star, according to the space agency. Woo-wee! Some 14.8 billion miles from Earth, the Voyager 1 probe is cruising through the blackness of the interstellar medium, the unexplored space between stars. It's the furthest human-made object from our planet. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 launched in 1977 within 16 days of one another with a design lifetime of 5 years to study Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and their respective moons up close. Now, 45 years into the mission. Okay, so hold on. Let me back up a second. They just said that the thing had a design lifetime of 5 years to study, okay? And now, 45 years into the mission, all right, so it's a fucking Studebaker. They've each made history by boldly venturing beyond the boundary of our sun's influence, known as the heliopause. Oh, that's a new one for me. Both plucky spacecraft continue to send data back from beyond the solar system, and their cosmic journeys are far from over. And it comes with an amazing fucking image. Hang on, I'm going to have to give this to you in the background here. It was a spectacular image. Got to go with it, of course. Here we go. I'll put that in the back for you. There you go. Feel free to look at the spectacular images.
Some Star Trek shit going on.
And now, in 300 years, Voyager 1 could see the Oort cloud, and in 296,000 years, Voyager 2 could pass by Sirius. Could being the key word here now. And of course, in 296,000 years, we'll all be sitting at our computer waiting to see what happens. So, yeah, give them more money, please. Send your money in. Don't be shy. If you want to send them a bonus or something there, you know, I'm sure they got a P.O. box there at NASA.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if there's technical difficulties.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be. Don't worry. We'll fix it in 300 years. See now. Oh, after that, the probes will likely lose their ability to communicate with Earth. Oh, well, at 14.8 billion fucking miles, I would assume so.
Mighty convenient.
I mean, the smartphone won't connect to the Google Chat very well, but 14.8 billion miles communication is not a problem. So maybe that implemented technology should be moved over to Google. Discord. And then here we've got a star constellation that doesn't even have a name. It's got a number. So it should take Voyager 1 probe approximately 40,000 years to reach AC 79388888, a star in the constellation Camelliopardalalis. Yeah, thanks, guys.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
I tell good stories.
Let's
see, I got another one for you here. This one's a little more complicated, so Let me bring it out.
Let's go.
Universe Today. Ooh. Okay. New measurements of the galaxy rotation lean towards modified gravity as an explanation. Hold on, let me open this.
Modified.
I know, we got modified GMO gravity now, so we're going to have to check it out.
New one for the Globies.
Okay, so the modified gravity as an explanation for dark matter. All right, well, I'm going to have to put my glasses on here.
Wouldn't something have to be a thing before it's modified?
I suppose it's a theory, though, so it's a good idea. Right, so although dark matter is a central part of the standard cosmological model, it is not without its issues. There continue to be nagging mysteries about the stuff, just so you know. Not the least of which is the fact that scientists have found no direct particle evidence of it. Okay? So it doesn't exist. Despite numerous searches, we have yet to detect dark matter particles. So some astronomers favor an alternative, such as modified Newtonian dynamics, MOND, or modified gravity model. Awesome. And a new study of galactic rotation seems to support them. Sorry, Globers, your shit's changing again.
So are we going away from the warping of space-time back to Newtonian gravity?
I'm still trying to process it in my processor here. I got a picture to go along with it.
This is like whiplash.
I have a graph here, so just a minute. My brain will process the graph. It's got a lot of fancy chalkboard equations on it.
You should post the link to that, whatever you read.
I got it right here for you.
Sweet.
Yep, send me $1 to Patreon, please. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, I'm broke. Sorry.
I don't even know what that is, so fuck off. Yeah, here you go.
Hey, is Glat Flobe turned into a female?
This is his wife, so.
And then the wives. And then the wives, the flat earthers' wives. No!
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
You can cook too, man. Look out.
He thinks I can cook, so.
No, she can cook.
Used to have a girl that could cook.
Oh, sorry, it's ladies' night. I'll shut my mic.
Fuck up, bro.
Did you know that we have an asteroid passing the Earth?
Another one.
Yep. Asteroid is passing the
Dandelion.
Earth. Oh, here. So scientists are shooting it with radio waves. Awesome sauce. All right, here we go. A group of researchers is attempting to bounce radio signals off a 500-foot wide radio asteroid during its close flyby of Earth on Tuesday. What day is it today? Not happened? Oh, it already happened.
Did you say on Tuesday?
Yeah, they did it already, apparently. I didn't hear no results and no asteroids fell on our head, so I guess it didn't work.
I heard somebody say my name. I'm just saying hello, but I'm still driving, so my signal might go in and out. But I'll be home in about a half hour, and then I'll be able to talk more. But I'm glad that everybody's here and that you started the event. Cool.
Yeah, I saw you and I addressed you.
Thank you. Hello.
Careful of the Coriolis. Keep it between the lines. That's why cars go in the ditch, you know.
You know what you just read a minute ago? He said 500-foot wide radio asteroid. Is that what you said? what the hell's a 500-foot wide radio asteroid?
I just read them, man. I just read them.
I know, but I mean, is that what? Did I actually hear that correctly?
I think you probably did, unless I misspoke. Sometimes I read a little fast. I closed that page. Sorry, I'm on to the
radio
next
asteroids. Radio asteroids just form in out in outer space and start flying around, bouncing signals off for everybody, or what? I mean,
well, that's no more fantastical than the rest of the shit I said before it. So
I know it just gets worse and worse, though.
No, but that's the whole point: is to make your processor get just total short circuited, and then you're just like, okay, smart people. Oh, smart people telling me things. Here we go. Alien life could be found on Saturn's ice moon. Fuck. You can't make this up, man. This is just in the last 2 days here. I just love looking at the science section. Google News and click on the science section and just have a good laugh, man. It's like the comedy section. You just sit here and laugh the whole time. I mean, it's hilarious.
Nice fiction book to sit down and read.
Fiction is not even as close to this. Is not even close.
True, it is comedy. You were more nail on the head.
You cannot make these numbers up. You and I can't even fathom the kind of numbers we got going on here. And the fuck, you can't make this. Monkey experiment reveals that a brain switch that could be useful for space travel. What? No.
Where do they come up with this crazy stuff?
People paid to just come up with this shit. I could get paid to do this, but I just refuse to do that in this world. I mean, I have too much integrity. But I could be a fucking master. I could have a PhD in BS.
This is their think tankers, correct?
You need a PhD in bullshit. That's absolutely what they teach you. Here's another talk about the Voyager 1 on a different article. This one says it's 73,000 years. Well, they're lying. The other guy said 48 on the other one. I have a good memory, too. They can't even get their shit together. Monkey experiment. Well, where's the monkey part? I'm still trying to read to it here. What's the monkey got to do with it? They're going to hibernate people. Hibernation is slightly less comatose state. Torpor, T-O-R-P-O-R. I'm sorry, I'm a Frenchman. That just word doesn't process for me. Torpor are physiological states that allow animals to withstand adverse conditions like extreme cold and oxygen. Lowers metabolism to a crawl, keeping the body in bare bones maintenance mode. Okay, so it's a bear. All right, and then where's the monkey? Here's the monkey. The research was performed on 3 young male crab-eating monkeys. What's a crab-eating monkey? Shit. And I gotta open another window now just to find out what the hell a crab-eating monkey is. Crab-eating monkeys? Am I in another universe here?
They're taking you down a rabbit hole.
Crab-eating monkeys have a little Iroquois haircut. It's pretty cool. They got the little tomahawk, like, what do you call that? The Mr. T haircut there. Crab-eating macaque. Invasion. Okay, well. So it's a monkey. All right. Looks like someone I know. Now, researchers applied drugs designed to activate specific modified receptors in the brain. So they tortured the monkeys. All right, to go to space. This is about HAARP.
New studies, life could be.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, here we go. Life on the moon. Then with a pretty picture. No way. Live video. One for you. We might finally know why Earth's north magnetic pole is moving. All right, then, tell us.
Not used electronic equipment.
They might, keyword might, Globers, might, could, might, should, if, but, when, maybe, possibly, theory, guessing, speculation, changing model constantly. Where's your model? Oh, God. It has been moving, and that we know why. Because of this. Oh, for fuck's sakes, here we go again. A new study published in the journal National Geoscience suggests that the changes in the North Pole's location are explained by the movement of molten material in Earth's interior. I got a book here that says it's got a solid iron core. I got another science book here that says it's got a molten iron core.
Oh my God. Where's the proof?
One's from school and one's an atlas of some kind of atlas, Canada atlas with a bunch of information on dinosaurs and Earth and all kinds of crap in it. They both disagree with each other. This, they say, has caused a tectonic shift in the planet's magnetic field. Essentially, the molten iron at the core of our planet helps to determine where Earth's magnetic field downs down, where Earth's magnetic field downs down. I thought I was reading that wrong, but I'm not. Earth diagram shows how the magnetic field points downward and also how it from solar radiation. How is that? What are you talking about? In this exact position that is affected by the movements of the planet's core. And as this position changes, so too does the North Pole's location. Scientists say that the current direction in the pole's movement is caused by a blip in the pattern, quote-unquote blip, the flow inside the Earth's interior. This blip, they believe, occurred somewhere between 1970 and 1999. Because the blip happened, the Canadian field of the North Pole itself has become elongated. Damn blip, dude. Blip. Blame it on the blip. Right there. Who's next on the list of BS today?
Hello, everybody.
Oh, welcome. Tell us some interesting things.
Yeah, well, the curvature exists. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's my take.
We're here for comedy night. Keep going, yeah.
Oh, I don't have to because it exists, right?
Right.
How high do you have to be?
It did.
Water from the sun has been found on the moon. I didn't this up. I'm going to prove it to you by posting it in the back.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm driving. The person who.
I'm sorry. You heard me right. You
No, I want to go back to the person who just said curvature exists. Are they being serious, or is this person making a joke? You asked them if they were joking, and
it's a hit and run. It's a fucking.
Oh, they're gone. Who was it?
Hacking the headline.
Well, we're looking for people who want to defend their globe model. So come on, guys. That's the best you got is drive-by curvature exists. That's not very good. All right. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to know if it was being addressed or what was going on. Thank you for answering.
Probably not. It's sad.
Sorry, Garvey, did you say water from the sun is being found on the moon? Is that what you said?
Oh, yes, my friend. And hang on, I will post the article for you in the back here.
And now how hot do they say the sun is? So many Kelvin, and then there's supposed to be water in what form there?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you kidding me?
It'd just be vaporized. Matthew, can you explain water from the sun?
It's in the back, the article. Go ahead.
I don't think there's any water in the sun.
Yes, there is.
They said they found it on the moon.
Oh, that was Matthew that made the curvature exists claim?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that wasn't you. It sounded just like you. Must have been a good buddy of yours.
It was somebody young, you could tell, first of all, and that was it. They just said curvature exists was pretty much.
They just sounded so uncertain. Yeah, very similar to how Matthew's sounding right now. But continue on. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt. I seriously have to go on mute so I can concentrate on the room.
I'm about to choke on this BS here. This is what keeps me cheered up every day. I can honestly attest to that.
Well, so who was saying that there's water on the sun? There's no water on the sun.
Got the article. I just put it in the back there if you want to go read it. Here, water from the sun has been found on the moon. A new analysis of dust retrieved from the moon suggests that water bound up in the lunar surface could originate with the sun.
Yeah, what's the second paragraph say?
More specifically, it could be the result of bombardment of hydrogen ions from the solar wind slamming into the lunar surface. Wait a minute, I gotta get my lab coat on. Hang on.
Yeah, so there's no water on the sun. It's hydrogen from the sun that makes water on the moon.
The moon looks like a pretty dry dust ball, but recent studies have found that there's a lot more water up there than anyone ever suspected. Woo-hoo! With fucking pools on the moon. So there's hope, people. There's hope. We can go to the moon. You can have a little pond, duck pond in front of your house. Is there life on Mars 3 hours ago? Shit. Okay, hang on a minute.
Matthew, what are they doing on the moon right now? You know, Matthew?
I haven't got the technology.
Oh, well, nobody's there, but I think there's some robots up there.
NASA has a number of missions in operation on the surface of Mars that are intensely engaged in the search for traces of life. Really?
Wow. A number of operations.
Yeah, so they got a primary among these missions of the rovers Curiosity, which landed on Mars in 2012, and Perseverance, which stepped down on the Martian surface in 2021.
How do people not realize that just how ridiculous that whole thing is? I mean, number of operations on Mars, rovers, helicopters. It's like we got a full outpost up there. We're just, right next we're gonna have obviously civilizations up there that they're gonna tell us they actually have people living there. You watch and see. They're gonna tell us that.
Yeah, but if you believe the Earth is a globe, that's not that big of a stretch to think that all that.
Oh my God, I don't believe the Earth is a globe. It's impossible, Matthew. It's impossible. You know that. You can't have all these things spinning around in a near perfect vacuum. You can't. It just doesn't work. Matthew, you know that. I know you got to support it because, and I honestly don't believe that you believe it myself because there's too much evidence that is just in your face. Hard evidence. No curvature whatsoever. Refraction is a lie. It's a straight out lie. It does not happen in air, Matthew. It does not. I have looked, and there's nobody on this planet other than these meatheads on this channel and Jim Pandas that say light bends in air and air alone. No matter how many hot or cold or whatever, it does not happen. It takes two separate mediums, period. It does not happen. It's a lie. Straight up lie. So I'm not, you guys got to know this shit by now. I just can't believe that you even go along with, especially refraction. It's not real. It is not real. You can't demonstrate it. There's no way you can show that to me in air alone. Don't you bring up a piece of plastic or a cup of salt water or some glass or any bullshit like that. Air.
Yeah, I posted a picture, a GIF.
A real picture?
Well, a
light
GIF.
bending? Yeah,
bending.
That doesn't work, Matthew. That doesn't work. I'm not even going to look at it.
Okay.
I want to see it in reality. If you can't show it in reality, Matthew, it doesn't exist because with all the equipment we got today, cameras, this and that, you should be able to go out and go perpendicular to a beam of light, a laser light across the water and visibly photograph the bend. It's never happened. It never will.
I posted the Skunk Bay view.
It's a reality? Is that what you're telling me? Or it's a gift?
So it's a gift.
Cyrora, you're a little low.
The camera's
your
not
microphone.
moving, and the buildings are not moving. Therefore, it must be that the path that the light takes changes slightly.
We've got another lady in here.
Yeah.
All
Hi.
right. I'll
Good
shut up.
evening to everyone.
Get him.
Where are the ladies at?
Well, you got me and Dandelion in here. We did have.
Only 3.
I thought we had 3.
Come on,
She
crank
must
her
have
mic up.
left. Yeah, Cyrora, your mic volume is a little down. If there's any way to crank it up.
Okay, wait. Give me a second.
Sure. She's from Germany.
Yes. Um. mhm.
Matthew, I gotta say, if you are such a glober, do you just find amusement hanging out in here? No answer?
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. So you know, I like talking about these type of things. It brings up all kinds of interesting ideas.
Oh, that's well, I can respect that, and I agree with you. But I also know the Earth is flat.
Okay. Better now?
It's still a little low, but we can figure it out. I can turn.
Hey,
I can
lady.
turn you up. Hello.
Hey. Is he? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
How's ladies' night going, guys?
It's going on. But I'm speaking for myself. Not enough people in here that are challenging us.
Mm. Are you
So
the
do
only
you
lady
believe?
in here?
I'm sorry?
Are you the only lady in here?
I am not. There's a couple of others.
Ladies, make yourself known.
I'm here. I'm just listening. Was just listening in.
Hey.
Hello. Who's this talking? I can't see the names right now.
Crypto's smallest fan.
It's Crypto's smallest fan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Who's Crypto's biggest fan then?
It was me, but it got changed.
Oh, now you're the smallest.
Yeah.
So you only like Crypto a little bit.
I hate him.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
then you probably are the smallest fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although, just giving him attention at all, makes you maybe not the smallest. Like the smallest fan probably just wouldn't pay any attention to him at all, right? They wouldn't hate him.
Yeah, I'm only joking.
Find him entertaining, and he's very intelligent. You knew that.
I'm yet to see it.
Oh, yes! Oh, come on!
I'm joking. I'm joking before we get
I'm
bad.
pulling your lips.
Where is Crypto?
Who is he or where is he? Did you say where is he?
Yeah,
he's a lady. Why is he not here?
Well, I do not know.
He's one of the ladies.
I haven't talked to him for a long time.
Mm. I got hood hair because I just came back from work.
Are you a European?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Wales.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want. Oh, are you really from Wales?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, your profile picture has a
very-
dandelion on. We love them.
Oh, good. So do I.
No,
they're very,
that's the daffodil.
Oh, no, man.
I don't know. Somebody made me the little avatar thing. I think it's supposed to be a dandelion, but you're saying it's not.
No, it is a dandelion. It's just
Okay.
In Wales. Is it?
Oh, I think I cut out a sec. In Wales, like, they're all obsessed with what are they called? Daffodils.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I like daffodils because they keep coming back year after year. They're very pretty.
I always thought like they're just in Wales because like why do we love them so much? But they're not, right?
Yeah. We've got them over here in the USA. They're quite popular here.
Dandelions are so
Some of my
medicinally
ancestors. Oh, that's right. Yes, medicinal, edible. You can make dandelion wine from them. So many things you could do.
Yeah.
You can make wishes on them.
You can blow them.
I'm not supposed to run him over with the lawnmower?
Well,
Sorry,
I
this is
prefer
ladies' night.
you running him over with the lawn. I'd rather have you run him over with the lawnmower than poison. That's what I really. We need to. Yeah, if we could just get somebody in here. I don't care about the globe, but I mean I do care about the fantasy globe. But I want to know. I'd like to get somebody in here to debate why you would use poison on your lawn to kill dandelions. You know, if we could get a pro herbicide person in here, I'd like to hear the reasoning behind poisoning your lawn and thus your water supply and your general environment in order to remove a flower from your life. I just don't get it. Nobody's ever been able to explain to me why people do that.
Because everything must be uniform, and if it's not uniform, it is bad.
Yeah. That's why I'm
They're bored.
All right, then all you suit up.
gave up the war on dandelions long
Are
ago.
you from Texas, my love?
Hey, are you walking across my lawn? Show me your papers. Papers.
People used to, dig them up. If you're like hate flowers that much and you must get rid of them, you could dig them. There used to be a lady in the town where I lived that like sat there with this weird little. I guess it was like a miniature trowel, and she like literally hand dug up the dandelions.
Yeah,
I can
that's what I
admire
did.
that more than poisoning them. Yeah.
Yeah, their roots can go down so far into the soil because they're such resilient. Some say that they're a weed, but they're they burrow deep down in the soil, so you can't really kill them. Even if you round up them, they're resilient.
Yeah, there's a video. I think Indio sent it to me a long time ago. I don't know if I could find it again, but it was a permaculture thing about why dandelions grow in places and what it means for the soil, and and so on and so forth.
They're so healthy because they can their roots can go so deep down in the soil and get all of the nutrients that's not at the surface of the soil because people overwork soil so much.
Yeah, I think that's what it was about because it was like what like permaculture has to do with what different plants indicate about your soil and so on. Yeah.
I think that we had this conversation on here, and I was here for it.
Oh,
because
cool.
I took that as a note and learned it. Indio he's a wealth of knowledge, that's for sure.
That is true on a variety of different topics. Yes, a Renaissance man.
Yeah, he really is. What's funny?
Yeah, he really is. Well said.
So the Welsh ladies, do you think that you live on a globe?
No.
Good. Because I don't think I've actually directly talked to you. I've seen you around. Or maybe I did. Actually, no, I was here the other day when you sang A Christmas Carol. And then were you still here when the little girl came in and sang one after you? Were you still here for that, or did you miss that part?
I think we both sang on Christmas.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, did you forget? Well, I'm here to remind you. But anyway, there was a little girl that sang right after you. It was cute. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Just trying to take our spotlight.
Well, maybe she was, because maybe you'd already left, and then and then she was the grand finale.
I sang here on Christmas Eve with Helio, like in the wee hours of the morning.
Helio and Kai used to do a Saturday night karaoke thing, but I never actually made it to the thing, and I guess it doesn't happen anymore.
Actually,
That
me and
sounds
Liv have
like
been trying to organise a karaoke for a couple of
you
weeks
have?
now. Yeah.
Yeah. Meme is going to announce it for us.
Oh, so you're serious? Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah,
That
because
sounds fun.
I don't even know how it works doing karaoke on Discord, but I know people do it, so must be possible. Are you going to do it on Saturday night like the other one was, or are you doing it on different time? Of course, you're at a different time zone, so you might not like Saturday night.
Maybe we're going to do it on Sunday.
That's a good idea. Sunday during the day, like during our day or your night, or what?
It'll be 9 p.m. GMT, so that's like maybe like 4 or 5 for you, I think.
Nice.
And Andy's actually going to sing.
Yeah, and Crypto. And Lou.
Yeah, I should try to get a Glober in here to sing a Pro Globe song. I don't really know
We love the
what songs are Pro Globe.
Dandelion.
Yeah?
You should sing in the karaoke.
I'll consider it. If it's something short.
You don't have to be serious.
Okay. I'd have to think about what song I would want to sing in the karaoke. I don't know. Like, what are the choices? Any song that exists, or what?
It has to be like after the 2000s.
Oh my gosh, now you're really limiting me.
Oh, yeah, I'm out there.
No Broadway tunes.
It can't be Lady Gaga either.
Can't be Patsy Cline. Are you kidding me?
Well,
who the hell is Patsy?
Oh my gosh, she doesn't know Patsy. You would probably like the movie that was about her life, which I can't remember what it was called now, but it was a good movie. It had Jessica Lange as Patsy Cline. Then you would know who she was, and you would hear her song. Do you like to watch movies?
I believe they know who she is. They just don't know that it is her. They know that. They have to know Walking After Midnight.
I think so.
Wait,
or
can you
Crazy.
sing like a little snippet of it?
I go out walking after midnight, out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight, searching for you.
Way to go, Kim.
Oh, snap.
Oh, you should be in the karaoke.
I'd love to. But you said I can't sing Patsy Cline.
No, we'll make an exception for you.
Oh, snap. Thanks.
Andy told me the song he's going to sing, I think it's called WAP.
Nice.
And he's going to be singing Humps by Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah. Don't know, because I've got it stuck in my head.
Which one? What?
No, Humps. I was listening to it in work. They started playing One Direction and Despicable Me music.
Ah,
oh my god.
Go on, Andy.
Go on. What you going to do with...
Oh,
wow.
Why'd you pause it?
We don't want to get in trouble now.
By who?
Yeah, you cannot. When you're in the live stream, you can't play too much of like copyrighted stuff because it gets a strike on the YouTube channel.
Wait, I'm going to be famous.
Did you guys not know where you are is on YouTube?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I figured you would have known by now. Somebody.
Well, Liv, that means our Christmas Carol is going to be on YouTube.
Oh.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
I can't really remember.
Oh, it's New Year's Eve tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
What'd you
last
guys
day
sing?
of 2022. I don't know. What did they sing? I'm trying to remember. It was a Christmas-related song. I don't know. I wouldn't really call it a Christmas carol. What was it that you sang, like Most Wonderful Time of the Year or something like that? I don't know. They don't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I did Jingle Bell Rock and Rocking Around the Christmas Tree because they got swing beats. I like swing beats.
I like a lot of jazz music after watching Whiplash.
I used to play in jazz band.
I used to play the flute, but that's about it.
Alto saxophone. Now I play guitar and sing.
Go on.
That's all. I do write a little bit, and I wrote a little gimmick. Yeah, I've got a YouTube. You can check it out. It's my name, Kim Hopkins.
Okay, I'll look now.
What are you going to do with all that junk?
Can you put the music back on?
No, Liv, it's live stream, you idiot. Oh my god, scared me. Someone ban him for playing copyright music, please.
I searched your name, but there's like 50 Kim Hopkins.
Did you search just filters? Did you filter it to?
Wait, I got it.
Yeah, it should be the first thing on there, music wise.
How many subscribers?
Not many.
Is it? Look, I'll send it to you.
What you gonna do
The
with
song "The Day"? I think the day shows up if you search my name. I wrote that song too.
Oh, go on, 180 subscribers.
Is that a lot? I didn't think that was a lot. I see everybody else having fun.
Oh my god. I see Miggy's YouTube.
I'm subscribed to Miggy.
Apparently, we've got someone named Katie who wants to talk about the spinning Earth. Is she still here? I just saw that.
Let's do it. Let's do it. That's why we're here.
Oh, 623. It was written. I don't know. Now I'm not seeing her. Oh, now it says this person's gone, I guess. Whatever. Okay, T-Wad said Katie left.
I wanted to flat smack.
Yep, false alarm. If anybody else thinks they live in a spinning globe, Kim is here to discuss it with you.
Is he done?
Well, we have Cyrora. I don't know if Cyrora wants to speak. Are you there, Cyrora?
Who?
Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out my fucked up headset.
Oh, you were the person we talked to earlier. Okay, I just didn't know what your name was. All right, well, let us know. I could hear you just now, but
But can you hear me, or is it too?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's just low, but we can figure that out. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure it out. Da, da, da.
Richie's here too. Hello, Richie. PC verified.
Hello.
There's several names here I don't recognize, but
So, better now?
I think it sounds good. I can hear you.
Okay.
Are you new to the server?
I am here for, I don't know, 1 month, 3-4 weeks.
Oh,
maybe.
okay. And what is your position about the flat Earth?
Flat.
Oh, good. So, and how did you come to that understanding?
So I'm from Germany, so my English is not that good.
Well, that's fine. A lot of people from America don't have good English either, so it's perfectly fine. Yeah. We're very patient here.
Since 2 years, I was asking myself, what the fuck is going on this planet? No, not planet. On this Earth. And I did a lot of research, and now I am at the point to know it isn't a fucking globe. So it's hard for me to. It's hard for me. Thank you.
Excuse you, this is ladies' night. Don't interrupt them.
It's hard for me to explain it because some words in English, I can't find the words in English. But yeah, I am with you. I'm with you. And I am so happy to that I found my people.
Now that's what this is all about.
Men somewhat.
Absolutely. Yeah. Glad you're here. I'll give you the ladies' night role. That way you'll know when we're doing ladies' night, because hopefully you'll get
I was here
tagged.
the last 2 days. So yesterday and the day before. And it was funny to hear because there were a lot of globers trying to explain why the world is a globe. And yeah, I think it's not possible to explain it.
Yeah, we haven't heard a good argument for it yet. We keep waiting. I mean, you can't really argue for something that isn't logical, doesn't make sense, and has no evidence whatsoever.
But as a flat earther, you can see it. You can see it if you if you look to the horizon, or if you look to the sky,
You break it.
you see it.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad you're here because this is a good place, especially people who live in all corners of the world that don't necessarily have any, a lot of people
I am
around them.
really happy to that I found that server, because in real life there are not much people who I can talk with about that topic. So it's yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and make an announcement about the ladies' night, even though it's like an hour and a half late, but we might as well tell people it's happening. Maybe we'll get somebody to tell us about their globe.
Ready to flat smack.
Yeah, if you have any friends in your list that are ladies, send them a message. Tell them to come slide through.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have 33 members in the panel.
Wish Janae was here.
Janae?
Yeah, well, that's what her name is on here, yeah.
Dandelion, you got Whiskey 6 at the very bottom, not verified, that could be unmuted.
Whiskey 6. Discord member since September 30th, 2018. Just joined us today.
Sus.
All right, I'll try.
I love the side effects.
I know, it's very good. All right, Whiskey 6. I tried unmuting you, so see if you can talk to us and say hello.
Hey y'all, I'm not feeling very well today, so I'm just sitting listening in. But yeah, real happy I found this server today.
Oh, good. Okay, well, we won't force you to talk, but if you just agree to follow the server rules as laid out in the welcome channel, then I could give you the VC verify rule, and then at least you'd be able to unmute yourself in the future when you're feeling better if you like talking.
Cool, yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Can you just tell us how you found us?
I was binge watching with it. I found his stream today. I was just binge watching him all day. It's great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nice. Puts sits here sometimes.
Nice. Nice.
He's also on Cosmology Tartaria too a lot.
Is that another Discord channel or?
Yes. It's another Flat Earth Discord channel.
Oh, cool. And what's it called?
Cosmology Okay, yeah.
Cool, thanks. Yeah. Sounds right up my alley too.
We'll keep it simple for you. What's the square root of 1?
1.
1. Okay. Okay, so what's 1 times 1.225?
There's the link in the chat.
Yeah, the answer is 1.225. Come on now. That's the rate of curvature for the globe.
What's funny about that clip is the person he's asking has someone like on the phone giving him answers. If you listen closely, you'll hear it.
We'll keep it simple for you. What's the square root of 1? 1. Okay, so what's 1 times 1.225? 1.225. Okay, so if we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, where should we see the geometric horizon? Let's see. 1.225. You're talking
I don't know if you heard it, but yeah, he's got somebody in the background giving him answers and stuff. It's hilarious. Even to simple problems like what's 1 times 1.225? He's like,
I thought you were actually asking somebody and they were answering.
Oh no, that's
you're the sound effects guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just Witsit.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
So who's Richie?
Richie was complaining before.
Oh.
What was he complaining about? Lack of curvature?
Diora's story or for flat Earth stuff.
Yeah,
He
every
moaned
day
about
I'm
it.
searching every day.
Oh, there's Richie. He is speaking. I think I tried to speak to Richie earlier and he didn't answer me. I guess he'd rather talk to.
I'm mostly just listening. I don't like to talk.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But do you think you live on a globe, Richie? Because that's what we really need, somebody who thinks they live on one, so we can talk to them about it, because it's really interesting to us.
Then I'm the wrong guy to talk about it, because I don't believe in a globe.
Oh, good. Well, that's good news then. I mean, it's good for you. Yeah, even though, we keep looking for that rare bird. I keep hearing people think they live on a globe, but I don't know where they are. Do you know, Kim?
Not a clue. We've got Kala that just entered in.
Kala. It's a cool name, like a calla lily.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll try unmuting Kala. Are you there, Kala? Welcome to the server. Or if there's anybody else that wants to jump in, you don't have to wait to be called on if you have something to share.
Did anyone saw the new Avatar movie?
I did not. Did anybody else see it? Was it good?
I'm going to see it tomorrow.
No, but it was interesting. So that's why I'm asking.
Did anybody see the movie that can discuss it with Aurora? What was it? What was interesting about it? Was it like pushing a certain agenda or something?
There was a scene. How to describe it in English? There was a scene where you can see he's underwater, and the picture was spinning around, and he was still underwater. So they are showing us the water is above and below. It was so freaking cool. And at the same time it was a little bit what is in English? It was not cool. Yeah. Because I think I was the only one in the cinema who could saw the scene in the right place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you saw the context of what it was portraying.
Yeah. Thank you. The context. Yes. And everybody was like, there is water above and there is water below. And I was like, what the fuck? They are showing it right in front of our faces. And I was the only one in the cinema. But yeah.
You'll get that on them tough jobs.
So no one saw the movie.
No, I did.
Guys and ladies, speak up.
No, but I did see the first one.
The first one was also very interesting because it was the truth.
Actually, movies are part of a symbolism.
I think it's not symbolism. They have to show us.
Yeah, law of attraction. So they get you to consent to something so that you do it and they're not held responsible.
Yeah.
I've heard that before, where they have to sort of reveal some things. It's interesting. It's not like they're going to tell you on the news. Might as well stick it in a movie every now and again. See who's paying attention.
What should we call you, person that just spoke down at the bottom with the flag? There's that the Russian flag.
Yes.
What do you want us to call you?
Oh, nickname. You can call me by my name, Nikolai.
Nikolai.
Oh, that's an easy name to remember.
Oops.
Hello, Nikolai.
Hello.
I hope you never buy any of those god awful Teslas.
Teslas are awful because you end up paying more of everything to like have that car and have the car well maintained, and and the electricity, and you may get out of electricity in the middle of the road, and it's very difficult to get a electricity station to fill up your tank. So for me, it's stupid.
Well, you missed the worst part. The worst part is with the subsidies, you're paying for it whether or not you buy a Tesla or not.
Well, actually, it's not ecologic because lithium batteries are not ecologic.
Elon.
That's very true.
No.
Hey, guess what? We had that storm that blew through. I'll be real quick. They found Teslas died in that sub-zero temperatures we had. They wouldn't even turn on. They just killed the batteries completely. Whoops, I guess they forgot to test that part of them.
That's why there are only Teslas in museums in Russia.
So, what
Makes
are your what's your thoughts about the flat Earth, Nikolai?
Because the Earth is flat as fuck, man. It's just everything I heard, I saw documentaries about level 1, level 2, and every experience I had, because I traveled a lot. I did one flight once that was London, Sydney, and Sydney, New York, and I never saw 1 inch of curvature. I had like a, how do you say it? Thing you use to measure, but it's not there. Sorry for my English vocabulary, not so much.
Sounds
but,
good to me.
It's like a. It's like a. How do you say it?
Measuring in the plane? Are you talking about
What were you
something?
measuring?
Accelerometer?
No. I'm going to translate it. Wait a second.
What's that one game where you have to guess? Someone's like doing the figures, and you have to guess the what.
Is it that?
Charades or whatever.
Sorry. There's
Almost
something.
got it.
Okay.
See, a Midnight Trumpet just joined. You want to join the VC check-in, and we can give you a VC pass to speak here. Or Dandelion can say hello.
Oh yeah, what I was talking about is a scale. I had a scale, and I was with that scale measuring if there was any curve at all, and the scale is totally wrecked. It's a stick that is perfectly uniform. It has no curvature, and I just started putting it in the window in the the horizon line, and I never saw 1 single inch of curvature. And I had binoculars too in that flight, and I started realizing that everything I heard and I saw about I would catalog it as crazy people before I knew it. That say Earth is flat. I was like, actually, Earth is flat because no one can prove it's curved. There's no curvature. And if I have a 21 hours flight from London to New York, it's like you must travel around it, all around it, and I never saw 1 single curvature. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And it's insane how people keep saying and believing in their own lies, and some of them get frustrated when they see hard evidence, and well, they start in the denial process because they are like, it's an humiliation to their own smartness and intelligence because they realize they have been fooled for years since they were born.
Yeah.
Sounds like we got a new member.
Yeah. We completely understand what everything you said. That's how we've been looking for the curvature too, and we can't find it.
It's like we are the most round Earthers in the world because we are actually searching for the curve. They not.
That's right.
That's a
And
good
we
point.
know more about their model than they do.
Yeah.
Clown world.
Actually, I did another test with and it's not Michigan. It's Chicago skyline. You know that one?
Oh yeah, it's a mirage.
That's what they.
And what you're seeing
they
here
say.
is a mirage.
What
Yeah,
you're
so-
seeing here is a mirage.
I've been there several times to Lake Michigan and seen the Chicago skyline, and it's. I've mentioned this here several times before, but in Michigan, especially Southwest Michigan, it's just a common occurrence. I mean, it's just common knowledge that you can sometimes see Chicago across Lake Michigan, and even though the photos that we see from Joshua Nowicki, like the one here that I'm going to put in the BioStream voice text, those are nice, taken with a high zoom camera and everything, but even without a camera, you can see the shapes of the buildings,